Comes back the way down to Oproot, and Oproot sends it forward to Luck. Luck's got a 2-on-1 into the zone. Luck dropped it back. Morelli's in, shoots, scores! Oh, what a twisted wrister from Morelli. He made no doubt about it. Short-handed goal for the Magi. They lead 2-0.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
If your eyes could talk, they'd tell you life is better with LASIK. No more reaching for your glasses. No more dry eye from overwearing your contact lenses. Right now, Bismarck LASIK is offering free consultations for LASIK procedures. Break free from the daily hassles and expenses of glasses and contacts. Life is clearly better. Book your free consultation today with Bismarck LASIK and see the difference. Call 222-2020 or schedule online at bismarcklasik.com.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Okay, I can hear.
There's a live look inside the Bismarck Aquatic Center. It's the venue today for the Century Invite. 14 teams converge in a statewide type of event. With just 7 in attendance last year, but weather and cancellations has turned this into almost a statewide type of meet, and it'll be a great opportunity today for you to highlight and for us to highlight for you some of the best swim athletes and performances you'll see across the state. Good to have you on the PSP Network this morning. Top of the morning to you. Todd Domres alongside Eric Schaeffer, high atop the Bismarck Aquatic Center as we get set for today's Century Swim and Dive Invite. And I guess, Eric, hey, welcome to the PSP Network one more time. That's your first rodeo here, but good to have you on board today as we get to digest what is really a state type of event. When you get this many teams and the quality of teams present here today, this is going to be a great event for the folks to see.
Yeah, first off, good morning, Todd, and good morning to everybody out there on the live stream. And it's great to be here back at the Bismarck Aquatic Center. And like Todd mentioned, really a precursor to the state meet that will be held in West Fargo in just 4 weeks from today. So going to be, I think all the swimmers are looking forward to it. We might see some really nice times today, and I think we're going to have a great time. A lot of heats in each event, and we're just ready to get rolling, get started. It's nice to be inside where it's warm as well.
It is toasty inside the Bismarck Aquatic Center today, as you've got every WDA team in attendance today. All teams from the EDC are in attendance today with the exception of Fargo North. And then we invite our neighbor from the east, the Moorhead Spuds. And they had some nice kids swimming yesterday that I noticed, and so the Spuds bring a flavor today that'll be fun to take into consideration as we break down so much more. When we come back, we'll dig into some of the particulars. We're going to talk about the 4-time reigning state champion Minot Magicians, and we'll take a closer dive into the Fargo Davies Eagles, your returning EDC champions from 2021. Todd Domres, Eric Schaeffer, more of our live stream after this short timeout on the PSP Network.
Every 10 minutes, 3 people in the United States will die from a preventable incident. More people are dying on our roadways and in their homes than ever before. but that's where the North Dakota Safety Council can help. Safety is our mission, from the workplace to any place. We're a private nonprofit that offers more than 150 training courses that are dynamic, hands-on, and effective. From CPR and first aid to driver safety and even workplace violence preparedness, we want to make sure your loved ones come home safe each night. Go to ndsc.org to see how together we can make a difference.
At Prairie Rose Family Dentists, we treat our patients like family. We have 14 highly experienced dentists with incredibly caring dental teams. We have more locations, more services, and extended hours to make sure your dental needs get fulfilled, your questions get answered, and you have the comfortable and high-quality experience you deserve. Call us or visit our website to schedule an appointment today. Prairie Rose Family Dentists. We are family.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
Now we're back at the Bismarck Aquatic Center. Todd Domres, Eric Schaeffer, as we get set for today's Century Invites. And this one should be a good one. Let's take a look at some of the particulars. As folks, this is going to be not like your normal PSP Network broadcast today. It's going to be like the Masters uninterrupted. Because if you're a fan of swimming and diving, there's not a lot of breaks. There's not a lot of timeouts.
Nope.
There's not an intermission. There's not a period break. There's not halftime.
Nope.
There's none of those things, and so we're going to get you some commercials at the beginning and at the end, and maybe a few in the middle. But folks, this is going to be uninterrupted all the way through. So not the normal PSP network broadcast, but yet still something we're very excited to do. All right, Eric, let's talk about the Minot Magicians. It kind of has started and ended with Minot for the last few years. Frankly, probably since 1975, when swimming started in the state of North Dakota. Minot has been the New York Yankees of North Dakota swimming.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, 29 state titles, 39 WDA titles in that time. Earlier this year, the team did have a 50-year celebration because they actually started the club portion of it in 1971. So they had a 50-year celebration in December to celebrate those 29 titles and have some swimmers come back. And it was really nice. It was a really nice day for those swimmers up in Minot. And really over the like you mentioned, the last 4 years, 4 straight, and the 2 years prior to that, a couple second place finished by 20 points to the Century Patriots as they were winding down their dominance through the early teens of this century. And then, I've been along for all those since 2017 when my oldest son started swimming with the Minot High team. And Jake Solper and Ken Disher have done a phenomenal job. They've got great numbers. They've got not only quantity, but they've got some pretty good quality. And we'll see that today. We've seen that the last few years at the state meet. And, we do have Minot here, and they carry a large tradition with them. But we've also got the defending EDC champions, as you mentioned earlier. Yep. We've got some teams from the East. So the Fargo-Davies Eagles are with us today, too. They won the EDC last year. And that ended a 4-year run of Fargo North winning the EDC. And, of course, Fargo North isn't with us today, the only North Dakota team that's not here. So Davies also has the reigning EDC Coach of the Year, Jennifer Johnson. And I know they've got a really nice breaststroker in Connor Haar. What else do we know about the Eagles?
Yeah, and Carr, you're defending EDC champion in the breaststroke, as you mentioned. You got a returning second-team All-Stater, Tavian Nelson. You got the EDC dive champion in Aiden Hoff returning for Fargo-Davies. So a nice club that Jennifer Johnson brings to the Bismarck Aquatic Center today in the Fargo-Davies Eagles. And they would likely be the odds-on favorite to defend their EDC title just based on the fact of how many folks they've got qualified already for the state meet and some of those blue chippers, kind of like Minot. You got to have depth, you got to have horses, you got to have blue chippers, you got to have a good mix of that to really score well at the WDA, the EDC, and the state Class A boys swim and dive meet. So both those teams look like they're set up pretty well today. But let's talk before we take another break here as we get close to the national anthem break and action beginning at the Aquatic Center. Let's talk about some of those individual state champions from a year ago that are present in the meet today.
Yeah, so for Minot, we've got defending state champion of the 200 freestyle in Grant Schaeffer. Wyatt Hermanson is our defending champion in the diving competition. Von Ramo at the 100-yard fly. Alex King from Minot is the defending champion in the 500 freestyle. And Bo Zander is our defending champion in the 100 breast from last year. And then
our live stream continues from the Bismarck Aquatic Center after this timeout on the PSP Network.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, PNC.
You remember where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zzz, zzz?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
Where attacks, there's a takeaway by Eagle Staff. Eagle Staff on the open floor rises up. Oh, the one-handed rip by Trayson Eagle Staff.
Doppler gave a little bit of a look on that one, and then he went in and just whammed it with the right hand.
Oh, Eagle Staff with the rip.
A nice rendition of our national anthem today, provided by Turner Polk, a senior at Century High School. Had the trombone out. It's a cool ambiance when they play it, and then what happens in the arena or at the Aquatic Center is pretty cool.
Yeah, you could hear all the teams singing along with it, and the trombone, the very nice tone of that in the Aquatic Center, it kind of makes me feel like I'm in watching a Jacques Cousteau movie. So very appropriate there, and Turner did a wonderful job on the trombone. And I think now we're getting ready to get rolling here. Some of the relay teams are making the way over. We're going to start with the 200 medley relay. But as we were talking before the break, we do have 5 or 6 athletes here today who are defending state champions in some of these events. Again, Grant Schaeffer from Minot, the 200, and Alex King from Minot, and the 500 free. Minot also brings some individuals that are the defending state champions in the 3 relays that we'll see today. Wyatt Hermanson of Mandan is your defending diving champion. We'll get a chance to watch him dive today during the diving portion of the meet. Von Ramo from West Fargo Cheyenne, defending champion in the 100 fly, and he's one of the top contenders in the backstroke event as well. And then Bo Zander from Century, swimming the defending champion for the 100 breast. Bo's also a very good IM swimmer as well at 2 minutes, 0.69 seconds. Then it was Jamestown at 2:02.55. Then Minot at 2:04.85. Then Davies at 2:06.60. Mandan at 2:12.16. Dickinson at 2:05.74. And West Fargo at 2:18.53. Moving on, we'll be in Heat 4 of this first event. We have 6 heats of this 200-yard medley relay. Lane 1 will be Minot D, Dodds, Harris, Bowen, and Vecchio. Lane 2 is West Fargo Cheyenne's B. That's Ronan Orlowski, Tyler Staffney, Reed Schroeder, and Oliver Dietz. In lane 3 will be the Night Riders B, Levi Dahlem, Elias Eberhardt, Marcos Lapa, and Carson Onstad. Lane 4 for Davies B will be Hunter Swanson, Will Roberts, Paul Narum, and Xavier Tovius. In lane 5 for Mandan is Ian Keller, Carson Masseth, Riley Poppy, and Braden Kissy. In lane 6 for Bismarck is Max Nelson, Connor Ensign, Jackson Kettling, and Austin Wick. Lane 7 for the Eagles of Davies, their Team C is Ian Shook, Lars Sofranco, Justin Young, and Samuel Lee. And then the Packers out in lane 8, their B team, Caden Willows, Kyler Gruby, Isaiah Ayers, and Odin McAllister. This is heat 4 of 6 for the 200-yard medley relay. Backstrokers are in the pool. Again, this first 25 yards pretty even. We've got our lanes 4 and 5 swimmers. That is Swanson from Davies and Ian Keller of Mandan making the turn about the same time. Slight edge off the turn for Swanson of Davies. Be coming in making the exchange. Our breaststrokers getting ready to enter the pool. We've got lanes 4, 5, and 7 entering at just about the same time. Out in lane 7, that's another Davies team. That's Lars Sofrenko with the breaststroke now. In lane 4 for Davies B is Will Roberts. These two Davies teams are going to go after it. Like Todd mentioned earlier, Davies has a nice team. They have a lot of athletes, and they've got some quality there too. We'll see it shine through here in this heat of this medley relay. So their two teams are leading this fourth of 6 heats. Into the pool now is Paul Narum swimming the breaststroke in lane 4 for Fargo Davies, and it's Justin Young in lane 7. Looking good up in lane 2 for Cheyenne is Reed Schroeder. In lane 1 for Minot High is Matt Bowen. Lane 3 for the Night Riders is Marco Slappa. Lane 5 for Mandan is Riley Poppy. Jackson Ketterling for Bismarck in 6, and Isaiah Ayers for the Packers out in lane 8. We've got our final swimmer in lane 4 for the Davies Eagles is Xavier Tobias. He's doing a very nice job. Then we've got our lane 2 team. That's the Mustangs. That's Oliver Dietz. Then up in lane 1 for Minot is Alex Vecchio. Those will be your top 3 teams. Actually, we've got our lane 7 team, Eagles C. That was Samuel Lee touching to get them into that 3rd place spot. Then Minot in 4th up top. So we've got Davies B at 152.48, followed by Cheyenne at 155.76, and it was Davies C at 155.87. Then we had Minot's D team at 157.40. Mandan at 158.22. West Fargo Packers at 202.84. Bismarck Demons at 202.91. And then the Night Riders at 204.48. Moving on to heat 5 of 6 of this opening relay. Lane 1 will be Legacy's A team. Then Dickinson A in lane 2, and lane 3 is Fargo South A. Lane 4 is Jamestown A. Lane 5 is Cheyenne A. Lane 6, West Fargo High A. Lane 7, Moorhead B. And lane 8 is Minot's C. Again, we're going backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, and freestyle. For swimmers up in lane 1, that's Grant Mittinger for Legacy. In lane 2 for Dickinson is Dietrich Coleman. Lane 3 for Fargo South is Tristan Quable. Lane 4 for Jamestown is Caleb Fabian. Lane 5 for Cheyenne is Jace Loudle. Lane 6 for West Fargo is Roman Emerson. And lane 7 for Moorhead is Matthew Brindamule. And lane 8 for Minot High is Jamison Donahoe. We've got lanes 4 and 5. That is Jamestown and West Fargo Cheyenne. In the pool now in the breaststroke is Braden Schmeichel for the Blue Jays and Von Ramo for the Mustangs. Swimming the breaststroke. Then we've got out in lane 6 is Noah Ayers. Von Ramo brings it in. West Fargo Cheyenne makes the first exchange into the butterfly, and the pool for them is Zach May. In the pool in lane 6 for the Packers is Thomas Doyle. In lane 4 for the Blue Jays is Alex Goodry. In lane 3 for the Bruins is Christopher Hollingsworth. Lane 2 for Dickinson is Dawson Wilson. Lane 1 for Legacy is Braxton Steele. Out in lane 7 for Moorhead is Sayan Nagodavathana. And then for lane 8 for Minot is Trevor Ricks. Our final swimmers freestyling now. We've got the Mustangs with Tanner Haig. Then it looks like we've got our lane 6 team. That's the Packers. That's Brody Inglestead. Then up in lane 3, it looks like Will Offelt for the Bruins, and then Teddy Solinsky for the Blue Jays. So as they come in and touch, looks like we've got, again, Cheyenne at 145.02, followed by West Fargo High at 148.56. Then it's Fargo South at 149.77. Jamestown at 150.31.
Hey, while we have a second here, Eric,
Okay.
quick look at last year's champion in this event was Minot High School. Fastest time this season, also Minot High School. Peyton Barch, Alex King, Jackson Rinke, and Grant Schaeffer as we get set for the final heat.
All right, thank you, Todd. Yes, we are in the final heat, and swimming for the Magicians in lane 4 is Jackson Ranke, Logan Hill, Peyton Barch, and Grant Schaeffer. In lane 1, it's Centuries A, Hugrit, Zander, Call, and Walker. Lane 2, Moorhead, Casey, Bjorklund, Carlson, and Nesnick. Lane 3, Grand Forks, Rarick, Bjerke, Berg, and Alshami. Then lane 4 is the Minot team we mentioned. Lane 5 is Davies, Joe Carlson, Connor Haar, Patrick Shen, and Grant Ivesdahl. Then it's Bismarck, Eggle, Wick, Steichen, and Nelson. Lane 7, Magicians B, Kalen Hill, Alex King, Ryan Hubbard, Alex Prestwich. And lane 8 is Wilson, Caleb Osborne, Colden Kringen, Camden Ekblad Lundy, and Tyler Jorgensen. Through that first backstroke, looks like we've got Minot out in the lead. Our breaststrokers are in the pool. That's Logan Hill for Minot in lane 4, followed closely in lane 5 by Connor Haar from Davies and Garrett Wick from Bismarck High. Haar has the fastest time in the breaststroke individual event this year coming into today's meet. He's putting a little bit of time into Logan Hill there. Now we've got the butterfly for Minot. That is Peyton Barch. He's one of the top times in the butterfly for the state this year. Out in lane 5 for the Eagles is Patrick Shen. Third place out in lane 6 are the Demons. That's Alex Steichen. Barch coming in. He's going to make the touch into the pool now. For the Magicians is Grant Schaeffer in lane 4. For the Eagles, it's Grant Ivesdahl. For Bismarck, it's Blake Nelson. Then we got Prestwich for Minot out in lane 7. Jorgensen for Williston out in lane 8. Walker, Nesnick, and Alshami respectively in lanes 1, 2, 3. Schaefer's coming in for the Magicians, lane 4. He's going to touch. He's got a split of 21.64. Looks like a team time for Minot is going to be 140.00. Then he's going to be followed by the Minot B team at 143.33. Then we got Davies at 143.72. Bismarck at 143.94. Grand Forks at 146.38. Century at 147.38. Williston at 147.40. And Moorhead at 147.50. So to bring us to the end of the 20-yard medley relay, it'll be Minot High swimming at 140.00. They had about a 139 something coming into today's meet, so that's a nice swim for them. I think those kids will be happy. We got some other nice times. Really packed in tight in that 2, 3, 4, 5 range. So this was a great start to our meet today. We'll be moving on to the 200-yard freestyle.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. As your defending champion from last year in the 200 free of the Century Invite was Levi Van Borkern from Minot High School, and the fastest time this season in the 200 free is also a young man from Minot High, one of the standouts, I think, for the Magicians, Alex King, 147.61, a nice time already for him, just coming last weekend at West Fargo Invite. And the state qualifying time across the bottom of the screen there, some of these athletes will be striving for that today. 206.49 is your state qualifying time. Here's heat 1 of the 200 free.
So heat 1 of 200-yard freestyle is in the pool in lane 1 from Minot High School. That's Justice Amsbury. In lane 2 from Cheyenne is Hunter Kane. Lane 3 from Cheyenne is Andrew Rexon. Lane 4 for the Night Riders is Christian Borden. Lane 5 for Cheyenne is Nathan Cook. Lane 6 for Cheyenne is Matthew Pribula. Lane 7 for Cheyenne is Liam Corcoran. And lane 8 for Moorhead is Adam Johnson. Again, Todd mentioned the time of just over 2:06 for the state qualifying time, 2:06.49. These first couple heats, that will be the goal for some of these swimmers, is to get down to that 2:06 time. So we'll keep an eye on that as they go. The 200-yard freestyle is 8 laps of the pool. They are on their 3rd lap right now.
Do you have another one of the normal sheets for, or is this the only one we have?
That's the only one we have.
Okay,
I have another program I can read off
no
as
problem,
well.
No problem.
So
no, you just keep going. You're doing great, man.
So
if you haven't realized, we're multitasking today. I'm troubleshooting. I'm running the camera. Eric's announcing, and at some point in time during the day, we will rotate roles a little bit. But for now, we're just going to keep going with it.
We're going to wait till the troubleshooting's done to do any rotating, Todd.
Yeah, good plan. Good plan.
But right now, we've got our lane 1 swimmer. That's Justice Amsbury. He's a freshman from Minot. Looks like he's got the lead in this heat. Then we've got our lane 3 swimmer. That's Andrew Rexon of Cheyenne. Then our lane 4 swimmer is going to be Christian Borden of Cheyenne as well. We'll watch these guys come through. They're coming up on the halfway point. That's Amsbury up in lane 1. We'll get you a time checks for everybody as they get into the halfway point. We've got Amsbury at a 1:56, followed by Rexon at 2 minutes .01. Then we had Bourdon at 2:09.37, followed by Cook. Pribula at 2:25. Let's see, we've got finishing up in lane 1, that is Amsbury. That was beyond the halfway point last time they came in. So we've got Amsbury from Minot up in lane 1 at 2:38.76. Then Rexon of Cheyenne at 3:21. Excuse me. Then we've got Bourdon having some issues here with maybe the getting spread out a little bit with these swimmers in this longer event, and maybe some touch pads not working properly. So I'm having a tough time getting those time checks. I apologize for that. But it looks like we're going to have Amsbury at 2:38.76, followed by Borden at 2:55.42. Then Cook at 3 minutes 49. Then Rexon at 3:02.09. Then Johnson at 3:04.90. Pribula at 3:13.57. Corcoran at 3:19.29. That concludes Heat 1. We have 9 heats of this 200-yard freestyle today. All right, we've got Heat 2 of 9 for the 200-yard freestyle. Heat 2 of 9 is in the pool. Lane 1 from Moorhead is Gabriel Chavez. In lane 2 from Mandan is Ethan Ressler. Lane 3 from Mandan is Keaton Jacobson. Lane 4 from Jamestown is Reese Heary. Lane 5 from Mandan is Austin Petrowitz. Lane 6 from Minot is Nathan Zaman. Lane 7 from Grand Forks is Jonah Defoe. And lane 8 from Mandan is Jacoby Olson. So we've got our first 50 meters. Again, our first 2 laps under the belt here. They've got 6 more to go. Looks like we've got Defoe down in lane 7, followed by Jacobson.
I hear the banging of the board starting over here, Eric, so diving will be underway shortly. Folks, we'll focus as much as we can on the diving. They'll have a short break of about 15 minutes during the event. We'll be able to 100% focus on diving, but in between then, as they get warmed up here, we'll just give you shots occasionally of the diving competition today.
Yep, so coming up on the halfway point in this second heat of the 200-yard freestyle, looks like we're going to have Jacobson and Defoe touching just about the same time, 39 and 39.18 on those last splits. So we're at 111.65 for Jacobson, 111.79 for Defoe. Then it's Ressler at 118.27, followed by Zaman at 119.83. Then we're going to have Chavez at 127.13. So we've got our lane 3 swimmer, Keaton Jacobson, and our lane 7 swimmer, Jonah Defoe. They're just about stroke for stroke as they come in. At this turn, they'll have 50 yards to go. They'll turn the heat up a little bit for that last 50. That's Jacobson in lane 3 making the turn just ahead of Defoe out in lane 7. They're going to have our lane 5 swimmer. That is Petrowitz making the turn, followed by our lane 2 swimmer. Ethan Ressler, and our lane 6 swimmer, Nathan Zeman, making the turn. We've still got Jacobson and Defoe making that final turn almost simultaneously. They'll both try to pick the pace up this last 25 yards, finish up this heat of the 200-yard freestyle. It's going to be close coming in. It looks like it could be Jacobson just ahead. No, Defoe down in lane 7 gets the touch just ahead of Jacobson. He's going to be at 2:31.70 and then 2:32.14 for Jacobson. So that 2:31.70 for Defoe. His time coming into the meet today, Todd, was 2:59.62. So that is an extremely successful swim for Jonah Defoe. A 22-second cut. Or no, a 28-second cut.
28 seconds. That's unbelievable.
And that's exactly what you want to be doing in these meets during the middle of the season. Getting used to doing some swimming, some different strokes. You get to a meet like this, a lot of participants. You can really show off what you've been learning throughout the first half of the season. Again, all these swimmers have some time cuts here. We'll get some results out to you later, but it was Ressler in 3rd, then Petrowitz in 4th. We've got heat 3 in the pool now. That's in lane 1 from Fargo South is Owen King. Lane 3 from Century is Tanner Harvey. That was lane 2 from Century is Tanner Harvey. Lane 3 is Grand Forks is Michael Schill. Lane 4 from Minot is Connor Shaw. Lane 5 from West Fargo High is Connor Glazer. Lane 6 from Mandan is Henry Bierman. Lane 7 from Jamestown is Tyler Clabo. And lane 8 from Grand Forks is Micah Larson-Schmidt from Grand Forks.
Well, and I think the other thing you see here, too, starting to develop, Eric, is a lot of these teams have a tapered system for their training, and so they've just come out of that kind of high peak of that taper, and now they're starting to wind that down. So you'll see some of those times really start to pick up now as you get closer to the WDA, the EDC, and the state meets, and especially for some of these young kids that have never really gone through that before, they really start to shed that time here in these coming weeks.
That is an excellent point, Todd. So I'm sure they're all going to be happy with these time cuts. Their coaches will certainly be happy, and this will be the way the coaches can explain to them, this is why we do the things we do. And then you'll see extreme time cuts when we get to the WDA, EDC, and the state meets as well. So we're just over the halfway point of this 3rd heat of the 200-yard freestyle. Our leading swimmer up in lane 3 is Michael Schill of Grand Forks. He's going to be followed by the lane 4 swimmer. That's Connor Shaw of Minot. We've got Glazer out from West Fargo in lane 5 just behind Shaw. Our lane 2 swimmer is hanging right in there with him as well. That's Tanner Harvey of Century. Still leading after that last time check is our lane 3 swimmer. That's Michael Schill. Schill making his final turn. Again, state qualifying time for here is 2:06.49. That looks like it's going to be just out of reach from this heat today, but I think we're looking at some other time cuts in this heat as well. So we got Schill coming in. He's going to be touching right around 2:22. Looks like he is going to have unofficially a 2:21.56. That is almost a 10-second time cut for him coming into the meet at 2:31. The rest of the heat is Glazer at 2:29.52. Then Shaw of Minot at 2:29.71. Harvey of Century at 2:30.58. Larson Schmidt at 2:32. Clabo at 2:34. Bierman at 2:36.77. Moving on to Heat 4. Lane 1 will be Anto of Jamestown. Lane 2, Brandon Shabbat of Minot. Lane 3, William Carlson of Century. Those swimmers are now in the pool. Lane 4 is Minot's Lawson Shanklin. Lane 5, Connor Ensign from Bismarck. Lane 6 is Reed Schrader of Cheyenne. Lane 7, Braxton Crow of Bismarck. And lane 8, Derek Oswald of Minot. Top time coming into the meet today from this heat was 2:17.87 from Shanklin in lane 4 for Minot. Right next to him is Ensign of Bismarck. They make the turn. Ensign just ahead of Shanklin for that first 50 yards.
I had to take a look, Eric, because there was some doubt in my head about what is the Domres kid swimming today. So I'm like, oh, he's in the 200 IM today, not the 200 free. So
yeah, we saw him both in the medley relay.
Yep.
So I know you're doing a lot of troubleshooting there. Hope you're able to get your head up and see. So those of you who don't know, Todd has twin sons that are juniors at Century High that are both swimming today. So you'll hear that name quite a bit today. That's Ensign, Connor Ensign from Bismarck, still leading the way at the halfway point through this fourth heat of the 200-yard freestyle. Lawson Shanklin of Minot right next to him, just above him in lane 4.
You know, Eric, you mentioned Bismarck a couple times already today, and I just have to point it out. That's the one team that I think this winter has really jumped off the page for me of what those kids and their head coach Cole Schaeffer are doing, Cale Schaeffer. What those Bismarck High kids have done starting the season here has been unbelievable from my standpoint. They are lighting up the pool.
Yes, to paraphrase Troy Aikman, you're exactly right, Todd. The Bismarck team has had some really good performances this year. Coach Schaeffer there, no relation, by the way, is doing a wonderful job with those kids. They ended up in second place out at the West Fargo Invite last week.
And they don't have a lot of depth. They don't have kids coming back that are returning state champions, but, man, they have put in some work, and you can tell that the dividends are now showing up in the water.
Most definitely. So it looks like Shanklin has made a little bit of a comeback in that last 50 yards of this 200-yard freestyle Heat 4. Shanklin is going to touch just ahead of Connor Ensign at 2:14.57 for Shanklin, 2:15.16 for Ensign. Then it was Schrader of Cheyenne at 2:20.38. Again, those are time cuts. About 3 seconds for Shanklin. Ensign with about a 4.5 second time cut. Then our fourth place swimmer was Carlson of Century at 2:22.35. Then we had Anto of Jamestown at 2:29.92. Then Oswald of Minot at 2:30.74. Crow of Bismarck at 2:40.33. Of those 7 swimmers for that heat, we're now moving into Heat 5. It'll be Cheyenne swimmer Maddox Anderson in lane 1. From Fargo South in lane 2 is Elliot Schurseth. In lane 3 from Davies is Grant Schluter. In lane 4 from Williston is Nathan Hill. In lane 5 from Bismarck is Max Nelson. Lane 6 from Moorhead is Ben Thiel. His teammate next to him is Casey Francis in lane 7. Then Bismarck High's Hunter Spotted Bear in lane 8. Times coming in this heat for this heat, we're in the 2:10 to 2:15 range. So as we were talking, we get some time cuts here. We're going to start getting close to seeing some new state qualifiers, maybe in this 5th and 6th heat of this 200-yard freestyle today, Todd.
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to start seeing kids, dropping 10, 12, 15 seconds in an event like the 200 free. Heck, we saw a kid last night have a 12-second drop in the 100 back.
Holy smoke.
So anything is possible, right?
Anything is possible. So right now in this Heat 5, out in lane 6, looks like we've got Thiel. Excuse me, that's lane 5. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 really making that turn at just about the same time. That was Schluter of Davies in 3, Hill of Williston in 4, and Nelson of Bismarck in lane 5. They're coming in. They've got 50 yards to go. Looks like Nelson's going to make that turn first, but their splits are right at each other, as are their total times coming in. They're all 1:35.51 for Nelson, 1:35.95 for Hill, and 1:35.97 for Schluter. So they've been stroke for stroke this race. Hill looks like he's got about an arm's length on the other two right now. Excuse me, that's Nelson out in lane 5 with the arm's length as they're coming in for their last 25 for this race. Again, 2:06.49 for the state qualifying time.
Not quite going to get there, but
they're going to be just short of it, but they're cutting time as well. So that is Max Nelson of Bismarck finishing up at 2:09.15. That's about a 1 3/4 second time cut for him. Then it is going to be Schluter at 2:10.37, then Hill at 2:10.60. Then we'll have Schurseth at 2:11.62, Anderson at 2:11.90, Thiel at 2:13.74, Casey at 2:19.11, and then Spotted Bear at 2:19.36. So now we're moving into heat 6 of 9. Now we're going to look at some new state qualifiers in this heat, I think, Todd. We've got Jace Loudle at Cheyenne coming in at 2:08.87. John Root of Dickinson coming in at 2:07.23. Then Polk, our anthem performer from Century, at 2:06.36. He is already a state qualifier, as is Grant Mittinger from Legacy in lane 4, and Josh Hollingsworth from Fargo South in lane 5. But then Anthony James from Legacy is at 2:07.14. Isaiah Shug of Williston at 2:07.34. And Cole Deggerness of Davies at 2:08.91.
How many Hollingsworth kids from South have been swimmers? Because there's 2 of them this year. Anthony just graduated, and so
I think he had an older brother or 2 that were swimming. So yeah, familiar names for those of us that have been attending some swim meets for the last several years.
Yeah, Thor Anderson does a good job at South of recruiting those Hollingsworth kids, I tell you what.
He does. Yeah, he's probably got the Hollingsworth bus that just goes back and forth and picks anybody up along the way. But looking good here in this heat 6, up in lane 3. That's Turner Polk for Century.
Yeah, Turner's really coming on strong. He took a year off last year from swimming, and he's kind of picked up and is right back to where he was as a sophomore and now as a senior, and swimming some good times.
Yeah, Turner's going to come in. He's got another 50 yards to go, but he's got a full body length, maybe body length and a half over Menninger of Legacy in lane 4. And then like the Hollingsworth that you mentioned, that's Josh Hollingsworth out in lane 5. Actually, Janes from Legacy in lane 6 is doing well. Now, Anthony, I followed him a little bit this fall in the high school tennis season. He had a successful season with his doubles partner. They ended up second at the state tournament this year. So nice to see him in the pool, a dual sport athlete. So coming in, the final touch in lane 3 is Turner Polk. Then it's going to be Mittinger, followed by Janes, then Shug, then Rude, Loudle, Deggerness, and then Hollingsworth in lane 5. So we've got a lot of state qualifiers. We've got a couple new state qualifiers. We had Polk at 2 minutes 21, Menninger at 2 minutes 78, Janes at 2:02. That's a new state qualifier. Shug at 2:03.86 is a new state qualifier. Root at 2:04.42 is a new state qualifier. So congratulations to those gentlemen punching their ticket to the state meet in West Fargo here in 4 weeks. Moving into heat 7 of 9. Trent Irwin of Dickinson in lane 1, Caden Barth of Dickinson in lane 2, Caleb Fabian of Jamestown in lane 3, Casey Toohey of Dickinson in lane 4, Ayers of West Fargo in 5, Glazer of West Fargo in 6, Alex Moe of Minot in lane 7, and Gabe Hansen of Bismarck in lane 8. Now, the rest of our swimmers in this event they have all already qualified for the state meet, and now they're just looking again to look at some progress through the season. I think we'll see most of these guys at or under that 2-minute mark, so they're looking for some time cuts. A little tougher to cut time once you get under that 2-minute number, but I think we'll see some of that today. We've got our lane 4 swimmer, that's Toohey from Dickinson, leading the way at the halfway point, followed closely by our lane 3 swimmer, Caleb Fabian, and then Noah Ayers in lane 5. Noah's representing the Packers of West Fargo. Those are your top 3 swimmers. Actually, up in lane 1, sneaking into the picture, is Trent Irwin of Dickinson. His teammate, Caden Barth, in lane 2 is making a little bit of noise as well right now for that 3rd spot in this heat. Then our lane 6 swimmer, that's Glazer of West Fargo. Lane 7 is Moe of Minot, and Hansen lane 8 in Bismarck. Everybody's making their turn into the last 50. We've still got Toohey of lane 4 leading the way. He's going to get a little bit of pressure from lane 1, Irwin. But he's still got about a body length or a little bit more than that going in. He's certainly looking at a sub 2-minute here. That is Casey Toohey of Dickinson High coming in this 7th heat. He's going to have the heat win, followed by Irwin in lane 1. 1:58.30 for Toohey. Then it's Irwin at 2 minutes, 0.61. Fabian at 2:02.04. Barth at 2:02.98. Followed by, then it's Ayers, Hansen, Moe, and Glazer finishing off that heat. Moving into heat 8 of 9, we've got 7 swimmers in this heat. Lane 1 will be Moorehead's Dawson Nesnick. Lane 2 is Williston's Ethan Babcock. Lane 3 is Century's Hudson Eckert. Lane 4 is Minot's Levi von Bokeren. As you mentioned earlier, he was the winner of this event at the Century Invite last year. Then we had Ekblad Lundby of Williston in lane 5. Then moving out to lane 7 is Jackson Rarick of Grand Forks. And then Ben Heckner of Davies in lane 8.
And to think about with 14 teams here, Eric, you're going to see some quality swimmers in not even the final heat today.
That's exactly right.
You only got 8 kids in a heat, and so you're going to see kids that got great times today that won't even be in the final heat.
Yep. That follows up on the point we made earlier with so many teams here today and a little bit some quality. We've got last year's winner swimming in the second to last heat. Certainly holding his own in lane 4. He's just behind our lane 3 swimmer. That's Hudson Eckert of Century. I think he and Levi have probably swam next to each other quite a bit over the years. We've got Camden Ekblad Lundby of Williston, lane 5, right with those gentlemen. Then just behind them are lane 2 and lane 7 swimmers. Those are Babcock and Rarick. At the halfway point, it is von Bokeren with a slight lead over Ekblad Lundby, then followed by Eckert. Von Bokeren and Camden Lundby making the turn at just about the same time. Oh, very nice turn for Ekblad Lundby out in lane 5 on that one. Von Bokeren came a little short on his push. Good breakout for Ekblad Lundby. He's got about half a body length on Von Bokeren as they come in. Now they've got 50 yards to go. And again, the scoring system for the swim meets, the top 16 individuals in each event earn points for their teams on a sliding scale from 20 points for first down to 1 point for 16th. So these swimmers are all looking at maybe moving up into those in some placing as well. So we've got Camden Ekblad Lundby. Looks like he's going to finish up this 8th heat for the Coyotes Williston at 1:55.33. About a second and a half time cut, a little over second and a half for Camden. Then it was von Bokeren at 1:57.35, Eckert at 1:58.42, Rarick at 1:57.72 for the third spot. Then it was Babcock of Wilson 1:58.64, Heckner at 1:59.39, and just over 2 minutes was Nesnick. Here's our final heat. We've got Alex King in lane 4 from Minot leading the way. In lane 1 is Benjamin Schaff of Century. Lane 2, Isaac Valley of Century. Lane 3, Von Ramo of Cheyenne. Again, King in lane 4. Tavian Nelson from Davies in lane 5. Joe Casey from Moorhead in lane 6. Blake Nelson from Bismarck in lane 7. And Teddy Solinsky from Jamestown in lane 8. After the first 50 yards, it is Casey with a 25-17. We had Ramo, King, and Nelson just about the same time on the turn. Same with Isaac Valley up in lane 2. These guys are going to stay pretty tight throughout this race. We've still got Casey out in lane 6 putting some pressure on. Joseph Casey from Moorhead out in lane 6. At the halfway point, it is going to be Casey followed by King, then Ramo, Nelson, and another Nelson, then Valley, Schaff, and Solinsky. Alex King made a little bit of comeback now in the second half of the race. He's just about even it up on that last turn with Joseph Casey. We don't want to forget about Von Ramo in lane 3 or Tavian Nelson in lane 5 either.
Yeah, Von Ramo, a defending state champion, and Alex King's got one of those unique combinations of just power and speed. You don't really see a lot of kids that can combine that like Alex King does.
Yeah, you're going to see his splits in the second half are very comparable to his splits in the first half of the race. Alex now with a fairly commanding lead coming in for this final touch. That's Alex King in lane 4 from Minot. A last 50 split of 27:19 for him. So a 1:48.99 for King. Again, he had the top time in the state coming into this event today.
Second place is going to be Von Ramo at 152.03. Then it was Nelson from Davies at 153.30. Then Casey at 152.51. Then Ben Schaff at 155.72. Then Blake Nelson of Bismarck at 155.96. Solinsky at 156.17. And Valley at 157.07. So congratulations to Alex King on the 200-yard freestyle victory at today's meet.
And now we turn our attention to the 50 free, the 200 IM, which your defending champion, a graduate of Minot High School, Dominic Yoder, the fastest time this season. Jackson Renke, 147.61, and your state qualifying time just shy of 2 minutes and 24 seconds, 2:23.93. Here's heat 1 of the 200 IM.
All right, we got 7 heats of the 200 IM. These first few races, all 200-yard races, give us a lot of time to talk about some things. The next event, when we get into that 50 free, there's not going to be a lot of time for chatter and the old splash and dash.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just tell you who's swimming, and that's going to be about it. But I wanted to mention just a little bit about Alex King. The beat just rolls on for Alex as what else can you say about the guy as he's a 4-time state champion, the 200 last year, a couple relays in years prior, a first-team All-Stater, couple times All-WDA. He's one of the horses for Minot High School.
He's certainly putting together a nice resume. Like you said, defending champion in the 500 freestyle. He's got the top time in the 200-yard freestyle this year. A nice race for him today. And he's been on some relay. He's been swimming on varsity relay teams since he was an 8th grader.
Yeah.
So he had victory last year when Minot swept the 3 relay events. He was on 2 of those, and the prior year he was on one of the relay teams that the 200-yard free relay for that as well as a freshman. So you'll hear Alex King's name a lot today, and you'll hear Alex King's name a lot next year as well.
Hey fans, while we have a second, let's remind you that this afternoon's action brought to you this morning, and this afternoon's action is by the Medicine Shop of Bismarck. They're proud to support local athletes. Tires Plus, a proud sponsor of the PSP Network. When you're shopping for tires, shop Tires Plus. Visit them online at TiresPlusND.com. Chuppy Clinic of Bismarck offers more than just basic adjustments of the spine. You can find them online at Chuppy.com. And a new sponsor to the PSP Network, Northern Plains Heating and Air, has 25 years of experience to meet your heating and air needs. Find them online at northern-plains.com.
All right, we are in the first heat of the 200-yard individual medley. In lane 3 for Minot is a freshman, Ramiro Rodriguez. Lane 4 for Grand Forks is David Radke. And lane 5 for Cheyenne is David Gear. So these swimmers are all swimming 50 yards of each discipline. So they're starting out with the butterfly, then they move to the backstroke, then the breaststroke, and then the freestyle. So this first heat is now in the freestyle portion of the relay. That is David Radke of Grand Forks in lane 4. He's got a couple body lengths over the other 2 swimmers. That was Gear from Cheyenne in lane 5 and Rodriguez from Minot in lane 3. The state qualifying time for this event is 2:23.93. Our All-State times, All-State 2 category is 2:02.99 and All-State 1 is 2 minutes, 0.57. When we get to that 7th and final heat, we might see a couple of those fellows getting close to that. So
yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that All-State times. It's not something that coaches vote on, that the media votes on, or anything like that. In swimming, it's 100% time qualifications. If you get a certain standard, that qualifies you to be a second-team All-Stater. If you get the number 1 standard, then you're a first-team All-Stater. So there's no black and white or ambiguity to it.
And it doesn't have to happen at the state meet. It can happen at any meet.
Right.
We've already seen some All-State 1 times put on the board already this year in a few events. So let's move on to Heat 2 of this 200-yard individual medley. That's Heat 2 of 7. In lane 1 will be Century's Caleb Clark. Lane 2 is West Fargo's Michael Freed. Lane 3 is Bismarck's Ryan Russell. Lane 4 from Cheyenne is Oliver Seveld. In lane 5 from Moorhead is Jericho Mingy. You might need a little help on a couple of these names. Some teams we haven't seen yet this year. In lane 6 is Grand Forks is Dame Zenowick. In lane 7 from Fargo South is Colin Vink. And in lane 8 from Cheyenne is Axel Anderson.
You're asking me for names on. I did get the guy from Moorhead. You said it earlier, but I'll tell you exactly what it is the next time he comes around.
Ugo, okay.
Yeah.
Ugo, okay.
Yeah, it's.
I know you'll get Domres correct today.
we might be able to get that one between the lines.
So into the second phase here of this second heat of the 200-yard medley, individual medley. They are in the backstroke. We've got our lane 4 swimmer. That is Oliver Seavold of Cheyenne leading the way. Lane 3, Ryan Russell of Bismarck putting a nice effort together there as well. Seavold has made the turn and the transition into the breaststroke. Usually you try to get to the meet a little bit early and visit with some coaches to get those name pronunciations, but with the troubleshooting going on today and some other things and as many people on the deck, it wasn't as easy to find the coaches today, Todd, I'll tell you that.
Well, yeah, and I did tally up, with 14 teams and an average of about 25 swimmers per team. Obviously, mine out with the largest in the 50s and smallest ones in the teens, but that's a lot of kids.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a pronunciation name that slips through the cracks when you got 300-400 athletes. It's like a state track meet in some respects.
I thought you were going to make me do some math for a little bit there, Todd, so I appreciate as we all know, math is hard. But we've got our lane 4 swimmer making the final transition into the freestyle. That is Oliver Seavold of Cheyenne High School in West Fargo. Out in lane 6, putting on a nice effort, is Dame Zenowick from Grand Forks. Our lane 2 swimmer putting some pressure on our lane 3 swimmer. That's Michael Fried of West Fargo in lane 2 and Ryan Russell of Bismarck in lane 3. They are going to battle here to the end for that third spot in this heat. But we've got Seavold of Cheyenne touching, leading the way for this heat. He's going to be followed by lane 6. That's Zenowick of Grand Forks. And then Fried of West Fargo, followed by Russell of Bismarck. The winning time for this heat is 2:34.58. Then it was Zenowick at 2:42.24. Fried at 2:44.47. Russell at 2:45.59. Vink at 2:46.12. Ming at 2:46.45. Clark at 2:59.22. Looks like we have a disqualification in lane 2. We'll see that sometimes in these multidiscipline events in these earlier heats. Some of these swimmers getting used to making some transitions and things like that. So,
got a chance to get a quick dive there from a guy you know very well.
That's Jaron Coombs of Minot. Looks like a nice score, some 7.5s, and a 8.0 on that forward 2 somersaults. That's a 2.2 degree difficulty dive in round 2. He's putting up some tough dives early today. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of Jaron. He was a top 3 diver in the state last year, and he's leading the way of a very solid Minot diving corps this year as well.
Yeah, Wyatt Hermanson, the defending state champion in the 1 meter diving. He's here today, so should be a good diving competition. We get you a quick look at that every once in a while.
Yeah, we've got a nice diver from Davies as well, leading from the east.
Yeah.
We talked earlier about, winning those conference tournaments. Not only in the pool, but that diving event is very important. If you don't have divers or multitude of divers, some teams can really make up some ground in that event throughout the season. So we've got heat 3 of 7 for this 200-yard individual medley. In lane 1 is Dickinson's Mason Piatz. In lane 2 is Cheyenne's Tyler Staffney. In lane 3 is Bismarck's Austin Wick. Lane 4 is Davies' Owen Shannon. Also from Davies in lane 5 is Preston Anderson. Then you have Dylan Brandon of Moorhead in lane 6. In lane 7 from Grand Forks is Marcos Lapa. In lane 8 from Mandan is Ethan Parker. These swimmers have now all made it through the second discipline, the backstroke. Now they're moving into that third discipline, the breaststroke. We have a couple empty lanes there, Todd. Looks like lanes 3 and 4 might be blank.
It's always easier from a camera person's perspective if those are on the outside. So if the officials and the meets and the folks today could just rearrange those every time, if they got open spots, put those on lanes 1 and 8, please.
And then we can, if we get those outside lanes empty, we can zoom in a little bit more for you too and see that finish line a little bit easier. So we're doing what we can to make the viewing experience as best for you as we can. We've got our lane 2 swimmer, that's Staffney from Cheyenne, doing a nice job at 155.99, 3/4 of the way through this race. He's into the freestyle, as is Preston Anderson of Davies out in lane 5 and Dylan Brandon of Moorhead in lane 6. Our lane 7 swimmer looks like he's pulling in that 3rd spot right now. That's Marcos Lapa of Grand Forks, getting some pressure from Mason Piatz of Dickinson in lane 1 for that 3rd spot as well. But in control of this heat 3 of 7 of the 200-yard individual medley, is going to be Tyler Staffney of Cheyenne with a final time of 2:33.13. Again, a roughly 9-second time cut for him, so that's what these swimmers in these early heats are really looking for, as we talked about earlier. Then we had Anderson at 2:38.33, Lapa at 2:38.84, Brandon at 2:39.85, Piatz at 2:40.86, and then Parker at 2:44.33. Moving into heat 4 of 7 for this 200-yard individual medley. In lane 1 from Minot is Caden Dodds. In lane 2 from West Fargo is Caden Willows. In lane 3 from Minot is Gannon Cowper. Lane 4 for Williston is Zach Budd. In lane 5 for Bismarck is Noah Zadie. Lane 6 is Legacy's Grayson Martinez. Lane 7 from Davies is Larson Sofranco. And then lane 8 is Asher Ellerkamp of Dickinson. Finishing up the butterfly, making that transition first into the backstroke is Noah Zadie of Bismarck High. Up in lane 1, that is Caden Dodds of Minot. He and Zadie make the turn about the same time through this backstroke. One thing about the medley relay, Todd, the individual medley, is some of these kids, their specialty may be a different event, so it looks like, boy, they're really killing it, and then someone has a stronger backstroke as they make the transition. Yeah. So we can really see the placing changing in each heat.
Yeah, you really see it when a guy like Bo Zander is a state champion in the breaststroke, or a Colden Kringen, or you mentioned Connor Har that has a great breast.
Yep.
That's the one that really pops out for me when they're in the medley. Is, man, you might be able to get around a breaststroke or maybe a fly and a backstroke, but that breast is usually the one that kind of makes or breaks these medley kids.
Yeah, the backstrokers and breaststrokers can really make some hay in this event. Put some time on some other kids or cut into some time that they may have lost during the butterfly or freestyle. So here in this third heat, we've still got Noah Zadie of Bismarck finishing up his breaststroke. Dodds up in lane 1, making the touch just ahead of Zadie at that turn now. They're both into the freestyle, as is Gannon Cowper of Minot in lane 3. So Dodds up in lane 1, giving us the swimming term of little outside smoke up in lane 1. Again, making the camera guy work here with a good time up in lane 1. Usually we get that V starting in lane 4, but we've got Caden Dodds putting up a nice show in lane 1 for Minot. He came in with a time of 2:35 even. He's going to get out of here with about a 2:25 and some change. Then we had Noah Zadie of Bismarck touching in second, followed by Grayson Martinez of Legacy. So total time of 2:25.16 for Dodds up in lane 1. Then it's Noah Zadie at 2:26.73. Then it was Cowper at 2:31.57. We had Martinez at 2:30.71. Then Cowper at 2:31.57. Willows at 2:33.47. Budd at 2:33.67. And Ellerkamp at 2:39.30. Again, state qualifying time for this event is 2:23.93. So Dodds, while getting cut into that, he's still a couple seconds short. I think we'll probably see him swim that later this year and maybe get over that threshold for the state meet. So we're moving into heat 5 of 7. Looks like Todd's got us on some diving. That is Oscar Francis.
Yeah, we just missed Wyatt Hermanson's second dive, but
This was the second dive for Oscar Francis. He was performing a inward 1.5 somersault, a 2.2 degree of difficulty, getting his scores to pop up here. I think they were very nice scores, a couple 7s and 3.75. So you look at 5 scores there. The diving competition, they'll throw out your top score and your bottom score. They'll add up those 3 middle scores, take it times your degree of difficulty, and that will be your round score. And I believe they're doing 6 rounds today, Todd. Do you know if they're doing 6 or 11 today?
Yeah, that's a great question. My gut tells me 11, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
I'm going to get one more dive in here, Eric. And then
all right, we do have heat 5 of the IM in the pool. Let's take a look at this diver first. That is Gavin Fry making the dive, a forward somersault. A degree of difficulty of 1.7. Nice effort there by Gavin. He got 3 4s, a 3.5, and a 3 from the judges for that dive. In the pool right now, as we take you back there in Heat 5, we have Paul Narum of Davies in lane 1, Hunter Hart of Williston in lane 2, Legacy's Brandon Seibel in lane 3, Noah Hugret of Century in lane 4, Nathan Sagsveen of Bismarck in lane 5, Caleb Osborne of Wilson in lane 6, Aiden Johnson from Grand Forks in lane 7, and Jacob Goldbranson of Moorhead in lane 8. Again, state qualifying time in this event is 2:23.93. Hugret of Century has met that time. The rest of the swimmers are looking to get to that time. And again, this is the heat. This heat 5 of 7. These are the guys that are going to be pushing to get that state qualifying time. We've got some guys that are real close coming in. Sagsveen of Bismarck was less than half a second away from that. Actually, he was 0.01 away from it. State qualifying at 2:23.93. Nathan coming in with a 2:23.94. So I'm certain in lane 5, which he's not in the pool. So he won't be getting that state qualifying time today. But our lane 6 swimmers putting a nice effort. That's Caleb Osborne of Williston. He came in at 2:24.50, so I think he's looking at definitely getting under that 2:23.93 mark for the state qualifying standard today.
Hey, well, you mentioned Caleb Osborne from Williston. I want to talk about Williston's head coach, Joe Kemp. I just like that guy. You know, I don't know him personally, but I just like the vibe. As you know, I've gotten to do a lot of PA work at these swim meets. Mm-hmm. He is as energetic and as fired up of a coach as you'll see on the pool deck or around the state.
He does a wonderful job. He's got a good facility out in Williston, and he does a great job every year getting some new kids into the pool and getting them carried through. So, a nice shout out to the coach out in Williston for not only his enthusiasm, but for the job he's doing with some of these swimmers. And you will see his top swimmer later today, Colden Kringen. Very impressive in the pool, Colden today. So this event, that's Osborne at 2:17.95. Very, very, very far underneath the time standard of 2:23. An excellent swim for Caleb Osborne today. That's Hugret at 2:21. He makes his state qualifying time a little bit faster. That'll give him a little better seed at the meet next week than Seibel at 2:21.33. That's a state qualifying time. Then we're going to go outside of those times with Johnson out in lane 7 at 2:27.01. Then Goldbranson at 2:29.11. We've got heat 6 of 7 for the 200-yard individual medley. We've got Hunter Haugen of Williston in lane 1, Logan Veazey of Century in lane 2, Matt Bowen of Minot in lane 3. In lane 4 is Minot's Caitlin Hill. Lane 5 is Jamestown's Bodie Haglund. Lane 6 from Legacy is Ben Nassett. Lane 7 is Cheyenne's Andrew Allman. And lane 7 from Minot is Trevor Ricks. All these gentlemen have met the state qualifying standards, so they're going to look to lower their times, maybe get themselves a better seat at the state meet next month. Halfway through the backstroke portion of this heat, we've got Matt Bowen of Minot in lane 3 leading the way. A very nice turn in lane 4 there for Caitlin Hill of Minot. Kind of even things up with Matt on this. Then we've got our lane 6 swimmer. That is Ben Nassett of Legacy in lane 2. Logan Veazey doing a nice job up there in lane 2. The lane 1 swimmer is Hunter Haugen. And then lane 7, Andrews Almond. And then Trevor Ricks in lane 8 from Minot. Trevor's doing a nice job down there as well. Really even across this heat in this breaststroke. Matt Bowen putting about a body length on Caitlin Hill next to him. He's leading the way. It's going to be Hill and then Ricks down in lane 8, putting some pressure on as well for that second spot of this heat. Now, Matt Bowen, you see him looking nice in this breaststroke portion of this race. You mentioned his brother earlier, Josh Bowen, is a graduated Minot last year, took second in the 100 breaststroke, and was very integral part in a couple of relay teams from Minot. So there's a bit of a swimming tradition in the Bowen family. Matthew, a sophomore, is doing a nice job today as he's going to make his turn for the final 25 yards. He's in command of this 6 of 7 heats for the IM. He's going to be followed by Caleb Hill, and then we go out to lane 7. That's Ben Nassett. Then looks we'll have Allman from Cheyenne. Up in lane 1, Haugen from Wilson's certainly putting some pressure on that fourth spot in this heat. So it's going to be Bowen, followed by Hill, then Nassett, Almond, Haugen, Veazey, and Ricks. That's your placing for this heat. We've got some time cuts there. A 2:14 for Matt Bowen. A real nice time cut for him. He was at 2:21 coming into this heat. Here's our 7th and final heat. Luke Domres, who you're familiar with, Todd, up in lane 1. And then we have Roman Emerson from West Fargo in lane 2. Dresden Adams in lane 3 from Moorhead. We mentioned Colden Kringen earlier talking about the Wilson coach. He's got an all-state 2 time coming in at 2 minutes, 0.88 seconds. Then Jackson Ranke of Minot with an all-state 2 time of 2:02.25 coming in today. Then we have Minot's Ryan Hubbard in lane 6. Minot's Logan Hill. We just saw his older brother Kalen swim. And then Connor Haar of Davies. We talked about him with his breaststroke. So look for that breaststroke from Connor Haar in the third discipline here. Through the first discipline, we've got Ranke, followed by Kringen, then Hubbard, then Hill, then Haar, Emerson, and Domres.
I find it entertaining that Luke Domres is swimming in a heat with a kid named Dresden, because our farm is on South Dresden Township in Cavalier County. So there's just too much irony there for me.
That's pretty neat right there to hear something like that, and just come right. I'm sure your folks are probably watching. Are they up in Langdon watching today?
They absolutely are tuned in right now.
So I'm sure they recognize that as well. We've got Jackson Ranke with the lead here in this breaststroke, but Colden Kringen, as you mentioned earlier, this could be one of his specialties as well. So he's cut into that lead a little bit. He and Jackson are neck and neck as they come off that second turn or that first turn during the breaststroke. So it looks like it's going to come down to these two guys as they make that switch into the transition into the freestyle. It was 132.67 for Kringen and 132.92 for Ranke. So we'll see how this freestyle plays out. Kringen looks very smooth through that first 25 yards of the freestyle. But, don't sell Jackson Ranke short a little bit here. He's one of the hardest workers in the state and on that Minot team. But Kringen is pulling away. He's going to be about a body length coming in, a 29.16 for that 50 split, a 30.47 for Ranke, a final time of 2:01.83 for Colden Kringen. Congratulations to him on his victory and the 200-yard individual medley. Then it was Ranke at 2:03.39, followed by Hubbard of Minot at 2:09.31, then Haar of Davies at 2:11.21, Hill of Minot at 2:12.94, then Domres at 2:14.48, and then Emerson at 2:24.39. Those are your 7 placers in this final heat. We're now moving on to the 50 freestyle. As we mentioned earlier, these heats will go quickly. There are 18 heats of the 50 freestyle today.
Defending champion is Peyton Barch, 22.71 last year from Minot High School. Fastest time in the state this season. Ryan Alshami from the Grand Forks Knight Riders with 21.75, and your state qualifying time, 25.46 in the 50 free.
So our first heat of this 50 freestyle has our lane 3 swimmer. That's James Corsten of Jamestown. Then Sam Frank of Mandan. In lane 4, Jaden Velick of Jamestown in lane 5, Jackson Ferris of Mandan in lane 6, and Hunter Peterson of Dickinson. Looks like he's a scratch for this one. So they must have heard you asking. We've got our scratches on the outside lanes for this heat, Todd.
I got to rest my back a little bit, so I'm going to take a break during the 50s here because it doesn't really pay to even move it.
No. You're correct there. There's going to be some quick heats. We've got Frank at 41.37, followed by Ferris at 42.46, then Velik at 43.27, and Garzins at 45.64. Okay, coming up, heat 2 of 18.
You mentioned Colden Kringen, the 2020 200 IM state champion, a two-time first-team All-Stater, All-WDA a couple seasons. So, yeah, he's been a stalwart for the Williston Coyotes. And, hey, anytime you can beat Jackson Rinke in a race, you're doing well. Because Jackson is a dude as well for Minot High.
Yeah, Jackson's had a nice season, and it's nice to see Colden. This might be one of the second or third times they've swam with each other in the pool, so that always helps those guys out as well. When they get out with someone right next to them, pull them through the race and helps them lower those times as well. So in this second heat, we've got Jamison Barth of South in lane 1, Deegan Michael of Jamestown in lane 2, Vance Croach of Moorhead in 3, Cade Gutnick of Minot in lane 4, Luke Monson of Jamestown in 5, Gavin Klock of Jamestown in 6. Lane 7 was Austin Staffney of Cheyenne, and then Mark Halfdahl of Fargo South in lane 8. They finished up their heat. Top time was Gutnick at 31.46. So he is your leader in the clubhouse right now at 31.46. That's the second of 18 heats. Here's our third heat. State qualifying time was 25.46. We'll start seeing that come into play probably about heat 11, 12, 13, and 14 is when we're going to get some of those kids looking for that state qualifying time. A little bit tougher to cut time in this race as it is in the 200 free, but I'm sure we'll see some time cuts today. So we've got heat 3. That's Broden Seifert of Legacy in 2, Jaden Wadrick of Century in 3, Nathan Zayman of Minot in 4, Adam March of Williston in lane 5, Max Cunard of Bismarck in 6, Jens Charbonneau in lane 7 from South, and lane 8 is Grand Forks' Christian Borden.
Hey, this is perfect. Lane 8 and 1, no shows.
Okay, you got a little zoom in, so you got to see our lane 5 swimmer. That was Adam March swimming a 26.08. He came in with a time of 33.10. So as I talked about, we don't see very big time cuts in the 50 free.
Yeah.
Well, Adam March just proved me wrong.
That tells me he hasn't swam that since he was an 8th grader.
That could very well be. But also to the point, it's very easy to prove me wrong, Todd.
Well, yeah, your spot is your point is spot on, though. I mean, if you see a half a second drop in a 50 free, that's usually a lot.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. So excellent swim for Adam March, going from a 33.10 to a 26.08. You rarely see a 5-second cut. So yeah, that does tells us he hasn't swam in this event for quite some time. So moving on to heat 4, it's going to be Elliot Mertz in lane 1 from Dickinson. In lane 2 is West Fargo's James Selberg. Lane 3 is Bismarck's Pacey Warner. Lane 4 is Jacob Dorheim of Century. Lane 6 is Zach Newhalfen of Moorhead. Then we have Jack Duffy in lane 6 from Fargo South. Then 2 Williston swimmers in lane 7 and 8. That's Pete Hardcastle in 7 and Trajan Scott in lane 8. They've made the turn. And one thing you'll also see in this 50-yard freestyle is there's not a lot of separation. So we're just going to wait for them to get to the end. It's going to be tough to call the race during the race. But our lane 3 swimmer, that is Warner from Bismarck. Pacey Warner touches at a 30.98. And he puts in a time cut, came in at 31.92. So that's more of the time cuts we're probably a little more used to seeing in this 50 free. So moving on to heat 5. Lane 1 will be Minot's Carter Withers. Lane 2 is South's Evan Pitlick. Lane 3, Jamestown Cruz Kaiser. And 4 is Adrian Maston of Moorhead. 5 is David Grunsky of Century. 6 is Hayden Booth of Moorhead. Then is Isaiah Robles of Cheyenne and Andrew Moe of Minot out in lane 8. Looks like we're missing our lane 6 swimmer. That would be Hayden Booth of Moorhead. Looks to be lane 7 is going to be the first touch here. That is Isaiah Robles of Cheyenne, touching with a time of 29.38. He came in with a 31.63, so a nice swim for him as well. We're going to be moving into Heat 6. Ian Buttman of Mandan, lane 1. Lane 2 is Austin Trupik of West Fargo. Ryder Bjerknes of Wilson in lane 3. Lane 4 is Aiden Ellerson of Bismarck. Lane 5 is Pierce Fickner of Fargo South. Then it's Lucas Larson of Grand Forks in lane 6. Matic Koznick of Fargo South in lane 7. And Zach Paul from Fargo South in lane 8. Couple empty lanes, lane 5 and 6. Looks like we've got lane 4, lane 8, lane 2 battling here. We'll see how the touch comes in. Looks like it will be our lane 4 swimmer, Aiden Ellerson of Bismarck, touching with a time of 28.94. Came in with a 30.23. Nice swim for Aiden. He was followed by Trupik, then Paul, Buttman, Bjerknes, and Koznick. This will be Heat 7.
How many heats again?
18.
All right.
Then after this 50 free, we're going to get a little break, and that's where we're going to, from the pool anyway, from the swimming lanes, we'll move our attention over to the diving well for a few rounds of diving. But now we've got in lane 1, Heat 7, Aiden Fiala of Grand Forks. Lane 2, Zachary Clark of Minot. 3 is Tyler Burns of Minot. 4 is Keegan Gruby of West Fargo. Then it's Jackson Fahn of Jamestown in lane 5. Ben Davies of West Fargo in lane 6. Leighton Mouse of Moorhead in lane 7. And Spencer Johnson of Fargo South in lane 8. This was a pretty tight race. We're going to see them all tighten up as we get through these heats. Looks like we had Gruby of West Fargo at 29 flat, followed by Johnson at 29.50, and then Fan at 29.52. Going into Heat 8 for Williston in lane 1 is Ryder Fitzgerald. Then it's Brody Stein from Mandan in 2, Tavian Bobo of Minot in 3, Elias Eberhardt from Grand Forks in 4, Brian Sherlock of Minot in 5, Jack Allen of Mandan in 6. Also for Mandan in lane 7 is Carson Masseth, and then we have Braden Motter of Jamestown in lane 8. Looks like we got lanes 1, 2, and 8 empty.
That's outstanding.
So Todd's going to zoom in a little bit for you. We've got Brian Sherlock of Minot leading the way in this heat. Let's see where Brian's going to touch at. It's going to be a 27.48 for Brian Sherlock. A nice swim for him. That looks to be just over a second time cut. In this heat, he was followed by Fitzgerald, then Eberhardt, Allen, and Masseth. Heat 9, let's see, we've got lane 8 is open in this heat. Lane 1 is Riker Fitzgerald of Wilson. Lane 2 is, Vincent Keller in lane 1 of Mandan. Then Jackson Ensign of Bismarck. Then Austin Jacobson in lane 3 from Legacy. Then it's Landon Domres from Century in lane 4. Justin Moldenauer from Minot in 5. Chippy DeYoung in lane 6 from South. Then it's Isaiah Barthnick of Minot and Otto Williamson of Minot. We've got Domres in 4. We've got lane 2, it looks like Jackson Ensign from Bismarck touching at 26.77. Then it was Moldenauer of Minot at 27.33. Then Landon at 27.50 for the third spot in this heat. We're getting close to that state qualifying time of 25.46. Moving on to Heat 10. Lane 1 is Ethan Eigel of Jamestown. Then it's Damian Modlin of Jamestown and Elliot Dixon of Jamestown in lane 3. Adam Bamba in lane 4 is from Cheyenne. Then it's Andrew Johnson of Moorhead in lane 5. Alex Hovness from Davies in lane 6. Hollingsworth from South in lane 7. And Jaden Chase from West Fargo scratched in lane 8. Looks like we've got our lane 5. Looks like he's going to get in there. Let's see if I'm correct in my spot. That is lane 5. That is Andrew Johnson of Moorhead touching at 27.09. Then it was Hollingsworth at 27.12. Bamba at 27.37. Dixon at 27.72. Eigel at 27.77. And Chase at 30.07. Heat 11. Ethan Dudnick of South in 1. Gabe Steffen of Davies in 2. Josh Molina of Jamestown in 3. Ben Johnson of Cheyenne in 4. Dallin Smith of Bismarck in 5. Ronan Orlowski from Cheyenne in lane 6. Lane 7 is Alex Vecchio of Minot, and lane 8 is Baden Gilkerson of Century. Looks like our lane 6 swimmer, that's Ronan Orlowski of Cheyenne, is going to lead the way in this heat. He's going to touch with a time of 26:14. That'll move us into heat 12. Again, state qualifying standard is 25:46. Heat 12 is going to be Justin Young of Davies, then Anthony Janes of Legacy in lane 2, Xavier Tovius of Davies in 3, AJ Carroll of South in 4, Alex Ricks of Minot in 5. Lane 6 is Braden Kissy of Mandan, 7 is Keaton Chase of Century, and 8 is Oscar Francis. Looks like we've got a lane 8 scratch. They get through this first 25 yards. We'll see where they're at the turn. Looks like we've got lanes 3 leading the way, followed closely by 2. That's going to be Xavier Tovius of Davies, followed by Anthony Janes of Legacy. Lane 6 is putting some pressure on this outside. Looks like it is going to be Anthony Janes at 25:74, getting close to that state qualifying time. He was followed by Kissy at 25:93, then Tovius at 26:39. Moving into heat 13, Dominic Yoakum of Bismarck in 1, and 2 is Gabe Dorman of Century. Lane 3 is Ryan Wege of West Fargo. Lane 4 is Max Aum of Century. Lane 5 is John Ronigan of Century. Samuel Lee is in lane 6 from Davies with his teammate Alex Oey in lane 7. Then is Isaiah Ayers from West Fargo in lane 8.
Max is our foreign exchange student from Century, and his parents, Andreas and Sabrine, are listening and watching today from Germany.
All right. Well, I think they're going to win the long distance award then,
yes,
Todd. So welcome to our friends in Germany, getting to watch their son swim at this high school meet. And Max does them well and wins this heat in 25:66. Nice swim by him. He was followed by Dorman at 25:71 and Ronigan at 26:05. Nice swim by those 3 Century swimmers in this heat. Moving into heat 14. Lane 1, Zachary Kogel of Dickinson. Lane 2, Oliver Dietz of Cheyenne. 3 is Bridger Duckwitz of Bismarck. Aiden Benson in 4 from West Fargo. Aaron Prestwich from Minot in lane 5. Ian Shook from Davies in lane 6. Bryson Gilbertson from Wilson in 7. And Jamison Donahoe from Minot in lane 8. Do we have some outside smoke in lanes 8 and 1 in this heat, Todd?
Looks like it.
Yeah, we've got Donahoe out in lane 8 at 25:44. That is a state qualifying time, the only one that we've seen so far through the first 14 heats of 18. So these next heats are going to move quickly. Second for this heat was Dietz of Cheyenne, and third of this heat was Prestwich of Minot. 25:84 and 25:89 respectively for those two. So moving on to heat 15.
Speaking of that, where are our results? Was somebody asleep at the wheel here? I'm going to take care of that.
I think
that's troubleshooting.
I think you're talking to the man who's asleep at the wheel, Todd. So, let's move on to heat 15. It's Rothstein from Dickinson in 1, Gruby from West Fargo in 2, Swanson from Davies in 3, Goodry from Jamestown in 4, then Keller from Mandan in 5, Weigum of Century in 6, Bjerke from Grand Forks in 7, and Hardcastle from Williston in 8. That looks to be good. Alex Goodry from Jamestown in lane 4, leading the way through here. He's going to be in that 24-second range, it looks like. Yeah, 24:06 for Alex Goodry, followed by Swanson of Davies at 25:06. And then Gruby at 25:38. He's a new state qualifier. New state qualifying time for him in that heat. Moving on to heat 16. Lane 1 is Tristan Lays of Minot. 2 is Griffin Osborne of Minot. 3 is Daniel Walker of Century. Then it's Riley Poppy of Mandan in 4. Logan Donnett of Legacy in lane 5. Carter Larson of Minot in lane 6. Dietrich Coleman from Dickinson in lane 7. And Will Offelt of South in lane 8. Looks like we're even across the board. We're going to let the touchpads decide this one for us. Looks like it's going to be Walker from Century at 23:95. And then Lays of Minot at 24:17 and Poppy of Mandan at 24:25. All of our swimmers are current state qualifiers. Moving into heat 17 is Will Roberts of Davies in 1, Joe Carlson of Davies in 2, Alex Prestwich of Minot in 3, Zach May of Cheyenne in 4, Alex Steichen of Bismarck in 5, Brody Ingolstead in lane 6 from West Fargo. Then it's Tyler Jorgensen of Williston in lane 7, and Damon Nygaard in lane 8 from Cheyenne. Again, they're going to be even across the board. One thing to look for in this 50-yard, we call this the splash and dash. You get to see the wave come up on the deck of the pool as they all touch near the same time. We've got our lanes 5 swimmer. That's Steichen of Bismarck at 22.89. That's a very respectable. Anything sub 23 is very noticeable here. And Steichen did that at 22.89. Our final heat in lane 1 is Aiden Carlson of Moorhead. Then it's Mason Beck of Dickinson. Then Grant Schaeffer of Minot in lane 3. Ryan Alshami, our fastest time this year, in lane 4. Then it's Thomas Doyle of West Fargo. Ryder Miles Davies in 6. Tanner Haig of Cheyenne in 7. And Bo Zander in lane 8. We're going to let the swimmers take us through this. We've got Schaeffer in 3. We've got Beck in 2. They were 2 and 3 at the state WDA last year. That's Schaeffer in lane 3 at 21.91. Then Beck at 21.98. Myers at 22.23. Then Alshami at 22.46. Doyle at 22.76. Haig at 22.89. And Zander at 23.21. We had Joe Carlson mixed in there at 22.86 in the 6th spot as well. So very nice swim. Congratulations to Grant Schaeffer in lane 3 at 21.91. He and Beck both going sub 22. Alshami hangs on to that fastest time of the season at 21.75, but he's got some company here with these two gentlemen from the West going sub 22 today, Todd.
It's kind of like when Carl Lewis used to be racing the 100. Everybody stopped and just watched, right? So that's what happens when it's the 50 free. That race gets a lot of attention.
Yep. So that's going to bring us to a little bit of a break on the swimming side. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to move some attention over to the diving well. We'll try and catch up maybe during this time. We'll let you see the dives. We'll let you know who's on the board. And we're going to try and get some final results from those first 4 events of the day during this time as well.
Yeah, if you wanna try to track down, I can take care of the diving here for a little bit, and we'll let Eric see if he can run down some results. So. It looks like you had Bryce Vatsnall there, just on an inward dive. And the scores come up 6, 7, 6.5, 6.0, 6.5. He's awarded 28.5. The leading diver right now is Jaron Coombs from Minot High School. Denver Piakowski diving next. Just doing a back dive today. Nice dive. Should get some pretty good scores. And Denver gets 6.5, 6, 6, 6.5, 5.5 for an award of 27.75. Next up will be Cody Kranz. Well, as we get caught up on the diving order here is Piakowski from Fargo Davies, Bryce Vatsnall from Bismarck High. Now you got Cody Kranz from Minot High as we're just wrapping up round 3. There's a forward 1.5 somersault for Cody Kranz. And Kranz, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 6, 6 for an award of 30.6. Again, your leading score right now is 127 for Minot High's Jaron Coombs. And I got Trevor Huss from Minot. This will complete round 3 with a reverse dive. For Trevor Huss. Trevor awarded there 4.5, 5, 5. 4, and 5 for an award of 23.4. All right, so now we start round 4, and leading us off will be Leighton Wrestler from Mandan High School. Leighton's going to be doing a reverse dive. I'd just like to be able to do that once off the high board. And Leighton gets 6, 5.5, 5, 5.5, and 5.5 for an award of 26.4. Next diver from Fargo Davies, Diamond Johnson. Johnson doing a forward 2.5 somersault. Ooh, a little over rotation there, but tough dive. Degree of difficulty 2.4 on that one for Diamond. And his award is 3.5, 4.5, 5, 4, and 4.5 for a 31.2. Next up will be David Haig from Dickinson. And Haig is doing a back dive. Degree of difficulty on this dive 201C is 1.5 for David. A nice entry there. And David Haig from the 5 judges will be awarded 6, 5.5, 4.5, 5, and 5 for a 23.5 award. Next up, you'll have Dawson Wilson from Dickinson High School, and Dawson will be doing a back 1.5 somersault. Dawson, an accomplished diver for the Dickinson Midgets. 3-time first-team All-Stater and a 3-time All-WDA selection. Nice dive there for Dawson. He'll be one of the challengers today, along with Wyatt Hermanson from Mandan, as Dawson gets 7, 5, 6.5, 6, and 7.5 for a 44.8 on that 2.3 degree difficulty back 1.5 somersault. Next up will be Jacob Thomas from Mandan, doing a reverse dive with a half twist. Jacob Thomas. He's awarded 4.5, 4.5, 5.5, 5.5, and 5 for a 28.5 total award. And now we get to our current leader, Jaron Coombs from Minot High School. Jaron will be doing a forward somersault with a couple twists. Degree of difficulty 2.3 here, dive 5124D for your leader, Jaron Coombs. A nice dive. It could vault him even farther into the lead as 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7.5, 7.5 for a 48.3 for Jaron Coombs, and he does increase his lead now up to 175.3. We'll try to get some confirmation here if this is going to be a 6-dive event today or an 11-dive event for all these young men taking place in the diving competition. Next up, you're going to have Carter Rayburn from Moorhead. Carter will be performing a forward somersault with a half. A little over rotation there for Carter. Is Carter will be. Let me give you the chair with the cushion, man. I'm still waiting the judges' scores as no points awarded there, so it must have been a fault on the dive for Carter Rayburn. And now next you get Fargo Davies' Ty Hansen. Ty will be performing a reverse somersault today. Degree of difficulty 1.6 on the dive with a 302C. And there goes Ty. Feet first entry and successful dive. Ty Hansen, 4.5, 4, 4, 5, and 5 for an award of 21.6. Next up will be Jacob Rude from Dickinson High School. Jacob will be doing an inward dive. Again, round 4 of diving. I haven't gotten confirmation if this is 6 dives today or 11. We'll figure that out.
My guess is it's going to be 6 dives because if it was 11, they probably would have started a lot earlier.
Yeah,
because
probably.
we didn't see guys. Because they still try to want to finish up those last 3 rounds during this break.
That's right.
So that's going to be I'll call it an educated guess, but it's mostly just a guess.
Jacob Rude with 4, 4.5, 5 for an award of 18.9 for the Dickinson High product. And next up, you get Race Hermanson from Mandan High School. Race performing an inward somersault.
Any chance he has a brother that swims that's named Dive?
Now that would be irony dripping all over that one. If they knew that when the kids were born, right? Oh,
Yep.
we almost had a 5 bingo, but you got 4 5s and a 5.5 there for a 24 award for Race Hermanson. All right, next up you get a talented diver from Fargo Davies, Aiden Hoff. He'll be one of the challengers today, the EDC dive champion from a year ago. Hoff with a reverse 1.5 somersault.
Nice looking dive there. Didn't quite get the vertical, but that's a little more degree of difficulty than we usually see kind of in this spot. In round 4, they kind of like to get it back to something that's they can complete. They know they're going to complete, and then they get a big one back in rounds 5 and 6. So
Aiden Hoff with 4.5s and 5s for his score there. And next up you get Ty Ross from Minot High School. Ty's going to be performing an inward 1.5 somersault. A little short on that one, but a good dive for Ty Ross. He's a kid that can score points in diving most days for Minot High School.
yeah, Ty's done a nice job. He's had a little bit of a roller coaster. I think he's been trying a lot of new stuff this year. So some of his meets, he'll put up real nice scores, and he'll try some new stuff, and it kind of fluctuates a little bit. But he's got that long, lean body, and that works well in diving as well.
Ross with 5s and 6s there. And now you get a look at a defending state champion, Wyatt Hermanson from Mandan High School. Good diver here. Wyatt's doing a back 2.5 somersault with a twist. Of course,
real nice dive there. We'll see what the judges think. Maybe his hands quite didn't get to his side, but that's a 2.7 degree difficulty dive, Todd.
That's high. As of course, Wyatt, your 2021 state diving champion, a first-team All-Stater, a couple times All-WDA performer for Mandan's Ralph Manley, and now new head coach Claudia Scholkop over in Mandan.
So 3 6s and 2 6.5s gives him a award of 49.95. That'll get him close to that lead score that Jaron currently has at 175.80. That's Jaron Coombs of Minot, kind of the leader through 4 rounds of diving.
Oscar Francis from Fargo South next to dive.
That was a really nice entry on that dive.
1.5 somersault on the reverse for Oscar there. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of sixes. Yep, 3 sixes and a couple 5.5s for a 36.75 award on that 2.1 degree of difficulty for Oscar Francis from South.
Yeah, we saw Oscar in one of our breaks earlier. We saw him make a dive. Now we've got Gavin Fry. We saw him earlier with a dive as well.
Yeah, Gavin's from Mandan High School. The underclassman is Gavin will be doing a reverse dive today. A little short on the reverse there, but hey, that's, you know, I love paying attention to the diving when you go to a duel or something and you get these young kids out there. You can just see the excitement on their face as they get to progress and they get to try new dives. And Gavin gets 3.5, 3, and a couple 4s there for a 19.8 award. It's one of these sports that you got to start from the bottom almost.
Yep.
You can't advance into what Wyatt Hermanson just did, a triple or a 2.5 somersault with a twist. You can't start with that right away.
So you said Gavin's an underclassman. Is he in the 7th or 8th grade?
I'll double check that. Now you get a good diver from Bismarck High School, Bennett Vatsnall, a senior, doing a 1.5 back somersault.
But I was just going to follow up with that. You know, Gavin is a young diver. We'll be watching him dive for a few years, and so then maybe you'll see him doing those dives that Wyatt Hermanson is doing now as he grows and develops, starting at that young age. So
Bennett gets a 33-point award there, 5s, 5.5s, and 6s as the score for Vatsnall is maybe the page right before that.
Okay.
Should be on there someplace.
Okay. Yeah, he's an 8th grader. Gavin is an 8th grader. So
next up, you get Gage Merck from Bismarck High School doing a back dive. A little over rotate there for Gage. A little bigger splash than he wanted, but I mentioned Bennett Vatsnall, the all WDA performer for diving last year for the Bismarck Demons, and their head coach, Cale Schaeffer, as Gage gets 5s and 1 5.5 for a 25.5 award. And next up, you get to be Griffin McAllister from West Fargo. They haven't put it up yet, so I'm just making sure. It's either Griffin or Odin McAllister, one of the two. They still got Gage. Yep, Griffin McAllister. West Fargo High School doing a back with a half twist. And Griffin gets 3.5, 4.5, 4, 5 in there. And now you get Odin McAllister, also from West Fargo High School. Doing an inward dive for Odin today for the Packers. Nice dive there, good
very
entry.
Smooth dive there.
Yep.
That's kind of the difference. We saw Griffin McAllister, a 7th grader, still learning, getting some things down. And then we have a sophomore here with Odin, and how smooth he looks in that entry. He's going to come up with bottom score of a 5, top score of 6, and those 3 5.5s added up and multiplied by his 1.5 degree of difficulty for a round score of 24.75.
Josh Peterson from Fargo Davies up next, doing a inward 1.5 somersault. Well, the swimming just about ready to get going. We're going to get through a full round here of diving at least for you. Josh with an inward 1.5 somersault. From Davies, Josh Peterson.
That was a really nice looking dive for a 2.2 degree of difficulty. I'm expecting some nice scores here on this one for Josh.
Yep, 5, couple 6s, 6.5, and a 7 for a total award of 40.7 for Davies' Josh Peterson. And you get Bridger Hulsman. Century has a diver, folks. Century has a diver.
Well, we talked a little earlier about having, scoring some points using that diving core, and Fargo Davies High School has had a very strong diving core throughout the years, right? And Bismarck Century, I think last year they didn't have a diver on the roster, so it's nice to see getting one in there, and I think one builds to two and two builds to 3 and 4, and as those kids talk about it at school and have some success.
Bridger with a nice back dive there. Just a 7th grader. Bridger has got a gymnastics background, and he's got 4.5s and 5s on that dive for an award of 23.8.
And that gymnastics background will serve him very well.
Absolutely.
In this competition.
Yep. Century had some divers, but unfortunately they've moved. Obviously, you had Josh Pekarski, who was really good, and then we had an 8th grader that placed at state, and then he moved, and so it's like, you just can't keep him intact. As Ashton Martin from Fargo Davies on the board, doing an inward somersault.
Nice work by Ashton Martin. Let's see what the judges think. 2 4.5s and 3 5s, so they have a little better angle than I do, I guess, and probably a much better eye for this. But we talked about that gymnastics background. There was 5-6 years ago a young man who moved into the Minot community. His father was in the Air Force, and he had a gymnastics background, so he started diving as a sophomore, and he ended up 3rd in state, and as a senior, he won state and was just off point totals for a state record.
Yeah.
Then unfortunately, fortunately for him, his father, who's now working in the Pentagon, so they moved away, but he went to a high school in Omaha and won the Nebraska State Championship as a senior. And last we knew, he was diving at the Air Force Academy. So
what the heck. Vance Croach on the board for the Moorhead Spuds, doing an inward 1.5 somersault. Heat 1 of the 100-yard fly is in the water, as we'll get to that in just a moment. We're going to complete this 4th round of diving from start to finish here, as Zach Pfeiffer was the young man that I was trying to recollect for the Century Patriots. Finished 7th as a 7th grader in the 2019 state tournament, and then ended up moving out of state. So it's just you get a kid that's an up-and-comer, a state placer as a 7th grader, and then they move out, and then you're kind of left barren. We're the Century Patriots, but now good to have Bridger Huseman again diving. As now you get Bryce Vatsnall on the board from Bismarck High School, doing an inward 1.5 somersault. Got a couple divers left here as we'll get back to the 100 fly in just a moment.
Yeah, we've got 7 heats of that 100 fly, so we'll still get to see those final 3-4 heats, and we want to give these divers their due as well on the broadcast today. They often get moved to the side. Even last year at last year's state meet, they actually did their competition in Mandan at the pool, so we weren't even able to recognize them at that time. So
a nice dive there for Bryce as he gets an award of 36.3 with the 5.5s and 1.6. Again, Jaron Coombs leading for Minot High School with 175.3. This is round 4 of the diving of 6.
And you talked about the kids moving out of town and how it can be, hurt a team or help another team. Jaron, as a 7th and 8th grader, was living in Jamestown.
Oh, what the heck? And
was placing in the state meet, and then his dad took a position in Minot, and now he's diving for the Magicians these last 3 years. So,
Denver Piachowski.
Well, that one's going to make a team video for sure.
That's right. We get them all. We get the good ones, sometimes the sideways ones. He gets the largest round of applause so far for his back 1.5 somersault.
And all the divers on deck, they've all experienced that, and they're the ones closest to him right now.
Yep.
He's getting the handshakes and the 5s and the hugs.
His side and his back is a little red there, so I don't think that one's going to get a score. Nope.
Yeah, that will go as a failed dive, but he's going to be right back on that board in the next round.
Next up, you get Cody Kranz from Minot High School. Cody doing a forward 2 somersaults.
Good looking dive for Cody. Cody got started late. He started diving as a sophomore. So he's a senior now and put a lot of hard work into it. So let's see what the judges think of that dive. He'll throw out a 3.5 and a 4.5 and use 2 4.5s and a 4 for his score on a 2.2 degree of difficulty. He's going to earn 28.6 points now for his 4-round total of 128.80.
And last but not least, Trevor Huss from Minot High School. The Husses are still at the pool for Minot High.
Yes, he's got a brother coaching now, and this is Trevor's first year on the boards. So he's a junior, and I think his father wanted to come watch some more swim and dive meets, so he convinced Trevor to get in the pool.
You don't find better folks than Kent Huss, I can tell you that much.
Yep. Yeah, Kent and Sarah done a wonderful job. Like we mentioned, their son Peyton swam for many years, and now he's one of the assistant coaches for the Magicians. So there will be a Huss at the pool for quite some time yet.
All right, that gets us through round 4, and now we'll turn our attention back to the pool as
yeah, we'll get that camera turned over to the pool. Looks like we are in heat 4 of the 100 butterfly. In lane 1 is Lawson Shanklin of Minot. Lane 2 is Bismarck's Jackson Ketterling. Lane 3 is Isaiah Shug of Williston. Lane 4 is Brady Sievers of Fargo South. Lane 5 is Bryson Gilbertson of Williston. Then we got a couple West Fargo swimmers, Ryan Wegge in lane 6 and Bailey Hunt in lane 7, and then Matthew Brendan Mule of Moorhead in lane 8. State qualifying time for this event is 1:03.81. All-State 1 of 54:08 and 55:16 for All-State 2. This is heat 4. Some of these folks, they might be flirting with that state time of 1:03.81. We'll see how it comes along. We've got a couple guys in the 1:04 range coming into this. So again, the atmosphere of this meet helps a little bit with some of that swim, and the quality of this pool. Would consider this a very fast pool as well. So let's see what we've got here. Lane 4 and lane 5. That's Gilbertson in lane 5, touching in 1:05.32. Sievers at 1:05.39. They were very close coming in that final touch. Third place of the heat was Hunt at 1:07.52. Then it was Shanklin at 1:08.81. Now moving into heat number 5. These have all met the state qualifying standard. Again, looking to cut time for helping with their seed at the state meet. In lane 1 is West Fargo Cheyenne's Reed Schroeder. Lane 2 is Moorhead's Isaac Bjorklund. Lane 3 is Jamestown's Braden Schmeichel. Then it's Riley Poppy of Mandan in lane 4. Alex Moe of Minot in lane 5. Christopher Hollingsworth of Fargo South in lane 6. Carson Glazer of West Fargo in lane 7. And Michael Wynn of Fargo South in lane 8. 4 trips down and back through the pool for this 100 butterfly. This event will be followed up by the 100 freestyle. Then we'll have the 500 freestyle followed by the 200 free relay. Then get into the backstroke, the breaststroke, and the final event of the day, event 12, the 400 free relay. We've got our Jamestown swimmer, that's Schmeichel in lane 3, putting in a nice effort. He's going to be coming, he's looking to cut that 1:01.4 time. So his next goal is going to be that 1 minute mark. Let's see where he's going to be at. He's going to be just around that 1 minute time. That's Braden Schmeichel of Jamestown at 59.52. So he does go sub 60 for the first time. That is a new personal best by over a second and a half almost for Braden. So really nice swim for him. Then we had Hollingsworth at 1:01.43. Alex Moe at 1:03.07, and then Bjorklund at 1:03.77 for a top 4 of that heat. So we'll move on to heat 6 of 7 for the butterfly.
Okay, I want to get 100 fly. The defending champion in this event is Colden Kringen, 56.12 last year for Williston High School, fastest time this season in the state of North Dakota. Jackson Rinke, a 54.8 from Minot High School, state qualifying time 1:03.81 in the 100 fly.
Yeah, we saw those two gentlemen swim against each other in that individual medley. So this is heat 6. We have Sam Eggle of Bismarck in lane 1, Braxton Steele of Legacy in lane 2, Patrick Shen of Davies in lane 3, Levi Von Bokern of Minot in lane 4, Ryan Alshami of Grand Forks in lane 5, Alex Goodry of Jamestown in lane 6, and lane 7 is Century's Riley Call. Next is teammate Turner Polk in lane 8. Again, we won't see a lot of separation. We're getting the separation in these events mostly at the turns where it gets very technical. So we've got Von Bokert in lane 4, Shin in 3, Alshami in 5. Up in lane 1, Eggles putting on a nice show. Down here in lane 6 as well. That's Goodry. He's not going to be left out of the mix here in this heat 6 of 7 for the 100 butterfly. Looks like we've got Von Bokern of Minot in lane 4 going to lead this heat in. He'll be followed by Call of Century in lane 7 and Shen of Davies. So that was Von Bokern at 58.32, then Shen at 59.69. Our Call at 59.53, then Shen at 59.69, and Alshami at 59.88. They all break that 60-second mark. Moving into our final heat, in lane 1 is Alex Steichen of Bismarck. Lane 2 is Zach May of West Fargo Cheyenne. Lane 3 is Ryder Myers of Davies. Lane 4 is Aiden Carlson of Moorhead. Lane 5 is Minot's Peyton Barch. Lane 6 is Minot's Ryan Hubbard. And lane 7 is Minot's Oliver Rungen. Then lane 8 from Williston is Camden Ekblad Lundby. We've got the Moorhead swimmer Aiden Carlson with a All-State 2 qualifying time of 54.76. I'm not sure if that carries over to Minnesota or not with those times. But 55.04 All-State 2 time for Peyton Barch coming in as the fastest North Dakota swimmer in this event today. Carlson at the touch at 25.04, followed by Barch at 25.61. Then it was Hubbard at 25.99. So Carlson makes the final turn with the lead, followed by Barch, followed closely by his teammate Hubbard out in lane 6. Looks like we're going to have Carlson coming in. He's going to be right around that 54-second mark, if not under it. So let's see where Carlson touches. He's going to be at 54.35, followed by Peyton Barch of Minot at 55.70. Then it's Ryan Hubbard of Minot at 56.47. Then we have Steichen up in lane 1 at 57.36. May at 58.28. Ekblad Lundby at 58.41. Myers at 58.50. And then Oliver Rungen of Minot at 58.99. So a nice swim for Aiden Carlson of Moorhead, our neighbors from the east, making the trip here today. So congratulations, Aiden Carlson, on his Century Invite win today.
Yeah, he had a couple nice swims yesterday, did Aiden Carlson, just backing that up today. All right, here's event 7, the 100 free. Your defending champion, Oliver Rungen from Minot High School, 52.33, fastest time this season in the state. Kid you know very well, Grant Schaeffer, 47.97 back in December early on. Grant swam that one as state qualifying time 56.68. Here's the 100 free.
Yeah, Grant put that time up in this pool actually in the first time he swam it this year. So I think he's probably looking back to get there. My French toast hasn't been as magical since that first meet of the year, Todd. So. But we've got 3 swimmers in this first heat of the 100 freestyle. There are 14 heats of this today. In lane 4, that's Mark Halfdahl of Fargo South. And then in lane 6 is Trey and Scott of Williston. And then lane 5 is our swimmer from Grand Forks that you did a little work on the name for us, Todd. So I'll let you take that one over. That's Hugo.
Oh, no, I didn't do that one.
You didn't do that one? Okay.
Nope, sorry.
So that's.
I got nothing. I got nothing for you.
We're going to go with Hugo Chukwushiosha. And I certainly apologize for not pronouncing that name correctly. And if I am pronouncing it correctly, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again, Todd.
Clock's right twice a day.
That's right. Nice swim out in lane 6 for Trey and Scott of Williston. He got put in the seat as he had not swum this event yet this year. But looks like his touchpad may not be operating correctly.
He'll be the kid that the coach will be getting his time from the kids.
Yep. That's why we have the back. You can see at the back of the thing we got 2 timers at each lane. Plus they've got a plunger that they activate for the touchpad as well as some handheld time. So a lot of backup going on there. But Halfdahl with a 132.46, Hugo with a 141.66. And we're not sure on the time for Scott. So heat number 2 of 14, we have in lane 1 from Jamestown, Jamison Korjans. Lane 2 from Mandan, Sam Frank. Lane 3 from Williston, Tyler Sorensen. Lane 4 from Williston, Pete Hardcastle. In lane 5 is Jamestown's Gavin Clockey. Lane 6 is Jalen Volk of Cheyenne. His teammate in lane 7 is Austin Staffney. And then in lane 8 is Jaden Velick of Jamestown. 4 trips up and back in these 100-yard events. And kind of similar with the 50, we're going to work our way through some swimmers that are working some things out and working on some time cuts, letting their training come through. And we get to those last 3-4 heats, we're going to be strung basically straight across the pool with all 8 lanes. And we'll see some a little bit quicker times there. But these guys are out looking for some time cuts and showing the coaches that their training they're doing is working.
And a reminder, folks, we do have some results now, so as we get to the 500 free, which is the next event, we'll have time to kind of run through some of those results as those longer races. We'll still have them on the camera, but we'll give you the results for the previous events during the 500 free. So thank you for tracking that down. That's what teamwork is all about.
Yep, and look, we've got a runner now. They're bringing up some more to us as well, so thank you to the staff here at the Bismarck Aquatic Center and the volunteers for taking care of some of that for us. So.
Yeah, they must have forgot we're live streaming this thing today.
But it looks like we've got our system in place now. Like you said, we'll try and take some time as we get to those longer races to get some of these results. We've got a lot of them to go through.
You know, it never ceases to amaze me. You try to hang something in the aquatic center. It's so humid in here. They flew to the moon with duct tape, and I can't get a sign this day saying that the PSP Network's having a live broadcast. But now I've got so much duct tape on that thing, it's not coming down for another month.
Yeah, it's starting to look like my legs when I play basketball at the Y with all the knee braces and everything I have to put on, Todd. So we've got heat 3 of the 100-yard freestyle. In lane 2 is Luke Monson of Jamestown. In lane 3 is Aiden Ellertson of Bismarck. Lane 4 is Minot's Carter Withers. In lane 5 is Fargo South of Jamison Barth, and lane 6 is Moorhead's Adam Johnson. So this heat has made its way through the halfway mark. We've got Ellertson of Bismarck leading the way as he's making his final turn. He'll be bringing it home here in this third of 14 heats for the 100-yard freestyle. That's Aiden Ellertson of Bismarck in lane 3 leading the way. He's followed by our lane 4 swimmer, Carter Withers of Minot. Aiden touches with a time of 1:08.70. Our state qualifying time is 56.68 for this event. Withers at 1:13.07, then Monson at 1:20.13. Adam Johnson at 1:22.09, and then Jamison Barth at 1:31.26. Fourth heat is up on the blocks. You hear the starter's whistle.
Hey, one other reminder, following the meet today, to stay tuned for a short post-game show brought to you by the Planning Team Financial Advisors. We'll have an MVP of the meet today, and we're going to have a move of the game. MVP brought to you by Sport Clips, and our move of the meet will be brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. So we got to keep our eye on the biggest move of the day.
We'll do. That's going to take me back to that. What do we have, about a 15-second cut in one of those races earlier today? That's a pretty big move. We've also got some good moves going on in the diving well as well, so we'll keep our eyes on that for you. But we've got heat 4 of the 100-yard freestyle. In lane 1 is Bismarck's Max Schuenard. Am I saying that correctly, Todd? Do you know?
I have to take a quick glance at it. Which one you got? Yeah, Schuenard.
Schuenard, okay. Then we have Jaden Wiedrick of Century in lane 2. Broden Seifert of Legacy in lane 3. Jacob Dorheim of Century in lane 4. Minot's Caden Gutnick in lane 5. Bismarck's Pacey Warner in lane 6. Ramiro Rodriguez of Minot in lane 7. And Zach Newhalpin of Moorhead in lane 8. Coming up on the last stretch of this fourth heat of the 100-yard freestyle, looks like we're going to have Dorheim. That's Jacob Dorheim of Century, touching at 1:12.53, so he'll be happy with just about a 1 second time cut for Jacob coming in. See Todd getting in on the board for us. So you folks can see those results of this heat. Moving on to heat 5. Looks like we'll have 7 swimmers. Lane 4 looks like it will be open. Lane 1 is Elliot Mertz of Dickinson. Lane 2 is Isaiah Robles of West Fargo Cheyenne. Ashton Littlewind of Bismarck is in lane 3. Then in lane 5 is Jackson Fan of Jamestown. Adam Bamba of Cheyenne is in lane 6. Caleb Clark of Century in lane 7. And Mandan's Austin Petrowitz in lane 8.
Well, I know one guy, Eric, that's coming up here on 100 free. It's going to be swimming his tail off today trying to get sub 1 minute.
That is a big mark when you're swimming some of these events. Getting that sub 60 for the first time is a big day, and then kind of see that progress, and that will hopefully excel them down to the even into the lower regions, getting into those state qualifying times in that 56-68 range here today. But yeah, certainly be on the lookout for those guys making those kind of milestone swims today for themselves.
Yeah, you get into those new decades, right?
Yep.
When you get under 2 minutes in the 200 free, you get under a minute in like the fly or the breast, and those are big deals.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing on the 100 free.
So that was Littlewind leading the way here in this heat 5 of the 100 free at 107.68, very closely with Robles at 107.88, and it was 108.03 for Jackson Fan. So those three guys swimming stroke for stroke with each other about that whole race. We're now moving into heat 6. Bennett Graff of Mandan in lane 1, Zach Clark of Minot in lane 2, Mike Freed of West Fargo in 3, Austin Trupik of West Fargo in lane 4, Leighton Mouse of Moorhead in lane 5, then it's Ben Davies of West Fargo in lane 6, and Moroni Hale from Minot in lane 7. This is heat 7 of 14 in the 100-yard, heat 6 of 14 in the 100-yard freestyle. We've got Ben Davies of West Fargo out in lane 6, doing a job making the turn just about the same time as our lane 5 swimmer Leighton Mouse and our lane 3 swimmer Michael Freed. They're coming in and their final stretch looks to make that final touch. Are we going to have Michael Freed? Yep. Michael Freed up in lane 3, followed by Mouse in 2, then Davies in 3. So that was Freed at 106.56. Mouse at 106.59 and Davies at 107.81. Then Graff at 109.51 and Hale at 111.16. Now we're on to heat 7. In lane 1 is Fargo South's Peter Sambo, then Adam Brackman of Davies, Connor Glazer of West Fargo, Xavier Tovias of Davies, Connor Shaw of Minot, Van Latinen of Mandan, Ethan Dudek of Fargo South, and Ben Harris of Minot High School.
Oh, did we get a scratch in lane 8?
Looks like we got a scratch in lane 8 and lane 2. Tovias, that's Xavier Tovias in lane 4 of Fargo Davies, leading the way at the halfway point. He's got a real nice kick going into this final turn. He came in at a 104.94. He may be flirting with that milestone mark at 60 seconds, Todd. Looks like he might, if he can get these last couple strokes coming in, yeah, he's going to break that 60-second mark. So nice swim, 59.62 for Xavier Tovias. That's one of the milestones we were just talking about. So Then we had Connor Shaw of Minot at 103.36. Then Latinian at 105.11. Dudek at 106.61. Samba at 107.63. And Glazer at 109.88. That was Van Latinian of Mandan. I'm making the assumption that in this heat in lane 1 is his brother Ian Latinian. So heat 8 of 14 in lane 1 is Mandan's Ian Latinen. Then lane 3 is Minot's Isaiah Barthnick. Alex Vecchio of Minot in lane 4. Cole Dedrinus of Davies in lane 5. Lane 6 is William Carlson of Century. Lane 7 is Spencer Johnson of Fargo South. And then Henry Bierman of Mandan in lane 8. Like lane 1 and lane 5, really tight. That's Degriness in lane 5 and the Latinen up in lane 1. Cole Degriness of Davies making that final turn. He's going to have a shot at that 60-second mark as well. Looks like Cole does. He gets a 59.40. A nice swim for him. He's the only sub-60 swimmer in this heat. Ian Latinen was at 101.52. Then it was Vecchio of Minot at 101.66. Barthnick at 101.83. Carlson 103.71. Johnson 104.07. And Bierman 106.83.
Here's the one we came to watch, Eric.
This is definitely it. I think this is the one you were referencing earlier. Landon Domres in lane 3. Certainly looking to hit that milestone of 60 seconds. We've got Ryan Russell in lane 1. Landon Domres in lane 3. Then Ben Johnson of West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 4. Preston Anderson of Davies in lane 5. And Mason Piatz of Dickinson in lane 6. I think all these guys are going to really be looking at that 60-second mark. They're all coming into that 101, 102 range. Landon in lane 3 makes that turn at the midway mark at 28.67. He comes in around that 30-second mark for the second half. He'll be right where he wants to be. You know, you mentioned Carl Lewis earlier, Todd. We've got a Ben Johnson swimming in this heat.
How can you beat a Ben Johnson?
Look up in lane 1. We got Ryan Russell of Bismarck putting some pressure on as well. All right, Landon holds him. That's going to be real close on that 60-second mark. 101.14 for Landon Domres from Century for the first spot in this heat. Then Ryan Russell for Bismarck High at 101.41. Then Anderson at 102.15. Ben Johnson at 102.94. Piatz at 103.07. And Duffy at 104.31. Nice swim by those gentlemen in that heat.
Yeah, Landon will be happy with that. He's a 102 coming in, so still dropping time.
Yep, cutting time. That's what you want to see.
Especially on the second day of a back-to-back. You know what I mean? Where you don't see quite as good of times usually the second day.
Right. You know, and that's a nice precursor for the state meet. That's the one meet where you do swim 2 days.
Right.
So you hit those qualifying times. These Friday evening, Saturday morning meets are going to be very similar to what they're going to go through. Put their bodies through that a little bit this week. So we've got heat number 10, Andrew Mosing of Fargo South in lane 1. Tegan Lee of Davies in 2. Elliot Schurseth of Fargo South in 3. Aiden Benson of West Fargo in 4. Zach Hansen of Jamestown in lane 5. Damian Zenowick of Grand Forks in lane 6. Gabe Dorman of Century in lane 7. And Josh Molina of Jamestown in lane 8. We got Zach Hansen of Jamestown getting the first touch in this 10th heat. Hansen at 58.58, then Zenowick at 59.68. Mosing at 59.96. Those three swimmers break that magic 1 minute mark. Then we've got Lee at 1 minute .10, Schurseth at 1 minute .43, Molina at 1 minute .44. So Those guys are just on the cusp of that as well. Heat 11 is in the water. Alex Ohi of Davies in lane 1. Josh Hollingsworth of Fargo South in lane 2. Lars Soferenko of Davies in lane 3. John Ronigan of Century in lane 4. Wilson's Charlie Hardcastle in lane 5. Braden Kissy of Mandan in lane 6. Bridger Duckwitz of Bismarck in lane 7. And Oliver Dietz of Cheyenne in lane 8. Now we're getting to the heats where these guys are going to start looking at meeting that state qualifying time. They all come in the 58 range, some 56s. State qualifying time of 56.68, so we might get some milestones for a couple gentlemen in this race, Todd.
Absolutely, and you can just see the kick, you can see the drive. They're all just grinding, trying to get qualified for state.
Looks like we've got lane 3. That's Lars Soferenko. He's going to touch at 57.12. Then Ronigan at 57.80. Kissy at 57.94. Owie at 58.34. Dietz at 59.99. Hollingsworth at 1 minute, .23, and Duckwitz at 1:01.27. So just off the mark for those guys. They'll fight back a little bit next week. Let's see. We've got Heat 12 of the 100 freestyle. We've got Aiden Rothstein of Dickinson in lane 1. Griffin Osborne of Minot in lane 2. Wait a minute. That's the 500 free. No? Double-side printing's getting the best of me here, Todd.
Hey, man, there's a lot of heats, a lot of names.
And no staples. So, but yeah, we've got at the halfway mark, that's Tristan Lays of Minot in lane 4. So we did have Rothstein in 1, Osborne in 2, Rarick in 3, Lays in 4, Dietrich Coleman of Dickinson in 5, Sahan Nagatavathana from Moorhead in lane 6, Grant Meininger from Legacy in 7, and Austin Wick from Bismarck in lane 8. Looks like we've got our Minot swimmer Tristan Lays in lane 4. Let's see what he's going to do. These gentlemen have all met the qualifying time, or the qualifying standard for the state meet. Tristan Lays at 52.71. He came in with a 53.57. He's going to be real happy with that. Jackson Rarick at 53.55. And the third place was Naga Devanathan at 54.43. I apologize to his family for the pronunciation of his last name.
That's the one that I did verify, so if you give me a second here when I stop running the camera, I will verify and give you the exact on Nago.
Excellent. His folks will be happy for that, I'm sure. So, Heat 13, Ethan Babcock of Wilson, Damon Nygaard of Cheyenne, Garrett Wick of Bismarck in lane 3, Avery Berg in lane 4 from Grand Forks, Alex Prestwich of Minot in lane 5, Daniel Walker of Century in lane 6, Logan Donnet of Legacy in lane 7, and Brody Ingolstead of West Fargo in lane 8.
And this looks close.
Yeah, we're going to let the swimmers do the work here. Really tight lanes 3 through 6 here. All right, we're going to have Prestwich of Minot, followed by Berg, then Wick, then Walker, Babcock, Nygaard, Donnet, and Ingolstead. Winning time of this heat for Alex Prestwich of 51.89.
That Avery Berg from Grand Forks is a kid that's been coming on like gangbusters here. Had a nice 500 time just recently for the Night Riders.
Yeah, 51.96. That is a time cut for him. He came in at 52.11, so he's going to be happy with that swim.
Just a ninth grader, too.
Yes. So now we're in the final heat. We've got Joseph Casey in lane 1 from Moorhead, Tyler Jorgensen of Wilson lane 2, Mason Beck of Dickinson in 3, Grant Schaeffer of Minot in 4, Thomas Doyle of West Fargo in 5, Tristan Quibel of Fargo South in 6, Tanner Haig of Cheyenne in 7, and Grant Ivesdahl of Davies in 8. Schaeffer and Beck. Actually, Beck was second place at this event last year. It's the state meet, and Schaeffer was third. Of course, trailed all-world athlete Eric Anderson in this event last year. So Beck and Schaeffer battling here as they make that final turn. We're going to let Grant Schaeffer in 4 and Mason Beck in lane 3 do the work for us as we come in. Looks like it will be Grant Schaeffer just out touching Mason Beck again, as he did in the 50-yard free. a 48-27 for Grant today. Mason Beck at 48-46, followed by Quabel at 49-69. Those three gentlemen all under the 50-second mark. Then we had Haig at 51-12, Doyle at 51-14, Jorgensen at 51-72, Casey at 51-80, and Ivesdahl at 52-79. So congratulations to Grant Schaeffer with his time of 48-27. Very, very nice race there. I think we'll see, looking forward to a WDA meet and a state meet with those two young fellows. And then let's not rule out Ryan Alshami, who didn't swim this today, but has that good 50 time coming into this.
Yep.
So setting that up for some quality races the rest of the year.
Yeah, that there was a lot of horses in that race right there, as obviously keynoted by Mason Beck from Dickinson, who a multiple-time first-team All-Stater for the midgets. 3 times he's been all WDA, but he's been that guy that just he's been so close. And you mentioned Eric Anderson. It was kind of one of those things you didn't know what events Eric Anderson was ultimately going to do. Right? He was so good at everything. He probably could have won all 12 events if he would have put his mind to it. But when he decided to do the 50 and the 100, it was like, okay, well, he's probably going to win those.
Yep.
Right? And then everybody else is fighting for the scraps. So now you get a guy like Mason Beck, you get, Grant Schaeffer, you get the EDC kids and Alshami, and Doyle from West Fargo's fast, and so Fargo is fast, and so it's going to be fun when you get those 100s and 50s at the state meet this year.
Yeah, Mason ran into the juggernaut last year. He took second place in the 50 and the 100.
Yeah.
And
and then
lucky for him, he was born 1 year after Eric Anderson, so he gets a turn this year to give it a shot at those state titles.
Well, now we do get to catch our breath a little bit here, Eric, as we're into event 8, so we'll show you a little bit about the 500 free. Defending champion Hudson Eckert from Century last year with a time of 5:19.48. Fastest time in the state this season? That can't be right. 5:02.41, Grant Schaeffer?
That is, I believe that is Alex King.
Yeah,
has that time.
I apologize for that. That is absolutely operator error. T. Domres at dakotacarry.com. You can mail your complaints. State qualifying time, 5:44.65. So no disrespect there to Alex King. He does the fastest time in the state, 5:02.41. That's a copy and paste error right there.
And Alex is also the defending state champion in this event. He went 4:53, I believe, last year at this event. So. So we'll get when we get to that final heat of the 500 today. Let's see if I've Alex will be swimming this event. Your son Luke will be in that event as well, and Colden Kringen. So we're going to see those three gentlemen swimming side by side for quite a while. This race.
And then that's 3 guys that finished in the top 4 last year. And I had Garrett Craven in there as well from Grand Forks Night Riders that has graduated. So, but Avery Berg now has the 3rd fastest time in the state. And then you got King is number 1, and Colden Kringen from Williston is number 2. Then you got Berg from Grand Forks Central, or Grand Forks, it's Central and Red River combined. I can never get that straight in my head. And then you got Luke Domres is number 5 right now in the standings statewide. The funny thing for my son Luke, he hasn't swam over 100 yards since about the middle of December.
Yeah, he was fighting some illness, wasn't he?
Yeah. So this will be interesting to see where he stacks up today in that long distance type of environment. So be a good measuring stick for the rest of the campaign.
Yeah. And Colden Kringen, second place finish last year at state, and a second place finish in 2020, I believe, behind Century's Chris Birnbaum.
Yeah, and it was such a weird deal last year with the state, especially on those distance events. I think that's where it makes the biggest deal, right? Sprints maybe not so much, but man, when you can be like Seabiscuit in that final 100 in a 500 type free, and all of a sudden we had those split sessions where Alex King and Colden Kringen couldn't even necessarily go toe to toe. So if you don't have somebody pushing you in your particular session, that's a huge disadvantage in my personal opinion. And
if memory serves, Colden put up a very nice time, a sub 5-minute time in I think it was around 4:56 or 4:57.
Yeah.
And then, Alex's advantage, he knew the time coming in that he had to go out and get. And, Colden swimming blind like that. But so that was a slight disadvantage last year with that split meet. We already talked about the diving being in a different facility. So hopefully this year, with everything coming together, we'll have those guys swim those prelims on Friday, on moving day, and then get to those Saturday finals. And we'll be on the air for those meets as well. Todd and I will hopefully be back with you for those days. But looking forward to that. But right now, we're still in Heat 1 of the 500-yard freestyle. It is 20 laps for these young gentlemen. You'll see some people. This is the only race you'll see some teammates down at the bulkhead in the middle at that turn. They have the placard. They're letting their teammates know how many laps they have to go. They're doing some other things with that as well. They may be shaking it. They may be moving it side to side, upside down. Those are all signals to the swimmers on how they're doing on their pacing. So their teammates not only letting them know how much they have left, but also giving them a little bit of coaching along the way as well, because they can see the clock, they can see where the other swimmers in the pool are. So, but right now we've got Ian Buttman from Mandan in lane 4, Andrew Bierman of Mandan in lane 5, and Hunter Kane of West. Let's see, lane 6 is empty, and then we've got Aiden Fiala of Grand Forks in lane 7.
And we are in round 6 of diving, so while we're in the 500 free here, folks, when we get to some of the leading divers, we will pause away from the 500 and give you some of these top guys as their final dives. It looks like maybe they're in a warm down now. Maybe they finished.
Yeah, it's got round 6 up there, so unless they took a little bit of break and they're doing some more.
That could be. Maybe they may take a break before the final round.
Getting some warm-ups in, so they get those last dives in. So it looks like we've got about 7 laps to go in this first heat. Also going to take some time. Let's go back, maybe recap what happened earlier in the day when we started the races off at 10:30 this morning. We've got some results. We'll start with the 200-yard medley relay. So we'll go down to 16 places for these. In 16th place of this 200-yard, let's see what we got here. Looks like we've got 2 copies of it. So they've got it down to 13 places here. So we'll start there because I think they're not awarding points for the B's and the C's and those type of things. So just 13 places today. And 13th it was Mandan. In the background you can hear the bell. That represents the leading swimmer of the race is on his last 50 yards. So that is Fiala coming in. He's at 6:18 with 50 yards to go. Well, let's get back to that 200-yard medley relay results. In 13th, it was Mandan at 1:58.22. Then 12th was Legacy. 11th was Dickinson. 10th was Jamestown. 9th was Fargo South. 8th was West Fargo. And 7th was Moorhead at 1:47.50. 6th was Williston at 1:47.40. 5th was Century at 1:47.38. Then Cheyenne in 4th at 1:45.02. Bismarck High in 3rd at 1:43.94. Fargo Davies in 2nd at 1:43.72. And your winning team of the 200-yard medley relay, members of that team are Jackson Ranke, Logan Hill, Peyton Barch, and Grant Schaeffer with a time of 1:40.00. So congratulations to the Magicians on that 200-yard medley relay. Finishing up this first heat of the 500 freestyle, it was Aiden Fiala of Grand Forks at 6:59. Then Andrew Bierman of Mandan at 7:11.58, and Ian Buttman. We should be hearing a bell here, I would think. Unless that'll be the next time down for Sam. Trying to keep track with some of the lap counters here at the end, and some of them switch their boards before the others do. And
well, if one thing is for certain, folks, we've been running off of a Verizon hotspot here at the Bismarck Aquatic Center today. We tried every hardline internet connection to work, just an Ethernet jack, and that was unsuccessful. So we went to the the Verizon hotspot, and you know when the 500 starts, what does everybody do?
They go to the concession stand or the bathroom.
And they all get on their phones. And
Yep.
right now has been the slowest of the day on our Verizon hotspot. So if I could make an announcement on the PA right now, I would for all of you viewing if we're having any technical difficulties in bringing this to you. It's just that the cell signal is only so wide, and right now it's being eaten up.
So thanks for letting us know that, Todd. And yeah, that's some of the troubleshooting you were doing earlier today. But do want to let you know that we were still recording during this time.
Yes.
So if you go back after the meet today, you can watch it on demand. What you may have missed during, if your child was swimming during that time, you will be able to go back and see it at that point in time. So we apologize for the difficulties here, but it will go up, and on demand you can go back and watch it at any point in time. So finishing up the second heat, we did have Sam Anto of Jamestown at a 6:07.
I always look at this. Green is good.
Green is good.
If that's green, we're good.
If you can see your table, I've got enough other things spread around. I can only look at so many things at a time.
Yeah.
I don't need another squirrel or a bird flying by.
I got
so
you.
we've got, that was Connor Inson second in this heat at 6:12.03. Then Oliver Seavold at 6:17.19. Michael Schill at 6:24.51. Then Alex Ricks of Minot at 6:35.31. Tyler Klebo finishing up at 6:58.37, and we'll have Joe Nowatzki finishing up here with a time of 7:02.17. Heat 3 of the 500. In lane 1 will be Century's Aiden Wegum. Lane 2 will be Century's Logan Vesey. Or Vesey, is that pronounced Vesey?
Vesey.
Vesey, okay. Yep. Grant Schluter of Davies in lane 3. Levi Dahlem of Grand Forks in lane 4. Justin Jiang of Davies in lane 5. Hunter Spotted Bear for Bismarck in lane 6. In lane 7 is Moorhead's Francis Casey. And then lane 8 is Legacy's Austin Jacobson. We'll get back to some results. This for the 200-yard individual medley. In 16th place was Roman Emerson of West Fargo. 15th was Logan Vesey, who's now swimming this 500 of Century. 14th was Hunter Hagan of Williston. 13th was Brandon Siebel of Legacy. 12th was Andrew Allman of Cheyenne. Noah Hugert of Century was in 11th. Ben Nassett of Legacy in 10th place. These are 14th place down are all state qualifying times. So our 9th place finisher in the 200-yard IM was Minet's Caitlin Hill. Our 8th place finisher was Caleb Osborne of Williston at 2:17.095. Matt Bowen of Minot at 2:14.95 and 7th. Luke Domres of Century at 2:14.48. Logan Hill of Minot at 2:12.94. Connor Haar of Davies at 2:11.21. Ryan Hubbard of Minot at 2:09.31. Then we had Jackson Ranke of Minot at 2:03.39. And the winner of the 200-yard individual medley from Williston with an All-State 2 qualifying time of 2:01.83 was Colden Kringen.
They did get a confirmation on the diving. They went 5 rounds. They have narrowed the field now. They took a break. And we will be going 11 today.
Okay, we will be going to 11.
Full 11,
so they're going to take us right to the end of the meet.
Yes.
So
and beyond.
And beyond, probably, yes. Well, that'll be good for our diving fans.
Absolutely.
We'll get to see those last round, at least last one round, if not 2 rounds of diving.
Sure thing.
So so they're just starting in round 6. Looks like we've got the leader in the clubhouse right now through those 6 rounds is Minot's Jaron Coombs at 2:19.50. We don't have any other scores, but I can only assume that Wyatt Hermanson and our divers from Davies are real close to that score as well. We're getting near the halfway point of this third heat of the 500-yard freestyle. We've got our lanes 4 and 5 swimmers. That is Dahlem of Grand Forks and Jiang of Davies. Really stroke for stroke as they come in. Looks like they're around the halfway point. They're going to be around that 250 mark, 249. Doing a nice job. Again, this is kind of what Todd was talking about earlier when we talked about the state meet last year of not having these distance events, not being able to swim next to your competition with the split meet last year. These two guys are stroke for stroke. They can see each other when they turn their heads to breathe. Something that they can use each other to swim with, keep that stroke intact. And then it's all about, then it gets to the technical part of the turns. So that is Jiang of Davies in lane 5 and Dahlem towards the top of your screen in lane 4. They're in those 35-second splits for 50 yards. And they've got 8 laps to go. We'll get back to some results. We just finished up the 200-yard IM. That takes us to the 50 freestyle, where we had 117 contestants in the 50 freestyle today. So our top 16, we actually had 28 swimmers meet the state qualifying standard in the 50 today, Todd.
That's a lot.
Out of 117 swimmers. So our top 16 swimmers were Daniel Walker of Century in 16th, Damon Nygaard of Cheyenne in 15th, Tyler Jorgensen of Williston in 14th, Davies Joe Carlson in 13th. Then it was Zach May of Cheyenne in 12th. Bo Zander, we talked a little bit about him kind of using this as a training meet, keeping these shorter distances, in 11th. Alex Prestwich of Minot in 10th. Then Brody Ingolstead of West Fargo in 9th. Then in 8th place, we had a tie at 22.89 with Tanner Haig of Cheyenne and Alex Steichen of Bismarck, again at 22.89. Then 22.86 was Moorhead's Aiden Carlson. In 5th place at 22.76, we can just see how close the swim is, right? We went 8th place at 22.89, 6th place at 22.86, 5th place at 22.76 for Thomas Doyle of West Fargo. Then 4th was Ryan Alshami of Grand Forks at 22.46, Ryder Myers of Davies at 22.23, then Mason Beck at 21.98. Those are both All-State 2 times for Ryder Myers and Mason Beck. And then your winner would be Grant Schaeffer of Minot with an All-State 1 time of 21.91. So congratulations to those swimmers on their performance in the 50-yard freestyle. You heard the bell. We've got our 2 swimmers. They are still stroke for stroke in lanes 4 and 5, folks. That is Levi Dahlem of Grand Forks in lane 4 and Justin Jiang of Davies in lane 5. Looks like Dahlem is going to get the touch right at the end. Again, they swam with each other all 20 laps. Dahlem's final time of 5:46.34 and Jiang's time of 5:46.75. And they are just off the state qualifying time of 5:44.65. So a great swim by those two. They came into this race, Jiang at 6:06.03 and Dahlem at 5:59. And they got down to the 5:46. So we're looking at 13-second cut for Levi and a 20-second cut for Justin Jiang. So we can you can probably see these guys at their next event or two, their next meet or two in the 500. They will meet that state qualifying standard. So great swim by those two today. Finishing up this heat was Francis Casey at 6 minutes, 0.57. Then Schluter at 6:09.63. Weigum at 6:15.54. And then Jacobson at 6:35.72. We did not get a time for Hunter Spotted Bear. Heat 4, the 500 free. In lane 1 will be Adam March of Williston. Kalen Hill of Minot in lane 2. In lane 3 is Davies Hunter Swanson. In lane 4 is Davies Paul Narum. In lane 5 is Bismarck's Jacob Goldbranson. Gabe Hansen of Bismarck in lane 5. In lane 6 is Jacob Goldbranson. He hails from Moorhead, Minnesota. Then in lane 7 is West Fargo Cheyenne's Andrew Ullman, and his teammate in lane 8 is Maddox Anderson. We've got four young fellows here who have met the state qualifying standard. That would be Swanson, Narum, Hansen, and Goldbranson. We've got Kalen Hill coming in at a 5:45.96. Andrew Ullman at a 5:46.40. March at a 5:53.15. And Anderson at a 5:53.34. So lanes 1, 2, 7, and 8 are really going to be pushing to get under that state qualifying time. Three laps into the race, we've got our lane 5 swimmer and our lane 6 swimmer. That's Golbranson and Hansen working well together. Then up in lanes 1 and 2, that's where we have Adam March and Kalen Hill working together, and they're both just on the cusp of that state qualifying time. Also out in lane 7, Andrew Allman looking for that state qualifying standard as well. He'll do well to hang on to the heels of our Moorhead swimmer, Jacob Golbranson there. That'll really pull him through as well. We'll tackle another event for results. We just gave you the 50 free, so we'll move on to the 100 butterfly. Again, we had 51 swimmers in that event today. We had 19 meet the state qualifying standard, and we have one of those being a new qualifier, and that's Alex Moe of Minot at 103.07. He finished in 18th place. So our 16th place finisher was Christopher Hollinsworth of Fargo South. He was at 101.43. Then it was Alex Goodry of Jamestown in 15th at 1 minute .28. Sam Eggle at 1 minute even Steven for Bismarck in 14th. Ryan Alshami of Grand Forks, the Night Riders, at 59.88 in 13th. 12th was Patrick Shin at 59.69. 11th was Century's Riley Call at 59.53. 10th was Braden Schmeichel of Jamestown at 59.52. I think we pointed a couple of these guys out of just getting under that 60-second barrier. Then in 9th place was Oliver Rungan at 58.99 from Minot. 8th was Ryder Myers of Davies at 58.50. 7th was Camden Ekblad Lundby of Williston at 58.41. Levi Von Bokern of Minot was 6th at 58.32. Zach May of Cheyenne at 58.28 was in 5th place. In 4th place, Alex Steichen of Bismarck at 57.36. In 3rd place was Minot's Ryan Hubbard at 56.47. And in 2nd place was Peyton Barch of Minot at 55.70. Those are all state qualifying times. And your winner from Moorhead with a time of 54.35, which is a North Dakota All-State 2 time, is Aiden Carlson. Congratulations to Aiden on his 54.35 and victory today in the 100-yard butterfly.
Seen a mix today too of, you get some kids swimming what are their top events, but you get other kids that are still kind of in a mix match where, that's the thing about swimming, folks, is, if you're let's just say you're a 500 specialist, you don't go out and swim the 500 every meet. Or if you're a breaststroker and, you know what I mean? Those kids don't swim that every single meet. The coaches get kind of a rotation. They have a way that they like to do that. So it just kind of luck of the draw sometimes in a mid-season meet like this, if we're going to get some of the best performers in an individual event all lining up against each other in that particular event. Now, we saw a little bit of that in the 50 free, the 100 free, obviously, but some of the other events, there's been a sprinkling, I would say, of some of the top talent.
Yep, you're exactly right. We've got, we kind of refer to those as their off. Sometimes you swim your off events, right? You got your state events, and then you got your off events. And we compared this meet earlier today to, a state meet atmosphere with all the different teams. And the one big difference is not every swimmer is swimming their top 2 events.
That's right.
At the state meet, they'll be in their top 2 individual events, and then the coaches will really load those relays. We might get a few guys that aren't on a relay because they're going to concentrate on maybe getting a little better time in a different event. So that's definitely one thing to keep in mind while watching these mid-season meets, is that you're not always swimming your faster events. So you're getting the sprinkling, a little bit of training. You may do one on event, one off event type of situation. So,
and I think every coach would be in the same mindset of saying that, hey, you got to be good at all 4 strokes.
Absolutely.
Right? To be a productive high school swimmer, you can have your specialty, but you just can't avoid the backstroke or something along those lines.
And you're going to get to be a stronger swimmer in your main strokes as well by doing those other things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And get a little bit of experience. So.
Yep. And they complement each other too, right? You see a lot of guys that are good in the fly that corresponds to something else. You see a lot of frees that max out with the backs. You know what I mean? Like you said earlier, the breast is usually that kind of oddball one.
Yep. It's the only race where you come to a stop every time you take a stroke, right?
Yep.
So we've just got this heat finishing up in the 500 free. And we had Goldbranson of Moorhead touch first at 5:33.96. Then it was Gabe Hansen of Bismarck at 5:35.51. Some nice time cuts for them. And then up in lane 1 was Adam March. We talked of him earlier at a 5:44.34. So Adam does get that state qualifying standard. Congratulations to him. Fourth of this heat was Kalen Hill at 5:47.04. He just off that qualifying standard. Then it was Maddox Anderson of Cheyenne at 5:48.64. A time cut, but still the elusive state standard eludes him a little bit. So now we're into heat 5 of 6. All of these young swimmers have made the state qualifying standard. So in lane 1 is Fargo Davies' Ben Heckner. Lane 2 is Casey Toohey of Dickinson. Lane 3 is Dawson Nesnick of Moorhead. Lane 4 is Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo. In lane 5 is Dickinson's Caden Barth. In lane 6 it's Legacy's Braxton Steele. Caden Fabian of Jamestown in lane 7 and John Root of Dickinson in lane 8. Any of these swimmers jump out at you for any particular reasons, Todd?
Yeah, the West Fargo kids. I can't understand why they have pink hats. Isn't the Packers colors green and white?
Yeah, we've seen some orange. We've seen some things. Maybe there's some fundraising going on with the pink hats.
Yeah, could be.
You know, some things like that. I see Braxton Steele in this heat from Legacy. He's a young swimmer, and sometimes we'll see these younger swimmers. You know, they get baptized into this 500 freestyle, as they can catapult that to some shorter events as they get older.
I thought Braxton had a real nice IM last night. Obviously, the son of the club team in Bismarck's head coach, Jeff Steele. Braxton's, boy, that kid's been around the pool as long as I can remember, for about the last 8 years. So, yeah, he'll be one of those that you'll just continue to see him grow and grow and grow. He's getting physically bigger, and he's really technical as far as the strokes go. So I think he'll be one of those swimmers that really come into his own the next couple of years here.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet that Braxton doesn't have a memory of any years in his life that doesn't include a swimming pool.
Yeah, no, I would I would fully concur with that. Yeah, and he's, you know, he seems like he's been around this thing forever, and you look down and you know, Braxton's still just a ninth grader. You know
exactly.
what I mean? I'm like
Exactly. Well, and you know this well as we talk about the club season a little bit. You know, your son probably started swimming in that 8, 9, 10-year-old range. So you've been around the pool with Luke for 10 years.
Yep.
Give or take. And, you know, our oldest son started swimming. He's a sophomore in college now, so I got a couple years on you there. But, yeah, a lot of time at the pools. And, you know, there's probably a birth announcement of Braxton somewhere along the way that we saw at a swimming pool.
I saw my son was showing me a really cool picture that he dug out of his phone the other day, and it was when he was a 7th grader on the Century swim team, and he qualified for state in the 500, and the team was just going nuts, and Greg Birnbaum was giving him a big bear hug on the side, and he looked like he was like just this little kid, you know, beside big old Greg Birnbaum, you know. He looked like a gorilla man, you know, the offensive lineman for St. Mary's that was also a 200 and 500 multi-state champion. So, but
and state record holder.
Just beast. I call it beast mode. Whenever he got into the water, it was beast mode. And here's beast mode giving his little 7th grader the biggest congratulations for qualifying for state as just a 7th grader. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's one thing we talked earlier about in these races with these younger kids, meeting those state qualifying standards or meeting some of those milestone times. Their older teammates know exactly what they're working for, and they're there with them. They're there for them. So that's a great picture, I'm sure, of Luke and Chris back in the day. And there's probably going to be a 7th grader on the Century team now that's going to have that same picture when he qualifies for state of Luke standing next to him.
Yeah,
so.
Probably.
So as we move through Heat 5, we've got about 5 laps to go for these young fellas. Let's maybe look at the results for the 100-yard freestyle. That should catch us up on all the results so far today. So we had 92 swimmers in the 100-yard freestyle. Of those 92, 22 met the state qualifying standard. There were no new qualifiers for that today, but our top 16 placers are from Grand Forks, Jackson Rarick at 53.55. 15th was Cheyenne's Damon Nygaard at 53.16. Grant Eisdahl of Davies at 52.79. Tristan Lays of Minot in 13th at 52.71. And 12th was Ethan Babcock from Wilson at 52.68. Daniel Walker of Century at 52.31 in 11th. 10th was Garrett Wick of Bismarck at 52.09. And 9th was Avery Berg of Grand Forks. And Todd, you mentioned him earlier as a young up-and-coming swimmer at 51.96. We'll get those final 8 swimmers after we finish this heat of the 500, because you maybe heard the bell in the background. We've got some guys finishing up heat 5. Looks like it's going to be out in lane 6. That is Braxton Steele of Legacy, touching first in this heat, followed by Casey Toohey of Dickinson. Braxton with a time of 5:22 even. He came in with a 5:28.91, so almost a 7-second time cut for Braxton. So a nice swim for him. In third place was Caden Barth of Dickinson at 5:29.30. Toohey's time was 5:25.84. He had a 7-second time, almost a 7-second time cut. So nice job by Casey. Then we had Nesnick at 5:32.55 in fourth. Fifth was Fabian at 5:33 even. Sixth was Rude at 5:35.15. Seventh was Heckner at 5:38.44. And eighth was Ayers at 5:42.49. Now we've got our sixth and final heat of this 500 freestyle. In lane 1 is Grand Forks' Aiden Johnson. In lane 2 is Tavian Nelson of Davies. Lane 3 is Luke Domres from Century. Alex King of Minot in lane 4. Colden Kringen of Wilson in lane 5. And we got lane 6, no swimmer. And then 7 is Teddy Selinsky of Jamestown. And lane 8 is Trent Irwin of Dickinson. So we went through this heat earlier in the day. So we will watch in the middle of the pool. We've got Alex King in lane 4 and Colton King in lane 5. Todd, I don't see Luke in lane 3. Let's hope everything's okay. Maybe you spoke earlier, some illness. Maybe the 500 just wasn't in the cards today with Luke.
I haven't gotten an official report, but obviously he's a scratch here. And as mentioned, we've been kind of getting back into the full swing of things, but maybe something's just not quite right today. So hopefully he can finish the day out on he's got a relay left, so we'll see if maybe that might be in the cards, but maybe not.
Yeah, maybe a little bit shorter race in that relay. So let's hopefully we see Luke there, and if not, he'll get back in the saddle later this year as well. So right now we've got Alex King in lane 4 and Colton Kring in lane 5. That'll be Alex at the top of your screen in lane 4 of those two lanes anyway. Also our lane 2 swimmer, Tavian Nelson of Davies. That empty lane, that's right where Luke would be as well. So he's got a little extra work to do out in lane 2. He can get a glance over to breathing on these when he's going west here. But we've got Tavian Nelson hanging tough in lane 2. We've also got Selinsky out in lane 7. And then Trent Irwin in lane 8. And let's not forget Aiden Johnson up in lane 1 for Grand Forks.
Yeah, Tavian Nelson, a second-team All-Stater from Davies, got the 7th fastest time in the state in the 500 free. So this is it's kind of nice. You talk about, is there the ability to draft in a race like the 500? I absolutely believe that there is. Even with the lane baffles and everything else out there, I think you can maybe hug that guy a little bit beside you and just ride that wave a little bit. When you have an empty lane beside you, you get no favors there.
Maybe we could think he's getting a little less turbulent water from that, but I still think he'd rather see someone next to him and swimming that. That would help him a lot. Both lane 2 and lane 7 in this race.
We watched Colden Kringen and Alex King go toe-to-toe in West Fargo last weekend in this event, and King pulled away late. It didn't look like Kringen had his best day swimming like a 5:11, but looks a little different story today. Kringen's got a little different giddy up today, but Alex is one of the best closers around.
Yep. Yeah, we've certainly seen, we saw that earlier in the 200 with Alex really turning the heat up on those last couple splits. But yeah, Kringen's got half body length, if not almost a full body length over these last 2 laps. So, so another nice turn for Colden there.
As you look at lane 4, Alex King, if there's a more effortless stroke in an event like a 500, I'd like to see who that is, because he barely looks like he's expending any kind of energy. And if anybody has tried to just jump off the couch and swim a 500, it takes a ton of energy, and he makes it look immensely easy.
Well, not that I do a lot of jumping off the couch, but swimming anything, these kids make all the swimming look very easy. It is not an easy task. And as you see, Alex, he just stays right on that surface of the water. His shoulders, his midsection, and his feet right there. Colden's got a little bit of a staggered stroke there, but it's certainly very strong and pulling through with that as well. So looks like Alex is hanging tough. He's cut a little bit into that. We can kind of see these last couple splits. Let's see where they're at. They've got 3 laps to go. An excellent turn there for Colden. He put a little gap on him with that.
It's going to be a fast time, too.
Yeah, you can hear the bell in the background. So 50 yards left for Colden. He swam a 29-21 split. He's at 4:33. He really turns it up here. He might be right in. He might hit that sub-5 today. And somehow, after swimming 450 yards, these guys can still crank it up and get those last splits down. So let's see what Colden does here in this last 50 yards. A 29:33. Yeah, he's going to be about 5:01, 5:02. 5:02.95 for Colden. Alex touches at a 5:07.31. Then we're going to have Nelson up in lane 3, followed by Solinsky in lane 7. Nelson with a time of 5:15.13 and Solinsky at 5:15.48. So Colden's time of 5:02.95, just short of that All-State 2 5:02.17 time. So a really nice swim for him.
It'll still put him number 2 behind Alex King, correct? I got it right here.
Yeah, we had Alex coming in at 5:02.41. Now Colden at 5:02.95. So that's just indicative of what you just watched for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
those 2 guys side by side.
2 guys will be right there the entire season.
Yep.
All right, now we turn our attention to Event 9, 200 freestyle relay. Defending champions, Century High School, 136.66. Riley Call, Ben Schaff, Hudson Eckert, Luke Domres. Fastest time this season, as you'll see in all these. Minot's got the fast time in every relay. Hubbard, King, Rinke, and Schaeffer with a 129.14 just last week at the West Fargo Invite. Heat 1 of the 200 free relay.
So these relays, Todd, this is kind of where the meet kind of gets a little more fun, right? We just went through the 500. You said that's where a lot of people get on their phones, maybe at the concession stand, maybe do some other things. But they're all back in their seats for the relays.
Yes.
And
it gets loud. And
yes.
Yeah.
This relay and then the final relay, the 4x100, the volume, we will get up to volume. And at the state meet, it's crazy. It's a great atmosphere.
Yeah, 100%.
And we've got 6 heats today, so it'll take us a little time to build into that. But
the one that I can remember as a Century Patriot fan and parents, 2 years ago at the state meet in West Fargo, when the 400 relay kicked in and Eric Anderson led it off, and then Hollingsworth was number 2 for Fargo South. They had a half of a pool lead.
Yep.
And all of a sudden it shrunk, and then the final leg by Will Dorman brought Century all the way back, and they outreached South and Minot at the wall to win it. And that's the 400 free and how it usually works out, right?
Yes.
I mean, it just seems like it's one of those races that is really, really good. It's a great way to end the meet many days.
Yep, and the coaching decisions. Do you lead them? Where do you put them in that, right? And all those things. And and everybody could see that, a half pool length lead.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, the guys are grinding, they're fighting back, and all three of those teams were bang, bang, bang. Yeah, that was a great end to a great meet that day.
Yeah, and the Century coaches decide to put out Chris Birnbaum first to try to just neutralize a little bit of that lead that Eric Anderson, he was going to have a lead, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was going to be ahead, but are you going to be 3 seconds behind or are you going to be 6 seconds behind? In an event that is, you only got 25 yards of the pool here. 6 seconds is almost half of a pool.
Yep.
You know what I mean? For those guys swimming at full throttle.
So right now we've got in the pool in lane 1 is Fargo South's D, and lane 2 is Williston C, lane 5 is Mandan C, and lane 6 is Williston B. So they're just finishing up. Looks like we've got
lane 6. Looks like Williston.
Yeah, Williston's B. That was a team of Riker Fitzgerald, Zach Budd, Brayson Gilbertson, and Adam March. We've seen some nice swims out of Adam March today.
Yeah.
And that goes back to your point of the coach from Williston, really, getting these kids involved, giving them the good vibes and building up from the bottom there.
Well, and 18 athletes on the Williston Coyote team. Your captains Tyler Jorgensen, Colden Kringen, Caleb Osborne, Adam March. You give those guys the C for the reason, right? That you want them to be leaders, but you also want them to produce. And I think you're seeing a lot of production today from a guy like Adam March for Williston.
Definitely. Okay, moving on to Heat 2. There are 6 heats in this 200-yard freestyle relay event. Lane 2 will be Century C. Lane 3 is West Fargo B. Lane 4 is Grand Forks B. Lane 5 is Fargo South C. Lane 6 is Mandan B. Lane 7 is Cheyenne C. And lane 8 is Minot F. So our first swimmers from top to bottom, that's Tanner Harvey of Century in lane 2, Ben Davies of West Fargo in lane 3, Micah Larson-Schmidt for Grand Forks in lane 4, Chippy DeYoung of South in lane 5, Austin Petrowitz of Mandan in 6, Andrew Ullman of Cheyenne in 7, and Justice Amsbury for Minot in lane 8. Our second swimmers now in the pool. Up in lane 2, it is Jaden Weidrich of Century. Lane 3 is Keegan Gruby of West Fargo. Lane 4 is Michael Schill of Grand Forks. And 5, it's Madish Kozanik of Fargo South. And lane 6 is Ethan Wrestler of Mandan. Lane 7 is Axel Anderson of West Fargo, Cheyenne. And then lane 8 is Ramiro Rodriguez of Minot High. Our third swimmers are in the pool. Up in lane 2, it's Jacob Dorheim for Century. In lane 3, it's Griffin McAllister for West Fargo. Didn't we see him on a diving board earlier today?
Yeah.
Lane 4 is Aiden Fiala of Grand Forks. Lane 5 is Evan Pitlick of Fargo South. Van Latinen of Mandan in lane 6. Jalen Volk of Cheyenne in lane 7. And Nathaniel Zaman of Minot High in lane 8.
Now into round 7 of the diving, Eric, and new leader.
Oh, there we have it, Wyatt Hermanson.
The defending state champion, Wyatt Hermanson from Mandan, now has the lead at 292.9. And again, they're in round 7 of 11.
Our final swimmers of this heat are in the pool. Up in lane 2 is Caleb Clark of Century, then Connor Glazer of West Fargo in 3. Jonah Defoe of Grand Forks in lane 4. Spencer Johnson of Fargo South in lane 5. Ian Buttman of Mandan in 6. David Gear, Cheyenne in 7, and then Carter Withers of Minot in lane 8. Looks like we had our team from Grand Forks in lane 4 with a top time of this heat of 1:57.69. That is the team of Micah Larson-Schmidt, Michael Schill, Aiden Fiala, and Jonah Defoe. Congratulations on your heat victory today. Gentlemen, we've got our third of 6 heats coming up for the 200 free relay. Lane 1 will be Moorhead C. Lane 4 will be Davies D. Lane 5 is Moorhead B. Lane 6 is Mandan A. Lane 7 is Jamestown C. And lane 8 is Minot E.
Do you get a fruit snack when you win a heat?
Back in the day, you used to. I don't think they do in the high school meets, but certainly we want to give them their recognition for getting that heat win today. So nice swim by those 4 gentlemen.
I don't remember where it was, Eric, but I always get a kick out of it, especially when the kids were younger.
Yep.
Man, we'd go to Rapid City or wherever the heck it was for club, and the next thing you know, they'd win a heat, and boom, they'd come back with a fruit snack. And
get their pack of Gummy Sharks, right?
Yeah, the kids were happier than, you know what.
Yeah, it was a tough day when Betty Crocker quit making the fruit snack sharks, and we had to find something else to hand out at those meets. But we've got our second swimmers in the pool for this third heat of the 200 free relay. Again, Moorhead's team up in lane 1 is Gabe Chavez, Adrian Maston, Adam Johnson, and Francis Casey, And then lane 4's team from Davies was Tegan Lee, Alex Hovness, Grant Schluter, and Cole Degernis. Lane 5 is Moorhead's B team of Keaton Jacobson, Jericho Mingy, Andrew Johnson, and Dylan Brandon. In lane 6 was Mandan A, Jack Allen, Henry Bierman, Ian Latinen, and Andrew Bierman. Lane 7 was Jamestown C of Tyler Clabo, Cruz Kaiser, Jackson Fawn, and Luke Monson. Then lane 8 was Minot E, Derek Oswald, Zachary Clark, Caden Gutnick, and Connor Shaw. Looks like we're on our final swimmers of this heat. Now we are. Lane 1 just entered the pool for the final time. Now we've got our lane 4. That is Davies D, touching in at 149.83. Then it was Moorhead B at 150.13. Jamestown C at 153.16. The heat winners and fruit snack winners are your team from Fargo Davies. Tegan Lee, Alex Hovness, Grant Schluter, and Cole Degernis.
You can tell we've been at it for now going on 3.5 fruit snacks,
yeah,
right? Especially the shark ones, the shark variety.
Yeah, getting a little punchy here, but we're gonna grind through. We've got some fast swimmers coming up here. We've got heat 4 of this relay. In lane 1 is West Fargo Cheyenne. Lane 2 is Jamestown. Lane 3 is West Fargo. Lane 4 is Minot C. Lane 5 is Bismarck B. Lane 6 is Fargo South B. Dickinson B in lane 7 and Bismarck C in lane 8. Swimming up in lane 1, it's Oliver Seavald. Lane 2, Ethan Eigel. Lane 3, Ryan Wegge. Lane 4, Aaron Prestwich. Lane 5, Bridger Duckwitz. Lane 6, AJ Carroll. Lane 7, John Rude. And lane 8, Jackson Ensign. Second swimmers are in the pool. Up top, it is Ben Johnson. In lane 2, it's Caden Fabian. Lane 3 is Carson Glazer. Lane 4, Lawson Shanklin. Lane 5, Dominic Yoakum. Lane 6, Ethan Dudnick. Lane 7, Asher Ellerkamp. And lane 8, Jackson Ketterling. We've certainly seen the Ellerkamp name come from the Williston or from the Dickinson team over the years as well, Todd.
Yep.
Third swimmer is entering the pool. That's lane 5. That is Max Nelson of Bismarck leading the way. Other swimmers up in lane 1, it'll be Adam Bamba, Joshua Molina in lane 2, Michael Fried in lane 3, Alex Vecchio in lane 4. We see Max Nelson in 5, Oscar Francis in 6, Zachary Kegel in 7 for Dickinson, then Ryan Russell for Bismarck in lane 8. Ryan's bouncing back from that 500-yard freestyle we saw not too long ago.
You can get a lot of those freestylers get done with that 500 and have to turn around and swim this 200 free relay a lot.
Yeah, he was the third leg, so he got an extra 50 seconds of rest. Our final swimmers are in the pool. Bringing it in lane 5, that will be a team from Bismarck. Touching last there, that was Gabe Hansen. So they're going to have a time of 1:45.27, just out touching the Minot team at 1:45.68. Then we had, they just out touched Jamestown at 1:45.65, then Minot at 1:45.68. So heat winners there, Bismarck B, Bridger Duckwitz, Dominic Yoakum, Max Nelson, and Gabe Hansen. We may see a couple of those last names later for Bismarck in this event as well. So heat 5 of 6, Davies C in lane 1, Century B in 2, Grand Forks A in 3, Minot B in 4, Davies B in 5, Williston A in 6, Moorhead A in 7, and Legacy A in 8. Top to bottom, Lars Seferenko, Turner Polk, Damian Zenowick, Kalen Hill, Xavier Tobias, Charlie Hardcastle, Matthew Brindelman, and Anthony James.
It's a good swimming name, Hardcastle, huh?
Yes. You remember the show Hardcastle and McCormick?
Was that right after Magnum PI?
Back when I was in middle school. It was a Sunday night on ABC.
Starsky and Hutch?
It was post Starsky and Hutch as well.
Rockford Files?
It may have taken the Sunday night slot that Rockford Files vacated. So
I was probably watching Sanford and Sons.
Yes. All right, we'll take 70s TV trivia for 1,000, Alex.
Bingo.
But we've got our swimmers here. We've got the third leg in the pool now in this fifth. But we've got Minot team in lane 4. That looks to be Griffin Osborne. Excuse me, that's the third swimmer. That's Tristan Lays. Griffin Osborne on the block and ready to enter. Entering in lane 3 for Grand Forks is Logan Bierke. Entering in lane 2 for Century is Aiden Weigum. Out in lane 6, we've got Ethan Babcock. In lane 7 is Jacob Goldbranson. Lane 8 for Legacy is Brandon Siebel. Up in lane 1, it's Shannon Owen for Davies and Aiden Weigum, like we mentioned, for Century. Looks like Griffin Osborne is going to bring this heat home for Minot. Followed by Grand Forks. Then it will be Legacy, Moorhead, Williston, Davies, Century, and then Davies. Heat winners are Kaylin Hill, Trevor Ricks, Tristan Lays, and Griffin Osborne. Our final heat. Lane 1 will be Jamestown's A. Goodry, Schmeichel, Fabian, and Solinsky. Lane 2, Dickinson A. Coleman, Irwin, Tui, Beck. Lane 3, Cheyenne A. Schroeder, Dietz, Laudel, Nygaard. Lane 4, Minot A. Schaeffer, Prestwich, Hubbard, and King. Eagles A in lane 5. Myers, Haar, Roberts, and Nelson. Bismarck A. Garrett Wick, Zadie, Noah Zadie, Blake Nelson, and Alex Steichen. Century is Bo Zander, Isaac Valley, Hudson Eckert, and Ben Schaff. And then south in lane 8, Quabo, Offelt, Hollingsworth, and Mosing. Schaefer leading it off for Minot. Looks like he's going to get into the exchange first. That's going to be Alex Prestwich into the pool now for Minot. Next to him in lane 5 is Connor Haar of Davies. We talked earlier about switching up some events as they also switch up some relay teams. Prestwich doing a nice leg for Minot, holding off a little charge from Connor Haar there. Now in the pool for Minot in lane 4 is Ryan Hubbard. Will Roberts in for the Eagles out in lane 5. I think we saw Hubbard in third place of the IM earlier today. Roberts of Davies hanging tough there. Blake Nelson out in lane 6 for Bismarck doing a nice job. Final swimmer in the pool for Minot is Alex King. We've heard a lot about him today. It's Tavian Nelson for the Eagles in lane 5. Then we've got out in lane 6 the team from Bismarck. That's Alex Steichen putting some pressure on the Davies team in lane 5. Also lane 7, Century, Ben Schaff putting some pressure on lane 6. Just ahead of him. So we've got Minot touching in at 129.1. That might be the same time we read off earlier on their qualifying time, Todd. Then we had Davies at 132.09, followed by Bismarck at 133.06, then Century at 133.68, Dickinson at 134.92, then Jamestown at 137.54, and
129.14.
Okay.
4 100ths.
So they did cut some time today. Good for them. And then 138.78 for Fargo South. All right, after that fast-paced 4x50 relay, we're going to move into the backstroke.
And here's info on the backstroke. Your defending champion, Dominic Yoder, 55.9 from Minot High School. Fastest time this season, Jackson Rinke, 55.54, swam last week at the West Fargo Pentathlon. State qualifying time in the 100 back, 106.86. Here's heat one of the 100 back.
I've got to find my my heat sheet here. Here we go. No, that's not it.
Did I take it?
Well, I think it was on the backside of the 500 free. So I've got a. Here we go. Like I said earlier, I can't see any green lights because I got too many stacks of paper going here. But we've got. Is that sweet 5, right?
A couple of other teams we haven't mentioned today. Obviously, you got Century Patriots here today. You got Mike Quarters, their head coach. Captains Riley Call, Hudson Eckert, Bo Zander, Daniel Walker are the captains. We mentioned Dickinson Midgets, head coach Mackenzie Steckler. Captains Dawson Wilson, Trent Irwin, Casey Toohey, Mason Beck. We talked about the Davies Eagles and their EDC Coach of the Year, State Coach of the Year as well. Jennifer Johnson, captains Tavian Nelson, Aiden Hoff, Will Roberts here today. Got the Fargo South Bruins, Thor Anderson's their head coach. Captains Joseph DeYoung, Andrew Mosing, Christopher Hollingsworth, Tristan Quibel, and William Offelt are your captains for Fargo South. Grand Forks Knight Riders, head coach Brent Newman here today. Jamestown Blue Jays and their head coach Ben Smith, the captains Braden Schmeichel and Josh Molina. Legacy Sabres from Bismarck, Alex Lucy is their head coach, Anthony Jans and Grant Meitinger, their captains. Mandan Braves, we mentioned them earlier today, Claudia Scholkoff, their head coach. Minot, we talked about Jake Solper quite a bit, your guy that's been Coach of the Year 6 times in the last decade. Captains are Grant Schaeffer, Peyton Barch, Kalen Hill, and Cody Kranz for the Magi. West Fargo Cheyenne, Eric Richardson, their head coach. And West Fargo Packers here today, Lisa Montplaisir, Barb Fisher, their coaches. Captains Thomas Doyle and Kyler Gruby. And last but not least, the Williston Coyotes, their head coach Joe Kemp, and captains Tyler Jorgensen, Colden Kringen, Caleb Osborne, and Adam March.
So in Heat 1, we had Tyler Sorensen of Williston, Gabe Chavez of Moorhead, Moroni Hale of Minot, Liam Corcoran of West Fargo Cheyenne, Jackson Ferris of Mandan, and Ben Thiel of Moorhead. We're now into Heat 2, where we have up in Lane 1, it's Matt Pribula of West Fargo Cheyenne, then Ryder Bjerkness of Williston in Lane 2. Lane 3 is Keaton Jacobson of Moorhead. Lane 4 is Andrew Moe of Minot. Lane 5 is Adrian Maston of Moorhead. And lane 7 is Cheyenne's Andrew Rexon.
Now into round 8 of diving. Still leading is Wyatt Hermanson's 325.15 points.
Got some results from the 500 freestyle we can get through once we get into Heat 3 of this backstroke. Just finishing up here, looks like we had our lane 4 swimmer. That was Andrew Moe of Minot.
I don't know what happened to the names up on the...
Swimming a 125.65.
What happened to the names on the board?
Or 124.96, excuse me. I don't know, yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's officially a swim meet. We're having some scoreboard and timing issues, Todd.
Yep.
It took us a while to get there today, but the technical difficulties always come at us at some point in time. So this is Heat 3 of 9 for the 100-yard backstroke. Up in lane 1, it's Moorhead's Andrew Johnson. In lane 2, it's Mandan's Bennett Graff.
To heck, now the names are back on there, Eric. All we had to do is start talking about it. It's it's like Johnny Wishbone.
Yeah, it's like bringing my car to the mechanic, right? Hovness in lane 3 from Davies. In lane 4 is Elias Eberhard of Grand Forks. Lane 5 is Colin Vink of Fargo South. Lane 6 is Tyler Burns of Minot. Lane 7 is Bailey Hunt of West Fargo. And lane 8 is Joe Nowatzki of Grand Forks. So our top 16 for the 500-yard free was Andrew Allman. In 15th was Ben Heckner. In 14th, Gabe Hansen. 13th, John Rude. 12th, Jacob Golbranson. 11th, Aiden Johnson. These are all state qualifying times. In 10th, Caden Fabian. And in 9th, Dawson Nesnick. 8th place, Caden Barth of Dickinson. Casey Toohey in 7th of Dickinson. Trent Irwin of Dickinson in 6th. In 5th was Legacy's Braxton Steele, coming from from a prior heat. We'll finish those up. We want to get you the results of this heat 3 of the backstroke. Looks like we had Johnson up in lane 1 at 1:15.20. State qualifying for this event is 1:06.86. Second place was Hovness at 1:15.62. Then it was Vink at 1:15.90. Eberhardt at 1:16.33. Groff at 1:20.33. Then it was Burns at 1:22.04. Nowatzki at 1:22.20 and Hunt at 1:25.01. We heard the whistle. Here comes the start of heat number 4 for the 100-yard backstroke. Up in lane 1 is Century's Dylan Stone. In lane 2 is Bismarck's Dominic Yoakum. In lane 3 is Minot's Garth Shanklin. In lane 4 is Fargo Davies' Tegan Lee. His teammate Gabriel Steffen in lane 5. Jackson Ensign of Bismarck is in lane 6. Carter Onstead of Grand Forks in lane 7. And Cruz Kaiser is Jamestown in lane 8. Our top 4 for the 500 freestyle was Teddy Solinsky of Jamestown in 4th place. In 3rd place was Tavia Nelson of Davies. 2nd place was Minot's Alex King. And in lane 3, he does. That was Haugen of Williston in lane 3. Then Hugert of Century in lane 4. Zadie with a time of 1:02.43. Haugen at 1:02.44. That's how close that race was, folks. 0.01. 1:03.13 for Hugert of Century, 3rd spot in that heat. Then Keller at 1:04.83, followed by Bjerke at 1:05.52. Martinez at 1:07.60.
We just put out our first draw of the day right there.
Yes, we did.
That always gets people in a lather when two kids will hit and they'll have the exact same time.
Yep. So you're swimming against the clock. No matter who's next to you, wherever you're at, the first thing you're swimming against is the clock.
Yep.
The second thing is the competition. So we've got heat 8 of 9 here. Jace Loudle of Cheyenne up in lane 1. Ben Schaff of Century in lane 2. Grant Eisdahl of Davies in 3. Caleb Fabian of Jamestown in 4. Carter Larson from Minot in lane 5. Kyler Gruby of West Fargo in lane 6. Caleb Osborne from Williston in lane 7. And Ian Shook of Davies in lane 8. We're looking at some guys maybe trying to hit that going sub 60 seconds here. Up in lane 2, we might see that. That is Ben Schaff of Century. He's going to be right on the cusp. 59.70. So Ben Schaff breaks the 1 minute barrier. Congratulations to him. Fabian of Jamestown at 1 minute .43. And then Larson of Minot at 1:01.33. Let's get ready for this final heat. 7 swimmers. In lane 1 is Bismarck's Sam Eggle. Lane 3, West Fargo Cheyenne's Von Ramo. Lane 4 is Jackson Ranke of Minot. Peyton Barch of Minot in 5. Blake Nelson of Bismarck in 6. Roman Emerson from West Fargo in 7. And Joe Carlson of Davies in lane 8. I believe Vaughn was our second place finisher at state last year. He's got the second place time coming in this year. Jackson Ranke with the fastest time in the state so far this year. And Peyton Barch hanging right there with both those two. Barch and Ranke have both met the All-State 2 qualifying time already. But Ramo leading coming into the halfway point. Very good start for him. Then it's going to be Ranke, Barch, and Nelson. Nelson's going to out-touch Barch at the turn. This is going to get interesting here in the second half of the race, Todd. Von Ramo had an outstanding state meet last year, swimming in the morning session, put up a really good time. That was only bested by Dominic Yoder of Minot. So it looks like we've got Ramo, Ranke, Nelson, and Barch all coming in together for this 100-yard backstroke. And it's going to be Von Ramo of Cheyenne touching first, followed by Jackson Ranke, then Blake Nelson of Bismarck, and Peyton Barch of Minot. A 55.83 for Ramo.
Yeah,
A 56-41 for Reinke, 56-58 for Nelson, and 57-29 for Barch.
Yeah, you mentioned, Von Ramo, and boy, had a runner-up finish, won the 100 fly, so I don't know what else that kid could have done last year at the state meets, returning first-team All-Stater, 3-time first-team All-Stater, and a state champion in the 100 fly last year, as we mentioned.
Let's keep our eyes on Blake Nelson. I believe he's a freshman out of Bismarck.
Oh, absolutely. He is a good backstroker, too.
Yes.
As evidenced by us finishing closely behind Reinke and Ramo right there.
All right, this takes us to the breaststroke.
Yeah, so the 100 breast, as let's talk about that for a second. The defending champion, Josh Bone, in the Century Invite, 101.67 from Minot High School. Fastest time this season. We've highlighted him a couple times already. 1 minute, .31, Connor Haar from Fargo Davies, the fastest 100 breast in the state of North Dakota in 2021-22.
Yep, and we're going to get to see Connor swim this event down in Heat 9. He'll have some competition from a couple Minot swimmers, Oliver Rungen and Logan Hill, looking to make an impact in this race. A couple young swimmers there. But right now we've got Heat 1. We'll have Jonah Defoe up in lane 1 from Grand Forks. Then it's Evan Pitlick of Fargo South in lane 2. Nathan Cook from Cheyenne in lane 3. Andrew Bierman of Mandan in lane 4. Then it's Mandan's Jacoby Olson in lane 5. Michael Larson Schmidt from Grand Forks in lane 6. His teammate Hugo Chukwushika in lane 7. And then Max Ohm for Century in lane 8. And you mentioned earlier his parents back in Germany watching today.
Yeah, Max Ohm, Sabine and Andreas. Hope they're able to join us. About a 6-7 hour time difference.
Yeah, it's
here
probably
in Germany, so it's probably getting to be about 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock there, yep.
In the evening, so hopefully they're enjoying the activities here. And I tell you what, Max was the kid I mentioned yesterday who had a 12-second drop in the 100 back and qualified for state. So your son exceeded a bunch of expectations last night, and it was cool. We'll send you some pictures of some hugs that kid got on the Century Boys sideline for making the state team.
And thank you for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I spent some time in Norway in December, and I was watching some swim meets and basketball games at 2-3 in the morning there. So,
well, and that's not every day. We've had folks in the Bahamas and other places tuning us in on the PSP Network, but that might be a European first. That could be our first documented watchers of our live stream on the PSP Network from at least the Bismarck market. So good to have the Ohms on board today.
So we're finishing up this first heat. Max, that we were just speaking, he did win this heat at 1:20.70 seconds. So then we had Bierman of Mandan at 1:38.18, Olson at 1:44.64, Pitlick at 1:44.75, and Cook at 1:49.56. Then Defoe at 2:01.67. Larson Schmidt at 2:02.43, and then just finishing up was Ugo at 2:55.52. Moving on to Heat 2 of this 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 1 will be Bismarck's Ashton Littlewind. In lane 3 is Mandan's Ethan Ressler. Then it's Fargo South's Matich Kozanik. In lane 4, Fargo South Peter Sambo in lane 5, and Fargo South Jens Charbonneau in lane 6.
There's
in
Max.
lane 7.
There's Max Ohm. Get a good shot of him for his folks over in
there
Germany.
There he is. Talking to Coach Zander.
Getting some encouragement from his teammates after a 120 in the breast.
That's awesome. We've got Tanner Harvey of Century in lane 7 for this Heat 2, and then David Grinsky of Century in lane 8. State qualifying standard is 1 minute, 12.35 seconds.
Reminder after the game, folks, after the meet today, we'll have Planning Team Financial Advisors post-game. Looking for full-service financial planner, planning for farmer business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors here to help you toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com. As part of that post-game show, we'll have our MVP of the meet today, brought to you by Sport Clips. They're located on South 3rd Street in Bismarck, and we'll also have our move of the game. Our move of the meet, brought to you today by Jobbers Moving and Storage. They can help you move across town or across the country. Jobbers Moving and Storage.
All right. This is Heat 2. We just went through those participants. Little Wind in 1, Wrestler in 3, Kozenek in 4, Sambo in 5, Charbonneau in 6, Harvey in 7, Grunsky in 8. This is a first for me. It's taken me all the way to Heat 11 to check my phone at a swim meet, Todd.
Hey, folks, anybody that's listening and watching this today, if you think it's just fun to come and sit and watch a swim meet, come and do what we're doing right now. Troubleshoot, run the camera, announce every kid that you can to make sure you highlight every participant
and this
today.
has been a fast meet.
It has been. There's been no breaks.
By.
Yeah.
But
like we talked about earlier, there are no intermissions. There's no periods. There's no halftime.
Yep.
It's just free flowing wall to wall, and we've been bringing it to you like it's been the Masters today, interruption and commercial free.
And I bring that up because I usually do the tweeting for the @Magi Swim account, and I do the Meet Mobile snapshots and post all the results. So I apologize to all those folks for not having any results today. You're going to get bombarded with tweets later tonight, but I did check the phone and. Want to thank some folks for the kind words they're sending our way during this live stream broadcast. So we hear from the PSP home base that we're getting lots of good compliments on the show. So thank you for all those for chiming in. Special thanks to Greg Cheddar. He's usually watching basketball games, but he's watching a swim meet today. So I want to reach out to Greg and thank him for tuning in today.
Looks like Tanner Harvey continues a nice trend for him of he's in the speed zone. That's all I'm going to say about Tanner Harvey as he wins that heat there in the 100 breast.
Nice job by Tanner. All right, moving on to Heat 3. We'll have in lane 1 will be Dylan Brandon of Moorhead. Lane 2 is Justin Moldenauer of Minot. Lane 3 is Zach Paul of Fargo South. Then it's Derek Oswald of Minot High in lane 4. A.J. Carroll of Fargo South in lane 5. In lane 6 is Moorhead's Jericho Mingy. In lane 7 is Mandan's Van Latinen. In lane 8 is James Selberg of West Fargo. I know we've got Derek Oswald's dad immediately to our left doing his own video of the race here. His son Derek, his first year on the team.
Every time you say Derek Oswald, I immediately think of my college roommate, Daryl Oswald. So I'm like, man, there's no way that guy would have been at the pool.
So up in lane 2, that is Justin Moldenauer of Minot with the lead at the first turn.
Should mention that the diving competition is at the after 8 rounds break, so they have rounds 9, 10, and 11 upcoming, so we are certainly going to get you a view as we're in event 11 here, Eric, of 12 on the swimming side. So the diving is going to extend on beyond today, the swimming, and so we will get the final maybe a round or two of the diving competition today.
That's going to be excellent. Like we mentioned earlier, they often get to not have the spotlight on them, so having a couple rounds of video for those folks, they can go back and watch them, especially for the divers. Maybe they can get to see some things they don't usually see. So we'll enjoy bringing you the extended diving today. That just we just finished up Heat 3, the breaststroke. Looks like we had Moldenauer of Minot at 120.29. That's probably a nice little time cut for him. He came in at 126.3. Oswald finished up in third at 122.99. He came in at a 124.09. So time cuts across the board. A.J. Carroll at a 121.27 in second for the Heat. He came in at a 124.45. Followed up by Paul in fourth for the Heat. Then Latinen. Brandon up in lane 1. Moving on to heat number 4 of 9 for the breaststroke. In lane 1 is West Fargo's Keegan Gruby Fargo South, Chippy DeYoung in lane 2. Grand Forks is Levi Dahlem in lane 3. It's Logan Duffy of Fargo South in lane 4. Ian Lentinen of Mandan in lane 5. Minot's Justice Amsbury in lane 6. And then West Fargo Cheyenne's David Gear in lane 7. Looks like we've got our lane 3 swimmer. That's Levi Dahlem of Grand Forks, making the turn first at the halfway point. Then he's got a group of guys right behind him out in lane 7. That is Ian Latinen putting some pressure on as they come through this third 25 of this 100-yard race. Excuse me, that's our lane 6 swimmer. They may have condensed them in some lanes here because I'm not.
Condensed them?
Yeah, what I have in my program for Heat 4 is different than what, because we have Justice Amsbury in lane 6. Yeah, I guess we've got him here. My eyes are deceiving me, so I apologize to everybody for that lane. But we got Dahlem at 1:18.62 leading that heat out. Amsbury of Minot at 1:19.29. Then it was Gear of Cheyenne at 1:19.72. Amsbury with just about a 2-second time cut there. Nice to see that freshman cutting some time. I was getting my lanes confused with what I was looking at, so I apologize. Heat 5 of the breaststroke. Lane 2 is Davies Kyler Eichmann. Lane 3 is Moorhead's Carter Rayburn. Lane 4 is Mandan's Carson Masseth. Benjamin Harris from Minot, I don't believe he's here today, was to be swimming in lane 5. Jamestown's Zach Hansen in lane 6. Century's Riley Call in lane 7. And Asher Ellerkamp of Dickinson in lane 8. Looks like we're going to get lane 3. That is Carter Rayburn of Moorhead leading the way in the first half of the race. Actually, we've got Riley Call out here in lane 7 from Century. Leading the way. He's going to make that final stretch for home.
Senior captain for the Century Patriots,
yep.
Riley Call, as a state champion in a relay a couple years ago.
Yep.
As an underclassman.
Used to watch him swim the 500 quite a bit when he was younger as well. So there's Riley touching in to lead this heat with a time of 1:15.55. He's followed by Eichmann at 1:17.48. Then it's Rayburn at 1:17.89. Ellerkamp at 1:18.78. Masseth at 1:19.05. And Hansen at 1:19.22. So we're moving on to Heat 6. Heat 6 in lane 1 is Century's Isaac Valley. In lane 2 is Jamestown's Mason Gibson, his teammate Braden Schmeichel in lane 3. Bismarck's Jackson Ketterling in lane 4. Zach Budd of Williston in lane 5. Thalen Smith of Bismarck in lane 6. Aaron Prestwich of Minot in lane 7. And Mosing, that's Andrew Mosing of Fargo South in lane 8. Once again, state qualifying time is 1:12.35. We might get into the area where if we see some big time cuts, we might see some of these guys meet that standard today, Todd.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see a couple of these guys go sub 1:12 today.
Yep. Schmeichel of Jamestown up in lane 3. Up in lane 1, Isaac Valley of Century putting some pressure on as well. And right between them is Jamestown's Mason Gibson. He should have, Schmeichel should have this easily in that 1:12. Let's see where it comes up at. 1:11.70. So the state qualifying time, 1:12.35. Congratulations to Braden Schmeichel on meeting the state qualifying time standard in the 100 breaststroke. Isaac Valley just missing it at 1:13.72. Then Ketterling at 1:14.97. Gibson at 1:15.26. Budd at 117.19. Smith from Bismarck at 118.98. Prestwich at 118.63. And Mosang at 117.45. This will take us into Heat 7. We've got 3 state qualifiers. In lane 3 is Tyler Staffney. Lane 4 is Zachary Kogel. And lane 5 is Hunter Hart. They've all met the standard. Up in lane 1, Adam Brockman of Davies. Christopher Hollingsworth of South in lane 2. Then out in lane 6, it's Max Nelson of Bismarck. Joseph Hollingsworth of Fargo South in lane 7. And Samuel Lay of Fargo Davies in lane 8. Again, I think we're going to get some folks. Let's look at Hollingsworth and Max Nelson. Actually, both Hollingsworths in this race should have a shot at that 112.35. Cagle of Dickinson, Staffney of Cheyenne, and Hart of Williston in lanes 3, 4, and 5.
It's a close race.
Yes, look it up in lane 2. That's Chris Hollingsworth leading the way. He's certainly looking at that 112.35. See if he can hang on to this. They're coming hard in lanes 4 and 5. So Christopher Hollingsworth is going to touch first in this Heat 7 of 11. He's looking at a time of 110.69. He came in with a time of 113.22, so almost a 3-second cut for him. Very nice swim, Mr. Hollingsworth. So how much is a Hollingsworth, Todd?
I don't know.
110.69 today. So Cagle of Dickinson at 111.86. Hart of Williston at 112.37. 112.46 for Staffney of Cheyenne. He's already met the standard, so not quite a heartbreak for him. Then we had Nelson at 114.72. We had Joe Hollingsworth at 114.52. That may be a discussion at dinner tonight or tomorrow. And then Lee at 116.49.
They might have a swim off at the end of the meet. I ain't driving home with you until I beat you.
Yes.
Like have a time trial at the end.
Yeah, they might be playing some Uno or some something to break those ties.
Who's your leader in the clubhouse today for our move of the game, our move of the match? I got a couple ideas in mind for the MVP as well.
That move of the match, I think it's probably that last 100 yards of that 500-yard freestyle where we saw Colden Kringen really start to stretch it out in that last 100, 150.
Yeah.
That was a real nice move there.
Very nice. Yeah, and he did it against the defending state champion.
Yes.
So that doesn't happen every day. So, yeah, I would say that's a good leader in the clubhouse. Obviously, got a little bit of things to take care of here yet before we get to that.
We'll see what comes down this last relay coming up as well.
I thought the other one that was impressive for me was the Ramo 100 back.
Yes, absolutely.
That was a good race.
Absolutely. He came in. Was he ranked 3rd or 4th in the state in that event coming in today?
Yes, and the other one that top of the mind for me too is Grant Schaeffer over Mason Beck in the 100. That was a great race too as well, right down to the wire between those two guys again, and you'll see those two going toe to toe in that event. I'm quite certain throughout the rest of the spring here.
Yep, probably next week in Mandan.
Yep,
at their dual race up at Minot on senior night. So more to come with those two in the 100-yard freestyle. We'll see what state brings with the 50, the 100, and the 200, but we've had some real nice moves. And we even brought up in that same backstroke with Von Ramo putting together that strong race, Blake Nelson.
Yeah.
Cutting some time in that as well. So
Blake's, he I think backstroke is his specialty, but he's a kid that he's really come on this season and is swimming nice times in a lot of different events. So I say good times in the 200, good times in the IM as you get a look here at Bennett Batsnall from Bismarck High.
Nice looking dive there by Bennett.
Check that. Bennett just got done. That was Odin.
Oh, okay.
Odin McAllister, as they were late on the draw on the board. I don't know what the delay is over on the swimming side, but we'll pan over and give you a few dives here. Round 9 of diving.
Yeah, I heard him testing the starter.
Well, that's always a telltale sign,
yep.
right?
Yep. So, like we mentioned earlier, it's officially a swim meet
Well,
when we have issues with the timing and the starting. So, but we're going to come up here. We're going to be in Heat 8 for the breaststroke, Heat 8 of 9. So we have Will Roberts in lane 1 from Davies. Then Matt Bowen of Minot in lane 3. Noah Ayers of West Fargo in lane 4. Hudson Eckert of Century in lane 5. Isaac Borkland of Moorhead in lane 6. Legacy's Ben Nassett in lane 7. And Trevor Ricks of Minot out in lane 8.
Got a dive in from Josh Peterson there of West Fargo.
Okay, good. So these guys in this heat, they've all met the qualifying standard. Now they're looking to lower their time. They want to get a better seed, maybe a better lane assignment or something like that when we get to the WDA or the EDC in the state meets. So they're looking to start trimming some time, maybe get into those faster heats as well. Up in lane 1, we got Will Roberts from Davies. But that was Ayers of West Fargo making the turn first. Bowen right next to him in lane 3, and Eckert of Century in lane 5. Our lane 6 swimmer, Isaac Borkland. We might just let these guys, Bowen and Ayers, simultaneously make that last turn together. A little bit more of a pull from Ayers. Let's see if Bowen can make it up in the pool with the strokes. Now it's coming down to timing of that breaststroke. When you get that good reach at to get that final touch. It is going to be Ayers just out touching Bowen of Minot. Ayers at 108.10 and Bowen at 108.11. So
just about another draw.
It looks like maybe Bowen trimmed his fingernails today and Ayers did not.
Yep.
So
just kind of quarter
Matt will
inch,
have to save the manicure for Sundays.
a quarter-inch longer reach.
Yeah, and then Eckert, and then Broekelen coming at 109.02 and Eckert at 109.31. So all 4 of those guys. And Nassett at 109.85. Roberts at 109.33. This was a tight race in all 4 lengths of the pool there. So let's get into this last heat. We've got from Moorhead in lane 1, Savan Nagodavathana. Then it's Garrett Wick of Bismarck in lane 2. Minot's Logan Hill in 3. Connor Haar of Davies in 4. Oliver Rungen of Minot in 5. Tristan Cabil of Fargo South in 6. And then Avery Berg out in lane 8. And Avery Berg is right with those kids in the middle of the pool. So we talked a little bit earlier about Connor Haar with the fastest time in the state coming into this race. But Logan Hill and Oliver Rungen and Avery Berg are not going to let him get away. He's going to have to work for it today. He makes a turn at the halfway point. It's Haar followed by Hill, then Rungen, then Quabil, then Berg, Wick up in lane 1. That's Sahan. Their car is making his presence known a little bit here in this back half of the race. He's got about a body length lead now. The 2 Minot swimmers, Logan Hill and Oliver Rungen, looking to make a little noise. And we've got Tristan Quabil of Fargo South right in with those guys too. So let's see. Connor Haar is going to touch with the victory in the 100 breaststroke. He's going to be followed by Logan Hill of Minot and then Oliver Rungen of Minot, Tristan Quabil of South. Then it's Wick, Berg, and Sahan. So Haar's time of 1 minute, .32. That's got to be right near what he had coming into today. 1 minute, .31. So he may have been had his manicure as well today, this morning. But Logan Hill at 103.24. He came in with a 103.37. And Oliver Rungen from Minot at 103.56. He actually came in at 102.87. He swam a great race as an exhibition swimmer out in West Fargo last Friday night. So that's where that time came from. But finals of your 100 breaststroke is going to be Connor Haar, followed by Logan Hill, then Oliver Rungen, Tristan Quabil. That's Garrett Wick in this heat anyway. And then Berg at 106.66.
Well, and that brings us to event 12. 400 freestyle relay, defending champions in this event from Minot High School, 3:22:23:22. Schaeffer, Bone, King, and Yoder, fastest time this season. Minot High School, and that one hasn't really even been close. Minot's got a multiple second lead there. 3:18:67 with Grant Schaeffer, Alex King, Jackson Rinke, Peyton Barch set back in December. Man-Dan at Minot duel. First heat of the 400 free relay.
Yeah, they were looking to get a pool record up in Minot that day. They missed it by just under half a second, I believe. So, and pool records at the Minot pool are not easy to come by.
You don't, yeah, well, I can about imagine with the storied history there. But to try, you don't see too many events this time of year where the best time was like December 11th.
Yeah, the second meet of the season.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just kids don't come into the season, that finely tuned. Obviously, they're all in great shape, but to hit those things right out of the gate is very unusual. And that one and Grant's 100, like 47 something right out of the get-go, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Those are good times.
So here we've got a couple teams swimming here in lanes 2 and 3. That's Fargo South in lane 3, and then Williston C in lane 4. That's Fargo South D in 3 and Williston in lane 4. Let's see if we can find
our relay sheet here.
Yeah, find out who's actually in the pool. Here we go.
Beautiful.
So for Fargo South, we had Zach Paul swimming the first leg. He'll be followed by Colin Vink, then Evan Pitlick, and Jack Duffy. For Williston, it's Nathan Hill leading off, followed by our guy Pete Hardcastle, name of the day. And then Zach Budd, the third leg for them. Then Hunter Hart for Williston will be the fourth leg. So I think we're on to our second swimmers here, aren't we, Todd? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's Vink for South and Hardcastle for Williston. So our third swimmers are in the pool. For Williston, that is Zach Budd. And for South, it'll be Evan Pitlick. We've got some results from the 200 free relay. I don't think we've read through those yet, have we? Do we now have the backstroke and the breaststroke as well? This is all backstroke, okay.
Yep.
200 free relay, 14th place, excuse me, Mandan, they're A. Then it was West Fargo in 13th, Williston in 12th, Moorhead 11th, Legacy 10th, Cheyenne 9th, Grand Forks 8th. Fargo South 7th, Jamestown 6th, Dickinson 5th. Century at 133.68 was 4th, then Bismarck at 133.06 was 3rd. Then it was Davies in 2nd at 132.09, and then the winning team at 129.10. We spoke of that, besting their season time earlier today. The team from Minot members Grant Schaeffer, Alex Prestwich, Ryan Hubbard, and Alex King. We talk about team score. We haven't really gone through a lot of team scores today, but those relays really make a difference.
Double points. And what really happens in those relays is if you don't point, if you're one of those teams that is one of the top echelon teams and all of a sudden you find yourself with an exchange violation or something else that happens and you DQ and you don't get any points in those relays, it makes a huge difference in the landscape of a swim meet.
Yeah, it could drop you 2-3 places in the team standings.
Yep.
And we've seen that at the state meet.
Yep, we have.
I think a few years ago, West Fargo Cheyenne ended up with a DQ, and it moved them from a second place finish to a third or fourth place finish.
Yep.
You know, those 34 points really count, especially when it's a tight competition like that. So looks like we just finished up the first heat of the 400 free relay. Now moving into heat 2, we'll have a South C in lane 2, Century E in lane 3, West Fargo D in lane 5, Minot G in lane 7, and Williston B out in lane 8. So they got to kind of staggered across the pool here. In the pool right now is Ethan Dudek for Fargo South. Landon Domres leading off for Century here in lane 3. Then it's Jaden Chase for West Fargo in lane 5. Tyler Burns for Minot in lane 7. And Hunter Haugen for Williston out in lane 8.
I know that kid in lane 3 knows that this 100 counts for his individual time when you're the leadoff in a relay.
Right.
So he's gonna try to get below a minute in this one, even though he didn't make it in the open.
Yeah, in swimming, if you lead off a relay, your time can count for qualifying or for records or anything as an individual event because you're getting an actual time. Now the next guys are, getting to leave early and things like that in the exchanges. But these leadoff times, he can certainly work towards that state qualifying standard in the 100 free. So let's see if Landon can finish up here, how he's going to do.
I don't think he's going to get under a minute.
But still a real nice swim for him.
101, 102, 25, yep.
Now in the pool for Century, it's Jaden Weidrich. For South, it's Spencer Johnson. In lane 5 for West Fargo, it's Odin McAllister. In lane 7 for Minot, it's Justice Amsbury. In lane 8 for Williston, it's Brayson Gilbertson. Now Landon and Luke are twins.
Yep. And
Landon has been playing basketball, for his junior high and the first couple of years of high school, but now he's in the pool. So you only have, they can ride together to practice and things like that now, right?
yeah. Get on each other's nerves. But it has been nice. Obviously, swimming is such a great sport, team welcomed him in. He was friends with those guys. Hadn't swam since, YMCA swimming lessons, maybe as a third and a fourth grader. And so to come into the pool as a junior in high school as really your first time swimming, it's been a pretty cool thing to see.
Yeah, you talk a lot. Swimming is a sport that doesn't discriminate, right? It's all shapes, it's all sizes, it's all and you're swimming against that clock, and you can set your goals and do those things. So
100%. Yeah, and it's one of those few things that you see results almost right away.
Yep.
Like trying to go out on the golf course and shoot under par your first time ever grabbing a club. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. The same thing in the pool. You're not going to just go out and rip off a 47-second 100.
Some of us are still trying to shoot under par in our 1000th time on the course. But yeah, it's measurable, and it's it's the team atmosphere, and everybody understands what you're going through. And you can start it at any time, right? And it's something you can do the rest of your life as well. So we've got our final swimmers in the pool here for this heat. For Fargo South, it's Chippy DeYoung. For Century, it's Jake Dorheim. Austin Trupik for West Fargo. Nathaniel Zaman for Minot High. And Caleb Osborne for Williston. Now our final swimmers are in. Those were finishing up our third swimmers. So that was Peter Sambo for Fargo South, David Grunsky for Century, James Selberg for West Fargo, Ramiro Rodriguez for Minot, and then Adam March for Williston. Now we're on to those final swimmers we mentioned briefly earlier.
Do we have any multiple winners today?
Your phone's flashing. I believe Grant Schaeffer in the 50 and the 100 freestyle events. Other than that,
who was our winner in the 200 IM?
Was that Colden Kringen?
I can't remember.
Did Colden win the IM and the?
Because it was Colin and Jackson that it came down to at the very end of the 200 IM. I don't. You talk about short-term memory. I'll let you dig it up.
Yeah, this is certainly a new record. The first time I've checked Meet Mobile at a swim meet, and we're in the last two events of the contest here. So I've been staying off the phone because I don't want to take any more bandwidth away from our broadcast.
Now that is a team player right there.
So let's see, the 200 IM, we had Colden Kringen at 201.83, and then he bounced back in that 500. So yeah, he's a double winner as well.
Yep.
All right, heat 3 of 7 for this final relay of the day, 4x100 relay. Lane 1 will be Minot High F. Lane 2 is Bismarck C. Lane 3 is Mandan B. Lane 4 is Legacy B. Lane 5 is Jamestown B. Then it's Minot E in Lane 6, Moorhead C in Lane 7, and Grand Forks C in Lane 8. And that's the beauty of an invite, that we've got 7 heats of a relay.
Yep.
So you're looking at, 4 guys per team, probably averaging 6 or 7 lanes per heat. Again, I'm not going to try and do any math here, but I just know that's a lot of guys getting that last chance to swim today. So.
We mentioned the taper, and the other thing you'll see is kids will really get cleaned up here this next month in a couple ways. One, teams start to focus a lot on technique. You start to work on the starts, you work on the turns, you work on the technical aspects of the breakout, and you're underwater, and just all the various aspects of that. And that's another aspect, I think, of that speed work and that technical work really causes those times. Obviously, you've trained the whole season to have your best times at the end of the season, but that little bit of extra work that the good teams put in on those specific skills that I just talked about, that has a huge impact on those WDA, EDC, and state times that you see at the end of the year.
Because all these kids are fast in the pool, and where do you separate the wheat from the chaff?
Yep.
It's on the turns, it's on the starts, it's on the exchanges in the relay, and that's where those relay exchanges. We talked earlier about the volume comes up, everybody's pumped up. You really got to be careful that you're not leaving early and causing your team to get those disqualifications. So yeah, those technicalities, now they work on them all year, but during that taper time they really start concentrating on those things, and that's also a benefit for time cutting. So in the pool here, making an exchange. These are our third swimmers. We're going to have Andrew Moe up in lane 1, Ashton Littlewin from Bismarck in lane 2, Henry Bierman in lane 3 from Mandan. For Legacy in lane 4, it's Austin Jacobson. Then it's Ethan Eigel for Jamestown in lane 5. Minot's Caden Gutnick in lane 6. Moorhead's Ben Thiel in lane 7. And Michael Larson Schmidt from Grand Forks in lane 8. Coming up on the final exchange in this third heat of 7 for the 4x100 relay. We got our final swimmers up on the blocks now, ready to make that exchange. Looks like our first one in the pool is going to be lane 4. That's going to be Legacy. That's going to be Ben Nassett entering the pool for Legacy, followed closely by Jamestown's Cruz Kaiser. Now we've got out in lane 7. That is Adrian Maston entering the pool for Moorhead. In lane 3, that was Ethan Parker entering from Mandan. Right now in lane 2 entering is going to be Hunter Spotted Bear for Bismarck. Ben Harris, that's not Ben. We know he's not swimming today for Minot up in lane 1, so we have Minot's mystery swimmer. Down We got Carter Withers for Minot in lane 6, and then Aiden Fiala for Grand Forks in lane 8 in the pool now.
The artist formerly known as the Mystery Swimmer?
Yes.
I think my lessons learned for next time is I'm not going to put this camera so high because it's been a hard time standing here the whole day just about.
Yes. And I need to get a higher chair because the bar is right in my line of sight.
Yeah, so we live and learn.
But more importantly, we're still able to get everybody on screen. Yep. And hopefully we've got folks from all over the country and as we mentioned earlier, other countries tuning in as well. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. As we finish up this third heat, looks like it's going to be our Legacy Team B here finishing up in the first spot of this heat at 4:08.04. Then it's Jamestown at 4:21.40. We have Moorhead at 4:27.99, followed by Mandan at 4:28.79. Then it will be Minot at 4:35.66. Winning team from that heat is Legacy's Brandon Seibel, Broden Seifert, Austin Jacobson, and Ben Nassett. Congratulations to those 4 swimmers. Moving to heat 4, in lane 1 is going to be West Fargo Cheyenne. Lane 2 is West Fargo High. Lane 3 is Minot D. Then it's Fargo South B in lane 4, Grand Forks B in lane 5, Bismarck B in lane 6, Davies D in lane 7, and Moorhead B in lane 8. In the pool now, from top to bottom, it's Oliver Seavald from Cheyenne, Ryan Waggy from West Fargo, Lawson Shanklin from Minot, A.J. Carroll of Fargo South, Elias Eberhardt of Grand Forks, Bridger Duckwitz of Bismarck, Cole Deggerness of Fargo Davies, and then Jericho Mingy of Moorhead. They're halfway through their leg of the race.
And we're on to round 11, so we might not get the last round of diving.
Boy, it's going to be, we had our hopes up, I know that. I wasn't counting on 7 heats of the 4x100 relay.
Yeah, exactly. I just saw the final dive by Dawson Wilson was a great one.
Okay.
For Dickinson.
That's actually put him in the lead. So we still probably have Wyatt and Jared maybe coming up.
Yes, so we're at the very top of the rotation here.
Ooh.
That might have been our move of the day right there if we could have had it.
Yep.
We might come over here and Jaron Crooms is going to be making his final dive.
Okay.
For Minot High. We'll break away from the 400 relay for just a moment.
You see Jaron making his board adjustments before he makes this final dive of the day.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, he disappeared on us. I think he's waiting maybe for the judges or something. I don't know. They just put up the scores. Not quite a failed dive for Jacob Thomas, but certainly team video worthy for the end of the year video. So here's Jaron. He's up on the board now. He's going to be performing dive 105C. It's a 2.4 degree difficulty. It's a forward 2.5 somersault. So he'll be entering hands first, head first. He's got a 3:45.60 coming into this final dive. Boy, a very nice dive by Jaron. A light splash, a good entry. He completed the 2.5 somersaults. Let's see what the judges think.
That's going to be a big number there.
That could be with that 2.4 degree of difficulty. Looked like a good execution of the dive. He's got a 6, a 6.5, and 3 7s. So we're going to take those middle 3 2 7s and a 6.5. He's getting awarded 49.2. He's going to end up with 394.8. So Dawson Wilson with a good second half of the day, putting up that 434 for the day. We'll have to keep our eyes when Wyatt's going to get close to the board, see where he's at.
Yes, we're definitely going to. He's coming up here in about 5 or 6 divers.
Okay.
How many heats of the 400 free do we have?
We have 7.
7, okay.
Yep, and we are in heat number 4 right now. some of our swimmers in the pool. I don't know if these are our final swimmers. There's so many guys on the deck, can't see who's, if anybody's getting ready to get up on the blocks, or if I think we are in our last go-around here of this heat.
Yeah, this looks like fourth and final swimmers.
So in the pool right now would be Andrew Rexon of West Fargo, Caden Willows, Andrew Rexon is of Cheyenne, then West Fargo's Caden Willows, Alex Ricks of Minot, Elliot Schurseth of Fargo South, Damian Zenowick of Grand Forks, Bryce Vattensdahl of Bismarck, Grant Schluter of Davies, and Casey Francis of Moorhead.
Get your EDC champion from a year ago, Aiden Hoff, his final dive of the day.
That was a forward somersault?
Like 2 forward somersaults.
Okay.
And we're very close to having Wyatt
He ends up with
Hermanson.
a 374.1 for the day. Not quite the execution he was hoping out of that last dive, I'm sure, but still a fine score, 374.
Looks like Ty Ross.
This is Ty Ross from Minot.
Hermanson will be right after him, Eric, so we'll just
okay, we'll stick with it here.
Stick with the divers here for 1 second.
We've got Ty Ross coming in at 361.9 into this final round. 2.4 degree difficulty forward, 2.5 somersaults. The same dive we just saw Jaron Coombs execute. Ty doesn't quite get around to vertical on that entry, so that's going to affect his scores a little bit.
Yeah, don't try that one at home, folks.
I don't try that one laying on the living room floor, Todd.
The triple Lindy?
Yeah. Ty ends up with a 4, 3 4.5s, and a 5 for an award round of 32.4, final of 394.3. That's certainly going to help him in the placing. We'll have to see where that comes up. Now we've got Wyatt Hermanson stepping onto the board.
An inward 2.5 somersaults. Love it.
A 3.1 degree of difficulty. Do not try this one at home unless your name is Wyatt Hermanson.
That was pretty close.
He got through him. Yeah, just a little bit short of vertical into the water, but he came into this round at 4:22.05.
Oh, he's
so he could have pulled an Eric Schaeffer and still maybe gotten this competition under his belt. But he's going to end up with some 4s, 4.5, and 5s for 40-30 for that round for a final total of 462.35, and that puts him back in the lead for the final round. So I think he's most likely going to hang on to that. I don't see anybody. Don't know what the scores are, but I don't foresee anybody exceeding that right now. So congratulations to Wyatt on his nice work today.
Slight delay over on the swimming side, so we'll just keep it locked in here on the swimming or the diving, and you got Oscar Francis right now from Fargo South. A back 1.5 somersault.
Boy, that was clean, Todd. That may be your move of the day right there. Nary a splash on that entry. A 2.1 degree difficulty. He earns 36.75 points, ends up with 343.55 for the day. Looks like we've got heat 5 of the 4x100 now in the pool. Davies C up in lane 1, Minot C in lane 2, West Fargo B in lane 3, Century C in lane 4, Dickinson B in lane 5, Cheyenne B in lane 6, Mandan A in lane 7, and Century D in lane 8. Right now in the pool from top to bottom, we've got Ian Shook of Davies, Caden Dodds of Minot, Kyla Gruby of West Fargo, John Ronigan of Century, Davin Haig of Dickinson, Ronan Orlowski of Cheyenne, Ian Keller of Mandan, and Dylan Stone of Century.
Got one last dive there for Bennett Vatsnall from Bismarck High School, an all WDA diver from a year ago.
Excellent. He ends the day at 361.85. There's going to be a pretty tight bunch in that diving competition. We've seen these 360s. I know Ty Ross. We just saw the gentleman with the nice entry there. So now we're into our second swimmers. Leading off, are digging in here. Up in lane 1, it's Justin Jiang of Davies. It's Jamison Donahoe from Minot in lane 2. Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo in lane 3. Century's Noah Hugret in lane 4. Aiden Rothstein of Dickinson in lane 5. Maddox Anderson for Cheyenne in lane 6. Braden Kissy of Mandan in lane 7. And Baden Gilkerson for Century in lane 8. Looks like we got is it our team from lane 1 and team from lane 7? Looks like lane 7 has the lead at this last turn here. That is Mandan's A team. Looks like that's Braden Kissy with a nice turn there. Now entering the pool for Mandan in lane 7 will be Jack Allen. Entering the pool in lane 1 for Davies is Alex Hovness. In the pool in lane 2 for Minot is Aaron Prestwich. For West Fargo is Aiden Benson. In lane 4 for Century is Aiden Wygum. Lane 5 for Dickinson is John Rude. Lane 6 for West Fargo is Ben Johnson. And then lane 8 for Century is Andrew Edlund. We have Jack Allen for Mandan in lane 7. And Alex Hovness for Davies up in lane 1. Looks like it's tightened up a little bit in this third leg of this heat, Todd. Not going to try and call at the turn, but I think it's going to be up in lane 1. That's going to be Davies maybe making this turn first. Still our lane 7 team of Mandan doing a fine job there. Minot in lane 2 looks like they've overtaken lane 1. Also lane 4 and 5. That's lane 5. That's Dickinson. They've overtaken everybody. They put the fourth swimmer in the pool first, and that swimmer is Caden Barth for Dickinson. Fourth swimmer up in lane 1 is Alex Ohi. Then it's Alex Moe for Minot in lane 2. Carson Glazer for West Fargo in lane 3. Century's Riley Call in lane 4. Caden Barth again for Dickinson in lane 5. West Fargo Cheyenne's Andrew Allman in lane 6. Riley Poppy for Mandan in 7. And Cole Veazey for Century in lane 8. Looks like we've got Minot in 2. Century in 4 and Dickinson in 5 might come down for this heat competition. Oh, but we've still got lane 7. That's one thing I've learned. The computer screen blocks lane 7 most of the way for me, so I apologize to all those Mandan fans. I'm not trying to miss, but I do miss that swimmer every now and again in lane 7. So Mandan has touched first in this heat 5 at 3:49.70, followed by Minot at 3:51.01. Then it's going to be Dickinson at 3:51.30, Century at 3:53.65, Davies at 3:56.09, West Fargo at 3:58.55, and Century at 4:02.24, and finally Cheyenne at 4:14.33. So winners of that heat are the team from Mandan. That's going to be Ian Keller, Braden Kissy, Jack Allen, and Riley Poppy. All right, 2 heats left of the 4x100 relay. Lane 1 is Jamestown, lane 2 is Legacy, lane 3 is Century, lane 4, that's Jamestown A and 1, Legacy A and 2, Century B and 3, Fargo South A and 4, Dickinson A and 5, Minot B and 6, Davies B and 7, and Bismarck A in lane 8. First swimmers, Elliot Dixon for Jamestown, Braxton Steele for Legacy, Isaac Valley for Century, Brady Sievers for Fargo South, Trent Irwin for Dickinson, Carter Larson for Minot, Ben Heckner for Davies, and Sam Eggle for Bismarck. So we've got, looks like lane 2, that is Legacy, that's Braxton Steele. Getting a very nice turn in lane 3 by Isaac Valley, a little bit of an overtake. Second swimmers in the pool, Century and Legacy entering simultaneously. That is Anthony James for Legacy in lane 2 and Logan Veazey for Century in lane 3. Other swimmers on this leg up in lane 1, it's going to be Caden Fabian for Jamestown. In lane 4, it's Joe Hollingsworth for Davies. Casey Toohey for Dickinson in lane 5. Matt Bowen for Minot B in lane 6. Hunter Swanson for Davies in lane 7. And Austin Wick for Bismarck in lane 8. So we got our third swimmers now. They're up on the blocks. They're ready to enter the pool. That is Century's Turner Polk in lane 3 for Legacy. In lane 2, it's Grant Mittinger. For Jamestown in lane 1, it's Zach Hansen. In lane 4 for South, it's Joe Hollingsworth. So we've got a Joseph Z. Hollingsworth and a Joshua P. Hollingsworth. Dickinson in lane 5 is Dawson Wilson. Gannon Cowper from Minot in lane 6. Paul Narum for Davies in lane 7. And then Gabe Hansen for Bismarck in lane 8. So up in lane 1, looks like they're making some noise. That is the Blue Jays, Zach Hansen. But in the middle of the pool, it's going to be Fargo South's A team. That is Josh Hollingsworth.
Yeah, Century and South doing battle here.
Yes. So our final swimmers of this heat now entering the pool. First one in is going to be lane 4. That is Michael Gwynn from Fargo South. Then we've got, is that Century in lane 3? Hudson Eckert. Lane 5 for Dickinson is Mason Beck. You might expect to see a little bit of ground gained here with Mason Beck in the pool.
He's a pretty good anchor.
Also in the pool is Logan Hill from Minot out in lane 6. Patrick Shin for Eagle, for Davies in lane 7, and Noah Zadie for Bismarck in lane 8. And it'll be Sam Antu for Bismarck up in lane 1.
And it turned into, instead of South and Century, Dickinson and Century.
Dickinson and Century.
Mason Beck brings it home for the midgets.
Final time of 3:31.51. We want to keep our eyes on that. We'll have some B teams swimming in that final heat. So it's they may move up into maybe like a 3rd, 4th, 5th spot there. That 3:33.51.
And we mentioned that earlier. You'll see a lot of A teams in the second to last heat, which is exactly what you saw there. Dickinson, the good time of 3:33.51.
Century at 3:35.74. Then it was Legacy at 3:39.73. Davies at 3:39.99. Bismarck at 3:40.46. Minot at 3:49.30. Jamestown at 3:59.58, and then South at 4:03.65. Members of that winning team from Dickinson are going to be Trent Irwin, Casey Toohey, Dawson Wilson, and Mason Beck.
And no surprise, diving is completed, and defending state champion Wyatt Hermanson from Mandan wins the contest today. So he backs up his championship. Actually, last year Jaron Coombs was your diving champion here, and Wyatt Hermanson had the most points for any dive coming into today in the state. All right, final heat.
Yeah, a good diving tradition across the river over in Mandan. We've had the John and the Johnny Mintz win some state championships. So our final heat, lane 1, West Fargo, lane 2, Grand Forks, lane 3, Moorhead, lane 4, Minot, lane 5, Davies, lane 6, Cheyenne, lane 7, Williston, lane 8, Century. So in the middle of the pool, we've got Joseph Casey of Moorhead in lane 3, Peyton Barch of Minot in lane 4, and Ryder Myers of Davies in lane 5. It's like Davies out to about a half body length here. We'll see what happens in this final turn for this first leg. That's going to be lane 5. That is Ryder Miles of Davies. Then it was Joseph Casey of Moorhead, followed by Peyton Barch of Minot. Coming into the exchange, swimmers in those 3 lanes, it's going to be Grant Ivesdahl of Davies out in lane 5, Dawson Nesnick of Moorhead, and then Minot's Levi Von Bokern in lane 4. You know, this is what we like to see in the relay. We got some tight competition here. You can, the crowd's a little bit more into this race now, the last race of the day.
You can feel it, right?
Yes, and Davies, very nice swim out in lane 5 right now, holding off a Minot team and a Moorhead team that come in with very strong times. That's Ivesdahl of Davies leading the way. Von Bokern of Minot trying to get a little bit of a dent in there. He's put a little distance between Minot and Moorhead, but still trying to get into that body length that Davies has. Davies' third swimmer is in the pool. That is Joe Carlson. Minot's third swimmer is Oliver Rungen. And then Moorhead's third swimmer is Aiden Carlson. Got a bit of a push from Cheyenne out in lane 6. That's Zach May right now swimming for them. He's following up Damon Nygaard and Tanner Haag. Davies still looks in control of this race. That's Joe Carlson for Davies leading the way. Rungen for Minot, again, just hanging on to his heels almost. Can't quite put a dent into it.
This last leg is going to be good.
This last leg is going to be very good. We're going to have Tavia Nelson of Davies and Jackson Ranke of Minot, Jacob Goldbranson of Moorhead, and then Von Ramo from Cheyenne out lane 6. Let's not forget about him. So the last two swimmers were in the pool. Go ahead, Todd.
That was a big leg by Bo Zander from Century. Vaulted them all the way up to third.
Got him all the way up to third place. Excellent for Bo there. And looks like Jackson Ranke has made up the distance already on the Davies team. He's got about an arm's length lead over Tavia Nelson. Again, let's not forget about Cheyenne out in 6. Von Ramo putting some pressure on as well. Who we have in there for Century down in lane 8? That's Ben Schaff right now down in lane 8. So the final turn, it looks like it's Minot with a slight lead over Davies, then Cheyenne, then Century, then Williston. Is Ranke going to be able to hold on after that quick surge off the blocks? Ranke does hold on for the Minot team. A very strong effort by Tavia Nelson from Davies. Then it's going to be Cheyenne. So we got Minot at 3:22.92, then Davies at 3:23.13, Cheyenne at 3:23.66, Century at 3:25.01, Williston at 3:26.59, Grand Forks at 3:26.34, Moorhead at 3:29.46, and then West Fargo at 3:35.50. And I think our last time was about a 3:33 that we saw from Dickinson in that last heat.
Yeah, 3:33. So they will.
That's going to put them into at least that 8 spot.
Yep. And 3:22.92. A little bit off the fastest time of the season, but again, that was back in December, so you wouldn't think right now is kind of one of those things that you get 4 guys collectively figuring out a way to get a great time like that.
And again, like we talked earlier, coaches are mixing up some relay, trying some other things, getting some kids to swim different spots, getting Von Bokern and Rungen some experience in that final relay for Coach Solper up in Minot. Probably the same thing with some of these other teams as well. So Minot with the win in the last event of the day. Members of that are Peyton Barch, Levi Von Bokern, Oliver Rungen, and Jackson Ranke.
All right, so we're going to take a short break here. As mentioned, it had been commercial-free, interruption-free for a good 5 hours, just about. So we're going to pay a few bills here and run some ads, and we'll get the final team totals, and we'll have a few things to take care of here on our planning team financial advisors post-game show. This has been the Century Invite from the Bismarck Aquatic Center. Take a time out here. Our planning team financial advisors post-game show, helping clients work towards financial freedom, comes up in just a couple minutes here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
If your eyes could talk, they'd tell you life is better with LASIK. No more reaching for your glasses. No more dry eye from overwearing your contact lenses. Right now, Bismarck LASIK is offering free consultations for LASIK procedures. Break free from the daily hassles and expenses of glasses and contacts. Life is clearly better. Book your free consultation today with Bismarck LASIK and see the difference. Call 222-2020 or schedule online at bismarcklasik.com.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
like our convenient online banking,
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advice offered through GWM Advisors, LLC, doing business as Goss Advisors, a registered investment advisor. GWM Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Thanks for buying some room.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Thanks for buying some room.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to go through a little bit of results. We're going to give you some results from the backstroke and breaststroke. Then hopefully we'll get the results from the final results from the relay with the team scores. And then we've got those awards that Todd spoke of earlier. So let's go here with the top 16 of the backstroke. We're going to go, we'll do times for the top 8. But in 16th place was Williston's Caleb Osborne. Ian Shook was 15th from Davies. And then 14th was Davies' Grant Eisdahl. 13th was Century's Noah Hugret. 12th was Cheyenne's Jace Laudel. 11th was Williston's Hunter Haugen. 10th was Bismarck's Noah Zadie. 9th was Minot's Carter Larson. Then 8th place, and these are all state qualifying times. We had 24 state qualifiers today. Caleb Fabian in 8th place at 1 minute .43 from Jamestown was 8th. And 7th was Century's Benjamin Schaff at 59.70. 6th was Davies Joe Carlson at 59.22. 5th was Sam Eggle of Bismarck at 59 seconds even. Then 4th was Minot's Peyton Barch at 57.29. 3rd was Blake Nelson of Bismarck at 56.58. 2nd was Jackson Ranke at 56.41. And then your winner with an All-State 2 qualifying time of 55.83 was Vaughn Ramo of West Fargo Cheyenne. Our breaststroke results, our top 16, will be Jamestown's Braden Schmeichel at one, and then 15th was Minot's Trevor Ricks. 14th was Chris Hollingsworth. 13th was Ben Nassett of Legacy. 12th was Will Roberts of Davies. 11th was Century's Hudson Eckert. 10th was Isaac Bjorklund of Moorhead. 9th was Minot's Matt Bowen. 8th was Noah Ayers of West Fargo with a time of 108.10. And 7th was Moorhead's Sahan at 107.28. In 6th place was Grand Forks' Avery Berg at 106.66. In 5th place was Bismarck's Garrick Wick at 106.55. 4th was Fargo South Tristan Crable at 103.90. And 3rd was Minot's Oliver Rungen at 103.56. And 2nd was Minot's Logan Hill at 103.24. And then your winner of the breaststroke with a time of 1 minute .32 seconds was Fargo Davies' Connor Haar. And I believe that is at least an All-State 2, if not an All-State 1 time.
That would be 51. 1 minute .71 would be All-State 1.
Okay, so
101.92 would be All-State 2.
So he's 1 minute .32, so he's got an All-State 1 time with that. So
nicely
an
done.
excellent swim by Mr. Haar this afternoon.
Absolutely. All right, fans, our Planning Team Financial Advisors postgame show rolls on. One more time out here. We'll put a bow on the Century invite from the Bismarck Aquatics Center today. As when we come back, we'll bring you, we're going to go through the results of the diving. We'll get the final for that. We'll get you the final results from that 400 free relay that Minot High just won. And we'll bring you our player and MVP of the meet and our move of the meet as we put a wrap on today's broadcast on the PSP Network. One last break. We're back after this timeout on the PSP Network.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, PNC.
You remember where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zzz, zzz?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
Where attacks, there's a takeaway by Eagle Staff. Eagle Staff on the open floor rises up. Oh, the one-handed rip by Trayson Eagle Staff.
Doppler gave a little bit of a look on that one, and then he went in and just whammed it with the right hand.
Oh, Eagle Staff with the rip.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, PNC.
Now we're back in our planning team financial advisors, Todd Domres, Eric Schaeffer, back at the Bismarck Aquatic Center. Planning team financial advisors helping clients work towards financial freedom. Bring you a post-game show after all of our meets, matches, games. You know it, planning team financial advisors will always be there. All right, we were efforting the final team numbers, the final diving numbers, but we came up a little empty there, so we'll give you results of the meet, but they'll be short one event by the looks of it. We have not gotten those brought up to our perch here at the Aquatic Center, nor have they updated on Meet our friend Meet Mobile today. So, all right, do we have team totals for through 11 events?
Well, let's go through the we do have team totals through 11.
Okay.
So, but we've also got the 400 free relay. We can give
Yes,
those
let's
results.
Do that. Good idea.
Those top 13 teams is going to be Fargo South at 13, Jamestown and 12, Mandan in 11th, Legacy at 10th. At 9th was West Fargo. 8th was Dickinson. And then 7th was Moorhead at 329.46. 6th place was Grand Forks at 328.34. 5th place was Williston at 326.59. And 4th place were the Century Patriots at 325.01. And 3rd place was West Fargo Cheyenne at 323.66. And in 2nd place, Fargo Davies at 323.13, and the winning team of the 400-yard free relay were the Minot High Magicians with a time of 322.92. Members of that winning team are Peyton Barch, Levi Von Bokern, Oliver Rungen, and Jackson Ranke. So we do have, let's see if they've updated. We'll check the diving one more time. Doesn't look like that's updated. So we'll have team scores through 11 events. All 11 events in the pool anyway. So those team scores, we will start in 14th place was Mandan with 26. In 13th was Legacy at 70. Then it was Fargo South in 12th at 85 points coming into the last event. West Fargo Packers were 11th at 98. Then it's Grand Forks, the Night Riders at 102. Then it was Jamestown at 104. Then in 8th coming into that pre-diving result is Dickinson at 141. Then Moorhead in 7th at 153. Bismarck High at 167.5. 5th place was Williston at 176. 4th is West Fargo Cheyenne at 178.5. 3rd was Century at 179. 2nd is Fargo Davies at 235. And leading going into that final event, waiting for the scores, are the Minot High Magicians at 425 points. So I think just kind of looking at this, there could be some changing. We've got Bismarck at 167.5. I know they had a diver or two, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Williston, I'm not sure what they have for diving. They're at 176, and West Fargo Cheyenne at 178.5. And then Century at 179, and they have the one diver. They're going to be getting some points there. We'll see how that shakes out. And then it's probably safe to say that we're going to end up with Fargo Davies and they're diving at 235 in that second slot, and then Minot, whatever the total ends up with their 3 divers that they had today.
Yeah, so
at 425.
I would say for sure saying congratulations to the Minot Magicians. They will defend their title here at the Century Invite from a year ago, and Fargo Davies a clear second, and then it gets a little muddy after that because just 3 points separate Century, West Fargo Cheyenne, and Williston, and then Bismarck High nipping at their heels right behind that. So still the diving yet to be added into that. So that's through 11 out of 12 events. There's your finals from the Century Invite today. All right, couple things yet to take care of here. First, it's our move of the game, move of the meet. Brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. It can help you move across town or across the country. Locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Boy, we have a couple candidates today, but I think we're going to the backstroke. Is that right?
I would definitely agree with that. Von Ramo, second place at state last year in this. He had the 3rd fastest time in the state coming into this meet today, and it's probably the first time he swam this event. Maybe a little. Not sure what happened last week in West Fargo if they did some off events, but against Jackson Ranke and Peyton Barch, which were the 2 guys that were ahead of him. And Vaughn flexed his muscle a little bit in that backstroke and came out with All-State 2 qualifying time in that event. So I would agree. Von Ramo with our move of the meet.
Yeah, brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. They keep everyone on the same page with their moving project. Comprehensive set of checks, proactive checks, and ongoing communications. Make sure all portions of your move are taken care of. Locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Von Rabo is your move of the meet, the 3-time first-team All-Stater and the defending state champion in the 100 fly. Gives you that move of the meet today from his championship today in the 100 back for the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs. Quick look at our upcoming PSP Network schedule. As you can always follow us and like us on the social media outlets. Big action next week as we've got Legacy at Minot on Monday. That's boys basketball action. Tuesday night is going to be a big night in WDA hockey. Williston at Minot. That'll be at the Pepsi Arena, and that'll be a good one. Nick Holberg with the call there. I'll be on the air at the VFW as Bismarck High takes on Century in the Demon Patriot rivalry renewed on the ice. Mitch Vig will join me for that one, and we'll also have a triple header on Tuesday as you got Legacy at Minot in girls basketball. Bismarck at St. Mary's, boys and girls basketball doubleheader on Thursday, and then get this. Class B girls basketball already, District 12. Oh my goodness, it's postseason basketball time upcoming already as we turn the calendar to the middle almost of February. All right, Eric, one last thing to do here, and it's our player of the meet. Our MVP of today's meet, brought to you by Sport Clips. They're located on South 3rd Street in Bismarck, home to the MVP haircut experience. Sport Clips brings you this morning's Meet MVP, and we're going with Co today.
I think that's a good idea. We had 2 double winners today.
Absolutely.
Some excellent swims by Colden Kringen, both in the 200 IM and the 500 free. He bites off a lot of yardage in a meet, with those 2 long races, and he swam very well. Again, up against his stiffest competition in the state with Jackson Ranke in the IM and Alex King in the 500 free, and Colden really stepped up today and had a really nice meet. So I will be more than happy to have Colden Kringen be one of the co-MVPs today.
Yeah, absolutely. Colden, the state champion from a couple years ago in the IM, defended that today as he wins the IM and is a double winner as he won the 500 free today. The 2-time first-team All-Stater, Colden Kringen, the junior from Williston, is our co-MVP, and he's joined by our other double winner today, Grant Schaeffer, the senior from the Minot Magicians, picks up W's today in the 50 free and the 100 free, and those didn't come easy because you got a guy by the name of Mason Beck and others nipping at his heels in those races, and so those 2 sprints came right to the Minot Magicians and Grant Schaeffer.
Yeah, Grant's family had a couple nice short races today. He was also a member of a couple winning relay teams for the Minot Magicians in that 200 medley relay to start off the meet, and then the one in the middle of the meet, the 200 free relay. So he didn't swim the distance that Colden did, but I think Grant would be happy with his results today and may be happy to hear that he and Colden share the co-MVPs of the meet today.
Yeah, well earned, as Grant, 3-time state champion, was the 200 free champion last year, a couple relay championships from 2021, and he's a 2-time first-team All-Stater. Grant Schaeffer and Colden Kringen today, your meet MVPs, brought to you by Sport Clips. You can be the MVP at Sport Clips. You go there for their MVP haircut experience. They're located at 411 South 3rd Street in Bismarck. All right, fans of Swim and Dive, that'll put a wrap on our broadcast and our live stream today. Hope you enjoyed it. As a big thanks to all of our sponsors that helped bring you all this action today. You had the Medicine Shop of Bismarck, Tires Plus of North Dakota, Chuppy Clinic of Bismarck, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Planning Team Financial Advisors brings you our post game, and a big thanks to Sport Clips for bringing you our player of the meet and our move of the meet, brought to you by Jobbers Moving and Storage. For our executive producer today, Nick Holberg, Todd Domres, and Eric Schaeffer. Hey, thanks a lot, Eric.
Todd, this was a blast.
Yeah, let's do it again sometime.
You went through your schedule of PSP this week. We're efforting right now to maybe even try and get the Century Minot duel that takes place on Thursday in Minot.
Yeah.
That we might have a PSP live stream of that as well. There's more to come on that. So if you're a swim fan of those 2 teams or a swim fan of anybody, feel free to take a gander at the YouTube channel for PSP Network, and hopefully we'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll be all engaged to try to make that happen as two of the top teams in the WDA have a duel up in Minot. As hey, we like to highlight and profile outstanding athletes, and a lot of them are in the pool and on the diving board this year in the WDA, and we'll try to bring you that Minot Century duel on Thursday from the Magic City. All right, that'll put a wrap on it today. Again, for Eric Schaeffer, Todd Domres, saying thanks for joining us, fans. The Century Swim and Dive Meet concludes right now from the Bismarck Aquatic Center.
Ware attacks. There's a takeaway by Eagle Staff. Eagle Staff on the open floor rises up. Oh, the one-handed rip by Trayson Eagle Staff.
Doppler gave a little bit of a look on that one, and then he went in and just whammed it with the right hand.
Oh, Eagle Staff with the rip. This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advice offered through GWM Advisors, LLC, doing business as Goss Advisors, a registered investment advisor. GWM Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.